did plet into a bread and baked. I'm sure everybody knows this kind of shape. So we do this definitely for Christmas, but we do it for the morning. We eat it in the morning or during throughout the whole Christmas. Otherwise, we also do this, what you do, and I think Ukrainians also do. It's very similar that we do a fasting, so we don't eat the whole day. Or we eat very lightly. It depends family from family, but you are not supposed to eat. And then in the evening or early afternoon, because it gets dark very early, children usually go down and they look for a golden piglet. And we have the saying that if you fasted well enough, that you were really disciplined, you didn't eat golden piglets, and then you come to eat the dinner. The Russian language that was compulsory for us. But Ukrainian traditions are so rich and interesting, and we were never really, uh, yeah, taught about them. And don't even get me started about the language, because I am really ashamed to say that I learned now, or these two passing years, how similar the Ukrainian language is to my language. And it's actually much more similar to my language than Russian. How about you? Do you understand Ukrainian when you listen, Vasilis?
More than the Russians, but it what even more surprised me that Ukrainians. I don't know if it's just for has historical reasons, but they seem to understand Polish very, very good, and like they have absolutely no problems understanding it. And I get at least the meaning of a sentence, what they are speaking about, and at least bigger portion than from Russian, indeed. But because those two languages are definitely closer to each other, I mean Ukrainian language and Polish language. Um, but they seem to really quickly understand Polish language, which is uh, great, and was very good for those families who have moved after the war started to Poland, because they kind of quickly get along without if no matter if they knew English or not. So yeah. And I was surprised, you are totally right. In the Soviet time, no one wanted actually to see like another misery, because of reasons. We all knew that it won't be uh, something which is really something completely different, because we also have seen what is going in, and had a lot of problems, and everything was like not very welcoming, in the sense that it was how everything looked like. It was not clean and not um, properly built everywhere. This awful architecture, Soviet architecture. So there was no reason like to really see more of it. uh, the only destinations, from what I've heard, has been quite frequently visited was Greece, and somehow, or actually Ungarn, so Hungary, because they were at least a possible solution to go to, and they have been warm. So it was like the reason, at least because of a temperature, to go there. But beside this, people didn't travel a lot, but they wanted to travel a lot, and that's also how it felt like being completely imprisoned. What it actually was. It was just probably the feeling. Why should we go to yet another cell of a prison if we expect it to look exactly the same? So I think that's why there was also a little interest, because right now in Europe, and once the also European cities are restorated and curated, there are plenty of reasons, and you have great pubs, great nightlife, great little shops with interesting things. Before that, there was everywhere the same shit. Sorry for the word, to buy, and nothing which might be somehow a reason to step into a shop and discover something. So um, that's also why traveling to cities was not really interesting for anyone. Why should they do it? Just to
Yeah.
see the same thing over and over again, which is depressing.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And all this kind of Soviet was shoveled down our throats, but Russians pretended it's all Russian, and that's what I'm trying to put my finger on. That yeah, only now we are learning. No, not at all. Well, some people knew, but maybe I'm a little bit slower, but no, actually, most of the Russian is the barbaric part, and there are actually really rich and amazing cultures that they subjugated. But Masilius, do you have anything more about the Christmas traditions? Do you have any more comments or questions, or
Mhm. Yeah,
what do you guys do?
actually,
Yeah.
there is also one thing which I didn't see anywhere else, which is for children. It has been always like a little bummer, but it's actually a nice tradition, I suppose. where we before we start a meal, well, there is in Christian families, there is the Christian story read out from the Bible, and after this, we always share oplatek. So you know the thing which you are given in a church, the people buy it to have them in home for the Christmas Eve, and they start to each family member or each people human who takes part in the Christmas Eve goes to everyone and brings him personal wishes, what he wishes the particular person for the next year, and some kind of also what he liked about the last year of this person, what maybe this person should think about, but always in a kind way. So so it's like a little bit tough moment sometimes, but it's also like a very personal moment, and it's also a tradition. I don't know. Do you have it in your place as well, or Ukrainians? Do you know about them having
Yeah,
something similar?
yeah, I am really trying to find out, but I cannot find about the oplatki. But of course, yeah, well, of course, we definitely have this. And let me tell you something. My mother, and I am not exaggerating, my mother would bake 20 kinds of desserts, cookies, collage, like 20. So all period of Christmas, we children especially have been stuffing ourselves with sweets. And there were the sweets on the Christmas tree, and there were like, it was incredible. Now when I remember it, I think I'm like, just from the memory, I'm getting the diabetes. But anyways, so that is one thing. But out of all these desserts at grandma's, at auntie's, uh, oplatki was my favorite. I really loved it. And we do something similar. So it's like part of the dinner courses. You actually start it, you put it on the little plate and you start with it. And you can put honey in between two. Of this oplatki, and it's indeed like the thing that Christians get in the church. How do you say it? Communion, communion. Yeah, but it's a
Yes.
little bit bigger. But it's the same like dough. And I have to say that I always missed it in any other country where I lived, that I couldn't find this thing for Christmas. So yeah, you eat it with honey, and you indeed share some wishes. And what we hated was that our mother would take honey with a wooden spoon and make a cross on our forehead or something on our forehead with the honey. And she would say, it rhymes in my language, I'm giving you this honey so everybody loves you. And we were all like, "Ugh." Yeah, because you don't want to have sweet stuff on your forehead. But yeah, we do that. And then yeah, we also have a lot of courses of meals, but as I said, they are different than Ukrainians. So I am going to try to look up what else they do, because one thing that I found the same, and I wonder whether you guys do it as well in Poland, is singing of the Christmas carols, Koledy.
Kolende.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's of course. I think this part is everywhere in the world. Because from what I've seen, the Americans does it, the Brits does it for sure, the Germans does it. So I kind of consider it like what Christmas carols or kolende. They are sung at home, at church, and sometimes people, if you have like musicians in family, then they play also together those things, and the kids can show off what they learned on the instrument by playing those things. So this is of course a big part of tradition of Christmas for sure.
But do you guys go from house to house singing these Christmas carols?
Well, it's not like on Halloween that everybody goes from house to house to sing the Christmas carols, but there are. you can. It's the same in Germany and Poland, so I can actually speak on both here. You can. Or the church is organizing the core. Um, core members of from the church or kids or which are somehow related to the church can be ordered actually to sing carols in front of the house, and therefore they can earn a little bit, and people have Christmas carols sung for them, but I think only I didn't take part in this from what I remember. So it's not like everyone does it, but
Yeah.
it's you can always order it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Not everyone does it, and we also, I remember that we had some things that kind of died out during communism because of this all enveloping apathy, but it was revived afterwards. So I remember then when I was already in my teenage, we started to go with a group of friends and a couple of adults, and people would even dress up in some traditional costumes, and we would go in our community. So you wouldn't go to like real strangers, but you would go to the neighborhood, and you would sing Christmas carols for good luck. And they were usually, it does actually remind me of this Shedrick because they usually talk about baby Jesus being born, but they sound also they are very much influenced by the folklore, by the traditions that were in my countries even before Christianity. And you can also see it, obviously. I think we all know that because it's in all the countries. You can see the strong influence of the pagan and traditional customs throughout the whole Christmas period. So, okay, you see baby Jesus and nativity scenes, but even the Christmas tree, I believe, was from some previous pagan customs. And I am just reading about, I Googled something from Ukrainian travel information, and they're talking about their customs. So it also gives me a lot of impression, a strong impression that they use these symbols that must have been there before Christianity. So, for example, they are saying, and now I'm talking about Ukraine, not Slovakia. They say that the main house decoration that you will see is diduk, a sheet of wheat stalks that symbolizes our ancestors' spirits. And I know that in my culture, we also somehow remember our previous ancestors. So, but we don't do this. If I can later put it in the nest. It is actually very beautiful. It's like very beautifully kind of decorated straws and some berries or flowers, and it looks kind of interesting. So it's called deduch, a sheet of wheat stalks that symbolizes our ancestors' spirit. It is believed that during these holidays, our ancestors, meaning Ukrainian people, ancestors, return to spend time with their families. Yeah, I think we have something similar, but as I said, we don't do the diduch. That is why some kuchia, this main dish of the 12 dishes, and also other dishes should be left on the table as a treat for the deceased relatives. Celebrations, it all starts calmly and at home. However, street celebrations soon follow. Boys and girls prepare special songs, yeah, we just discussed that, and verses, like rhymes. They take from house to house, entertaining their community in exchange for sweets and gifts. Oh, yeah, that's indeed, we get that too. And older people get, of course, alcohol. The more Christmas carols come to the house, the more fortune and wealth will be brought to the family to the following year, it is believed. And I am looking at some traditional Christmas carols. It's a huge crowd of people, all dressed up in the traditional, indeed, like folklore costumes. And it's from the Hutsul village of Krivorivnia. The morning of December 25th, well, nowadays we know that they moved it from January, starts with people greeting each other with the phrase, Christ is born, and the response, let us praise him. On this day, people go to the church for Christmas prayer and come together within the family circle to visit relatives. Unlike Christmas Eve, Christmas guests are no longer restricted to fasting. By the way, I just have to say also for this 24th, for the Christmas Eve, it's in my culture, it's quite rude to come, except for the Christmas Carol, but you shouldn't come visit other people. It's like strictly family. So you can be with your extended family, but you shouldn't be visiting your friends. But then 25th and 25th is for visiting friends. And I think this Ukrainian habit seems quite similar. Okay, another one, vertep or vertep. Traditionally, children also prepare and perform so-called vertep performances. Vertep is a portable puppet theater and drama which presents the nativity scene and other mystery plays. The essential attribute of the vertep is the Christmas star, which is considered a symbol of joy as it bears the news of the birth of Jesus. Oh, that we have as well. It's very important, the Christmas star. Is it in your culture, Masilius, as well?
Yes, and also the flower, this so-called star flower, which is red. It's also indicating the star somehow, and although it's red. And but the star should be also somewhere placed and at light. And I think it's also in German, but it's also like we talk about that the star was is what the kids are looking for because the star was also what has led the three kings, from probably Morocco or something, which has went to Bethlehem to grace the birth of Jesus to celebrate and bring him three things like which we all know. I don't know the translation of those particular. One of them was gold, the other was myrrh, and something which you can actually make nice air with. But they have been following the star, so that's probably why the star plays such a big role. And it's also important to note that I see a little because it has been in January, so maybe those things will change. I already once mixed up those two big events, which are Wielkanoc and Vigilia. So the Christmas Eve, where Jesus has been born, is like a beginning of a one celebrates because Messiah has arrived, and then the other one when he has been died, when he has died. So this is the like uh, sad celebration, and it's also very big. And I think also make it somehow could relate it to what is celebrating in Mexico, for example, with a Day of Death. So people are also going to cemeteries, and maybe somehow it also relates to this ancestors and people thinking about ancestors. At least in Poland, they go to cemeteries and clean the graves and prepares them for the night. So it's actually kind of beautiful because of this night. You can see the whole cemetery is fully enlightened with because on each grave there are candles, and people are kind of celebrating and this thanking thanking the past ancestors for what they have did, also Jesus for what he did, and then there is a period of waiting, and then they are celebrating the fact that he actually arises from the dead. And there is why I made this long rant is because there is one particular celebration which is of course not related to Christianity, but to this Slavic ancestors, which is very funny, and it's called in Poland Śmigus Dingus, and it's about more or less. Yeah, because it's mostly already warm in this time, people are running around with water pistols and or um, buckets with water even, or bottles, and they are making each other wet. So it's also said that the wettest person will have more luck, most luck, especially wettest girls will have obviously the most adored ones. So the whole family mostly starts the day already prepared with a gun under the close to the bed, because the first one who wakes up in the morning is the one who starts shooting, and the whole flat looks like a mess after it. And then it goes to the streets, and it's really funny. Do you have something similar, Jana?
Yeah, we have very very similar things, and I have one point I relate to you so strongly, because indeed this thing when we go to the graves is also used to be my favorite holiday, and I believe that is something that then transformed into Halloween in the US, and also in other cultures. So this is this All Saints and all Souls holidays in early, is it early, yeah, early November, and I love them. And of course, even though they are connected to Christianity for, of course, hundreds of years now, I am absolutely certain that they were also celebrated as as something similar was celebrated as a pagan holiday in our lands before that, because you can really see also these customs and strong connection with your ancestors, and really like kind of talking to them. And it's actually kind of, it's not like boisterously joyful, but it's kind of like a peaceful and happy holiday, in spite that you go to the graves, but you really decorate them nicely, and all these beautiful lights is so so nice. And you always talk about those deceased, but you always bring up like good stories, and you learn about your grand aunties and grand uncles that you've never, you would never learned about otherwise. And you also hear these humorous stories, so it's really a wonderful holiday. But Masilius, let me go, because we don't have that much time. Let me go back to Ukrainian customs connected to Christmas. And I'm certain we will have an opportunity to celebrate other holidays with them and learn about their customs, or what they do for All Saints or All Souls, or all the other ones. But I actually found something interesting. Uh, uh, I am continuing with this article that I, in the meantime, shared in the nest about Ukrainian Christmas traditions. And I got to the part about Christmas songs. And it says that these songs are integral part of the whole holiday season. In Ukraine, we have different types of Christmas songs. Kolyatki, or what we said koledy, it's like Christmas carols, which comes from the word calendar, which starts with the birth of Christ. that is for Christmas, and they also sing songs that they called Щедрівки. That comes from the Ukrainian word for generosity, and this is what I find very interesting because they sing this for so-called generous evening, щедрий вечір, on December 31. So this is what I was talking about an hour ago, because our Christmas Eve, the most important evening of the year, which is actually the most important moment of Christmas for us. Then the first and second Christmas days are, especially for children, are not that important. But we call that evening Щедрий вечір. We call that evening generous evening. So Ukrainians called December 31st generous evening. In some parts of Ukraine, Щедрівки are sung only on the feast of Epiphany, the last holiday of the season. And then they're also talking about the famous Carol of the Bells. But I think we talked about this very often already. You could see it in the Home Alone movie. But also, when you Google this Carol of the Bells in the original, there are so many beautiful versions. It's such a beautiful song. So yes, in our original, it was a Ukrainian carol called Щедрик, composed by Mykola Leontovich at the beginning of the 20th century, and it was based on typical Ukrainian folk songs. I actually found a video from 2019, and there was a folklore group traveling around Europe and the whole world, trying to promote Ukrainian culture. And they were also singing this Shedrik, this Carol of the Bells. And they started their tour in the National Theatre in Prague, which is a beautiful big theater, of course. And it was so beautiful. So yeah, I very much recommend to look up a couple of versions. All right, and I have a little bit more. So, for example, this is new for me. We don't do this. I wonder whether you guys do. Malanka. No holiday season would be complete without an appropriate carnival. And here comes Malanka, a traditional Ukrainian celebration on December 31st. Extravagant parades, cozy costumes, abundant food and drink, costumes galore, and good natured pranks. Celebrations that bring together the whole community. So they call it Malanka and they do it on December 31st. We have something that we call Fashiange, but we do it, I believe, in February. How about you, Masilius?
Well, uh, December 31st is also Sylvester, so it's like the last day of the year, right? So I wonder why there has been also on this day previously people has been dressing up like on carnival, like you said. It was quite common that people went in crazy costumes to those parties. Maybe it somehow relates to this. But nowadays, people are just making party and celebrating. I mean, depending of within the families, mostly there is like internal family party, sitting together, eating, watching the TV program, then fireworks at 12, and then the younger part of the generation sometimes mostly goes somewhere to celebrate it until the morning, the common facilities. But at least in Poland and Germany, it's not done anymore with mixed with carnival like clothing. But maybe the originals and back then it was related to them. What do you think?
I don't know, but I think we have the absolutely the right person who can tell us something about the Christmas custom in Ukraine, because we can welcome Oscar Domesticated. Good evening, Oscar, and Merry Christmas.
Good evening and Merry Christmas to you too. Um, Speaking about all those traditions you mentioned, especially Malanka, it's a little bit confusing now because we're back to, let's say, normal calendar. However, because New Year celebration is still a really big deal, now it's just like a mixture of everything. And this year, we certainly don't do that, this Malanka celebration, because Malanka used to be a part of tradition for what we called an old New Year, which is basically a new year according to the normal calendar. So yes, it was kind of, I would say it was pretty close to the idea of Halloween because people were getting dressed, but there was very specific characters, let's say, a goat, and then some really scary characters to participate. And people would go from house to house and just similar to this shedrivki and kolatki ceremony, not ceremonies, but like celebration. But this year, I don't know what's going to happen. But it's certainly not 31st of December, because 31st of December is the New Year Eve, and New Year is just a very big celebration. It's more about family and friends, while Christmas is more focused on the family. And you mentioned that during Christmas we also visit friends. Not so much friends, but a great focus is on the godparents of our children. It's an important thing because in Ukrainian we have one word that names as a name for my children's godparents, and this institution of godparents, this is a really big cultural deal, even more in Ukraine than, for example, in our not dear neighbors. And we have lots of jokes when the characters of these jokes are two men who are the godparents to each other's children. It's difficult to repeat that because it's a long phrase, while we have this one word in three letters. So the godchildren visit their godparents and bring some pastries, a very special uh, not Christmas bread, let's say, called kalach. This is a round, sweet mm, bread, basically. And yeah, you go to your godparent. Um, Maybe it could be one day to one godparent, the other days to the other godparent, and you just greet them. This is their day. Sometimes when, for example, a person, a woman or a man, is so popular and dear to their friends, they may have many godchildren. So they just bring them all together on the same day and they lay the table and cook enormous amount of food, and the kids have fun and they don't get presents actually this time, but they get some sweets and a little present from a godparent, not from everyone. So this is a part of tradition. And I remember that in my childhood, we were actually would go around and would sing those carols, let's say, in any way, the Shudrivki and Kolatki and all of them. And for some reason, even though it was in those very dangerous 1990s, immediately after USSR collapse, we were going around random places, and our parents were not really worried for some reason that there could be some ill-intended company behind the door where the children are going to knock. Then the parents became more cautious about what may happen to the children, even if a group of children. And now it's more a tendency, the trend for the children who live in a certain closed residential complex, which has security cameras and, usually strangers won't be around during some holidays if they're not invited. So it's quite safe. So the children would go around and knock at your door and just sing a song. And sometimes they just they're supposed to throw some kind of grain. Um, that's why it's called chidivka, because it's generous, and they're just bring good luck and this, very um, fruitful year, let's say, let's put it like that. So sometimes you can see that the kids were there because the entire space in front of the doors, it's all covered with grain. They're very generous, and it is a good thing to leave that grain in front of your door or inside and the corridor for several days. Also, for some reason, I wouldn't know why, it is believed a really good luck if in this group of children there is a boy who steps the first, or who just, you open the door and you say boy in front of you, this is good luck. It's much better if this is on the girls. And yeah, in exchange of those carols, for whatever day, um, on whatever day the kids are singing, you're supposed to give some money or candies, or I don't know, some small gifts. But usually, of course, the little singers prefer some cash these days. Candies are also welcome, but well, um, everyone now is cautious about healthy lifestyle, and their parents too. So cash uh, is the best idea, best solution always. Also, they wear some nice traditional costumes, and I remember those little singers who in January, because it was a celebration in January, but then January 2022. And this was a group of children that were really nicely dressed in traditional, not traditional costumes, but with elements of traditional costumes. And they were so pretty with, I don't know, like model kids. And they were actually singing something very nice, not out of tune. It was all so pretty. And then they had to leave. I didn't see them in next month. In March, they were no longer there. So just those very nice memories of, you know, from before the war.
Yeah, thank you, Oscar, for sharing them with us. And yeah, it's so sad that there are memories from before the war, but I'm certain that there will be new good memories. And yeah, thank you also for sharing this with us. And you brought a lot of beautiful detail and clarity into it, because Basilius, whose origins are in Poland and my origins are in Slovakia, we were trying to find Ukrainian customs and habits and compare them to us, and we found some similar things and some totally different things. And I could talk about Christmas customs for ages, but I would like to now give my seat, and Vasilius already generously did that, to our new co-hosts who will continue. So thank you again for sharing this with us. Thank you everyone for listening. This was really a magical evening. I got very emotional over the Christmas spider, Oscar. And yeah, I'll say good night, listen for a while, and Slava Ukraini. Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Anna. Slava Ukraini, and Merry Christmas to all.
All right, thank you, Yana. Thank you, Vasilius. Good evening, everyone, and good morning if you are in Kiev, because it's past midnight. Welcome to the MriyaReport. 8 minutes past midnight in Cairo and Kiev, and 22:08 UTC, and we will start our Middle East update with a focus on the current deal that fell apart. So, in order to stop what's happening in Gaza, in order to stop the war, Egyptian mediators kind of offered a peace plan to Hamas and PIJ in the Gaza Strip. PIJ is the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is another militant faction of the Palestinian factions. And sorry, and the offer was to negotiate the release of the hostages in return of 2 week truce that can then change into a permanent ceasefire. And when that happens, Hamas and PIJ and the other factions are expected to liberate all the hostages they have or release all the hostages they have in exchange for a controlled release of some Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prisons. The deal fell apart for several reasons. The first one is that both Hamas and PIJ issued a statement saying that they refused to relinquish power in the Gaza Strip and they refused to submit to quote unquote the enemy's wish and desires, which is stupid and ridiculous because they're being destroyed on the battlefield and they are creating a more tense situation inside the Gaza Strip and increasing the suffering of its people. And the second point here is that apparently Yahya Sinwar himself is rejecting that, thinking that he is actually winning on the ground. No one knows exactly whether he is actually receiving false reports or he has gone completely crazy and completely delusional, that he doesn't realize what's been happening. So that plan is completely off the table right now. Um, it was discussed for the last 48 hours. Everyone had hopes for it. Even the Israelis showed a level of flexibility and versatility to accept the plan as a framework and start working on it and try to iron out all the details and the differences and showed their interest in compromising in order to release the hostages. But it was Hamas and it was PIJ who completely refused. Part of this plan was to remove Hamas and PIJ completely from the Gaza Strip and hand over governance in the Gaza Strip to a technocratic government that is completely unaffiliated with Hamas and completely unaffiliated with any other armed militant faction. So that's been that's a quick update regarding this specific deal. And welcome, Yehuda.
Joe, are you there?
And welcome, Robin, as well. Good to have you.
Hi, nice to see you. I'm getting out of the way as soon as we know that Joe is Yehuda is up and
I'm
running.
here.
But I'll
Thanks so
stick around
much,
until we know.
not
You,
Robin.
you okay? Okay, I'm just gonna drop down to listener and enjoy, folks. Nice to be with you, Em, for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Robin. And we have Iris as well. Iris,
Hi.
good morning. Is there
Oh my
anything you can
God.
tell us
So,
about the coverage of this deal?
well, as you said, there were talks in the last 4 days here in the Israeli media regarding it. Always, as I said, the hopes are going high. And then we're hearing that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, basically Hamas said no. It seems like Sinwar is not really pushed. Something is going on there. He's like, really, really pushing anything that comes to the table. You probably know, and it's very, very challenging moving forward with that because every time, on Israeli media, the families of the hostages, they're already thinking, oh, maybe there's something moving forward, but and then comes the rejections of Hamas. The guy that is taking, like, is the head of the headquarters of the hostages, still thinks that maybe things will be pushed again, but it's very challenging. Actually, Netanyahu had a government meeting today, and the families of the hostages were there, and he was saying that he does everything he can to bring them back, and then there's a lot of push. But I understand that this is not gonna happen for now. So the whole hostage deal thing is really, really super complicated, and wow, a crazy day here with so much news coming in all the time from the battles in Khan Yunis, in some other areas there that were really, really, there are severe battles there. Um, Lots of like footage is coming in from what the IDF is doing in Gaza, and of course, sirens in the north, Hezbollah. Hezbollah just like gave a statement regarding what happened with in Iran, and they said that Israel passed the lines. The Iranians are threatening to have a reply to what happened. So yeah, there's so much going on, and lots of funerals of the soldiers, and a big push on the hostages. I don't know, where we're going with that. Then there was another thing. They showed us footage of this ship that was hit in this near India. So they were talking about it quite a lot today. And the talks about the continuance of the war. Netanyahu said he's going to go all the way. Um, there's some political issues within Israel, some conflictions in the war cabinet and stuff like that. But we'll see. It's just like very intense at the moment, because I think what the IDF is doing and Israel is doing is by having those really intense battles in Khan Yunis, is looking for the heads of Hamas, because we have like we have some information that maybe like they're there. That's why you see so many things happening there. So that's it with 10 other stuff, but that's it for now. Thanks, Em.
Thank you, Iris. So we're seeing the news as well of the IRGC commander who was killed. It's an Israeli strike, as far as I know. What do you think? Do you think that the Israelis had their eyes on him for quite some time? Is he a target of opportunity, or they were tracking him? What do you think of this, and what's the reception of this operation in Israel right now?
So basically, Israel is not saying a thing regarding, because the Iranians published the news, and of course, in Israeli media, it's written that Israel might have been behind this, but Israel is not giving any kind of precise details. But he was very close to Soleimani. So he's been acting. I think he's number one of the like the six really major ones in the RGC. He's like really, really up there, and I think I have a feeling that this was Israel knows what it needs to do. I can't confirm anything in the moment, but the way I heard maybe that it was done, so yeah, I would maybe say that. But anyway, I will not say it on stage. But what's interesting to see now, and maybe it's only talk, and maybe you can give some kind of idea about that, is what Hezbollah do you think is, because Hezbollah just said that Israel crossed the lines, and the Iranians said we're going to respond. So basically, I don't know. When they say they're going to respond, are they going to respond directly, or what are they going to do? And also Hezbollah. But then there was something really funny, because not fun. An hour ago there were a lot of like the electricity stopped in many cities in Israel, so people thought it's a cyber attack from Iran, but no, it wasn't. So just looking at the situation and their threats, I don't know. Maybe you have an idea of, I'm sure you don't know what's gonna maybe happen, but maybe you have an idea, or is there anything going around in the media there about it or anything? But I think the next 24 hours will show us what maybe if they'll do something or not. But there is a talk about it, of course, in the intelligence community, in the war cabinet, also like preparing for any kind of response. But yeah, they're threatening us, and Raisi even said that the Zionist something it will pay its price for what it does. How do you see that, or you don't? you
Well,
know.
no, I mean, Hezbollah has been attacking the northern areas and the northern communities in the borderline. They will not stop. The only escalation they have is to launch medium into long-range rockets against Israeli targets, and if they do that, they know that they will be attacked both by the Israeli air forces and U.S. Air Force's assets, whether deployed in Jordan or the ones flying off the USS Ford. uh, the IRGC and the Islamic Republic of Iran, both of them depend on the element of plausible deniability still. So, whenever operations are being launched out of Lebanese territories or Syrian territories against Israeli territories, and we know that the IRGC is coordinating or at least supporting those efforts either logistically or uh, by providing training or even command and control, like what they're doing in the Red Sea with Al Houthis, for instance, and that mysterious vessel that has been parked there for quite some time right now. Uh, then also the attack on the tanker off the coast of India that you mentioned earlier. So
Yes.
it seems that the escalation that they uh, pursue is always an escalation that is slightly calculated. So, for instance, they're firing at commercial vessels and they're firing at naval vessels, like military naval vessels as well. But they haven't killed any of them. They haven't destroyed any of those vessels, and they haven't sunk any of them. So it seems more of a saber rattling kind of escalation than an escalation that is aimed at sustaining actual damage or inflicting actual damage on quote unquote their enemies. So I think regarding that specific general, the main questions are whether he was taken out in response to what the IRGC and Al Houthis have been doing in the Red Sea and now off the coast of India, or whether he just targeted opportunity, real time actionable intelligence came in and everyone verified his identity, and therefore the decision was made to take him out, or he was involved in a bigger scheme that the IDF has had their eyes on for quite some time and they decided to pull the plug today. All in all, the man has been very much involved with Qasim Soleimani and the uh, Quds force of the IRGC for quite some time. Some people question whether he has always been an ops man versus a political man, because some of the IRGC generals are concerned with controlling parts of the Iranian economy, of course, and running their own companies. Which are companies that usually the U.S. Treasury sanction once they understand their operations and their financial ties to companies that help the IRGC and the Islamic Republic of Iran circumvent sanctions, for instance. So that's another question regarding his assessment and his profile, whether he's always been involved with military planning only and military ops, or whether he was also political in a way within the organization. I believe myself that he was more on the side of ops, like
Yeah, it
he
was
was.
operations. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Not really like political
No.
or interested in economic incentives. Maybe later, uh, after the death of Qasim Soleimani, some interests were divided amongst some generals in order to secure their loyalties or to move forward. Maybe he was given one thing or two that someone else had their eye on. But I believe that he's been ops since the very beginning, which leaves me with the only option that he was a target of opportunity. Someone talked about his
Yep.
visit and provided actionable intelligence, and whoever decided to, call the shot decided to go for it. Either way, good riddance, to be quite honest. Um,
Yeah.
Before we go to Yehuda to select a topic to discuss, is there anything more like prevalent or something that you really wanted to talk about today that featured heavily in Israeli media regarding what has been happening over the last 24 hours, for instance?
Yeah, so there's mainly what's happening is the talk about the hostages, and the pushes are getting more like stronger. The families are coming to the government, are pushing Netanyahu that there's no time, and they really need to come back. So there's a lot of activities that they do in front of the war cabinet and all that. Um, and then there's talks about the battle, and we're saying that Israel says that it needs time, because there's a lot of surgical kind of operations that needs to be done in the area of Khan Yunis that really, really, it's eliminating and dealing with like tunnels and dealing with ammunition and so many and the area is very, very complex. So Israel needs time to make sure that it does everything it has to do to move forward. And then there are talks about the day after, which are coming up. And I wanted to ask you about the Rafiah the story with Egypt. That's a story that was going on here yesterday. The IDF were doing something there yesterday. Um, so these are the main talks. And of course the Iranian issue, which will probably go into the night and tomorrow. But what is your thinking about this the Rafiah thing?
I think the IDF will operate in the same fashion that it operated in the northern sector of the Gaza Strip. So, in the way that they went along the Gaza River and bisected the Gaza Strip into two halves to isolate the northern sector and focus on operating there, I believe that they will do the same. Maybe they will operate very close to the Rafah border crossing and to the Philadelphia corridor to isolate the Gaza Strip from the Egyptian borders. Now, whether this is because there are fears or concerns or rumors that there is ongoing smuggling between the Gaza Strip and the Sinai Peninsula, I don't know. Whether it's actually to secure a perimeter to prevent the fallout of activities within the southern sector of the Gaza Strip into Egyptian territory so as not to endanger the peace treaty or result in any miscalculation or any misreading of the situation. That's also possible. There could be a tactical or a strategic advantage militarily for doing so that is completely unrelated to those two points. That's also possible. What I saw is that that piece of news specifically has been pushed 48 hours ago by both Al Jazeera and Quds News Network.
Yes.
And those two sources are the source, the main source for the entire coverage, whether in the English language or in Hebrew or in other languages inside Israel and globally, and also in some disinformation pages, Arabic disinformation pages on social media that are quite prominent and quite popular in Egypt. So I don't have specific information on that, but I'm assuming that if the IDF is to operate near the Rafah border crossing and near the Philadelphia corridor, that at least the government of Egypt has been told in advance. The United Nations also has been told in advance, and the US government has been told in advance in order to avoid any misreading and any miscalculation of the situation. So I hope that the cooperation and the coordination is still ongoing. Probably it is. And if it's tactical or strategic necessity for the IDF to do so, I said it weeks ago, and I'll say it again, happy hunting. Just do whatever you need to do to secure your men and secure the area and go in and get the job done because that's the right thing to do.
Thank you, for your intelligent answers always. Yeah, so that's for now. Every 5 minutes something is going on here, so you know. But always like to talk to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Iris. Yehuda, what have you been seeing the last 24 hours? What do you think? What should we discuss? All right, we'll just wait for Joe for the time being. Let's go to the Institute for the Study of War report about the current situation. I believe we might actually catch the most recent update, if not. But this would be the update of yesterday's morning, 20 hours ago. It's focused on the actions of Al Houthi and the four attacks that conducted on civilian and military vessels in the Red Sea on December 23rd. They're functioning as a coalition to conduct combined military operations targeting international shipping in the Red Sea. Regarding that, actually, Maersk reversed its decision on navigation in the Red Sea. They said that they would resume navigation in and out of the Red Sea through Bab el-Mandeb after the announcement of Operation Prosperity Guardian. So that's a good development. That's a positive development right there. Maersk is one of the biggest liners in the world. So for them to resume normal operations in that area will help clear any backlogs and prevent any delays or any increases in shipping costs, and therefore increases in prices or delivery fines for delays and whatnot, fuel costs, insurance premiums, etc. I believe that the response by the United States government and its allies building an international coalition to secure those shipping lanes is quite successful, because also it keeps the whole situation under a certain threshold. So, for instance, let's say Task Force 153 decide to go all in and start military operations against Yemen, where they try to destroy Ansar Allah as an organization or as a government and take out Yemeni military capabilities. That can actually spiral into Saudi territories for one, and can also shut down navigation entirely in the Red Sea. That's the second possible outcome. And if that happens, then actually insurance premiums will go up, shipping costs will go up as well, and that will result in a wider impact to the global economy. Let's go to hands, but we don't have any hands. So if you'd like to ask us a question or bring up a topic for discussion, feel free to send us a speaker request, and we will answer to the best of our knowledge regarding the current situation in the Gaza Strip. Yehuda, do we have you? Right. Robin, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. This is actually about Lebanon. What is your evaluation of what's going on with Hezbollah now? I gather that they're becoming much more active. Is this in coordination with Hamas? Or are they? Is this just an opportunity to make mischief on the northern border?
Well, I believe that the Islamic Republic of Iran has a very clear goal at this point. They want to save Hamas from extinction, basically. They want to prevent the full destruction of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and they want to prevent dislodging Hamas as the ruling power over the Gaza Strip. So they are activating their proxies to act like mad dogs, basically, to force the United States, for instance, and other countries to pressure the state of Israel to stop military operations in the Gaza Strip before completion, before the full destruction of Hamas. This has been the in my opinion, this has been the game from day one. The large structured communications campaign that was launched against the state of Israel after the attack. That worked its way very slowly until it arrived at full blown anti Semitism and denialism of what happened, and sowing doubt and trying to poke holes in the official account of the attack and the response to it since October 7th. That structured communication campaign primarily had one target, which is to erode international support for the state of Israel, as well as its right to defend itself. When you do that, the secondary objective, of course, becomes saving Hamas. Once you erode that support, once you increase that international pressure, you can broker a ceasefire, for instance, or you can force a ceasefire. And that, of course, is something that Hamas and the other militant factions will market as a victory, not just a win. And that's why Western politicians and Arab politicians, as well as Israeli politicians and everyone involved, all the stakeholders here, understand that anything less than the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip is a complete strategic failure or defeat. So Hezbollah's actions and Al Houthis' actions and the actions of the Islamic resistance in Iraq and the actions of Palestinian factions on Libyan territories and on Syrian territories, plus their augmentation, whether it's the IRGC Quds Force or some of their top generals or other Shia militias that operate out of Syrian territories or Libyan territories, all of those groups, all their actions can be seen as the deployment of terrorism and proxy warfare to exact a political concession. And in this specific case, it is to save Hamas. So what Hezbollah is doing, what Al Houthis are doing, what the Islamic resistance in Iraq is doing, what the factions in Lebanon and Syria are doing is all but ratcheting up pressure in order to try and save Hamas. Back to you, Robin, for follow up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect you to be able to explain to me what the American government does at this point, but I was disturbed to see that apparently there's some report that Israel had assets in the air already going to for a strike against Hezbollah, and but Biden talked them out of doing it, and then subsequent to that there was a large attack. Do you know anything about that? And what what possible justification could there have been for that?
Well,
I think, yeah.
I know. Go ahead, Iris, if you'd like to comment on this.
Okay, so there was a big story regarding this in Israel yesterday and the day before. Basically, there was an attack that was planned on the 11th of October, but this article that came out said that Biden spoke to Netanyahu and told him to withhold from what was going on here in the Israeli media. It looked like everything was ready. Gallant was the one that is like they all planned it. It was all planned, and then it was held. So yeah, this is something that there are probably reasons. There's some write-ups about it, but yeah, it is a story that's running around in Israel, and yeah, I don't know what to say about it really. Because it means what does it mean? It means that we know that Hezbollah is a threat to the north and to Israel. It means that Hezbollah will have to be dealt with, moving forward. If not now, then in a later stage. But I know that the people that live in the north, they will not come back to live in the north if the Hezbollah issue is not going to be settled. At the moment, I saw an interview today with a woman from one of the little towns there, and she said it's like it is like a war zone. Like they don't have safe rooms. It's very, very different in the north. So she said we're lying on the floor, and yeah, we can't say that we're in war with Hezbollah. It will be propaganda and not right. But there is intensified fighting, and there is something that is similar to a mini war. We'll have to see. But this whole issue with this attack that was supposed to be is bringing up a lot of question mark regarding that. We'll see moving forward what's going to happen. In the meantime, the headlines in Israel at the moment, just to give it to you to understand what's going on, that Hezbollah is, as I said before, is saying that Israel has passed the red line. And yeah, but we knew that this would come after that. So let's see where we're going with it. But yeah, that's what it was.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Right. So actually, I haven't read that report. That's quite interesting. I mean,
Do you want me to send it to you?
oh, sure, if you have it. But so
Okay.
how do you see that report, for instance, in light of today's airstrike? Like if the United States is telling Hezbollah and Tariq Lebanon, look, we want to do everything that takes diplomatically to defuse the situation and prevent the crisis from escalating, but Hezbollah is not playing ball, and the Israelis can deliver, and they can deliver quite the punch. Is that possible that the Biden administration is trying to balance this situation to prevent it from
Probably,
escalating?
probably, probably trying to do that, and in to prevent an escalation of like I would say maybe even a war in the region. But I don't like these bombastic words still of a war in the region. But Biden definitely tried to, and he said it, that he tried to make sure that it can't maybe be done then, because it will really provoke a war in the region. And it's challenging and very problematic for Israel, because I don't think Israel also wants to start a war with Hezbollah, right? Because we're getting a lot of like briefs, because I do the volunteering for the Foreign Office. We're getting briefs about Hezbollah's weapons and everything. To be honest, they have weapons that can come to Tel Aviv, very big missiles that are breaking into small components. I saw how the heads of their missile work. So And also, I think that Hezbollah knows that if it starts a war with Israel, the consequences will not be easy for them. But after all, now they're saying that we passed but it's talks that we passed the limit. So let's see how it goes. I was really surprised. I don't know if I was very surprised, but I was like quite. I don't know. I had doubts and questions regarding this information that came out, and many Israelis also do. So yeah.
Well, thank you, Aries. Before we go to
Welcome. I'll
up and
send it to
over,
you. I'll find it. I think it. Yeah. Okay. Wait.
sure, please do. Before we go
Okay.
to up and over, let's go to Sanduku.
Hi, good evening. I have a very specific question, something that you mentioned the last week about the canine dogs that serve in IDF. I just see this matter going in Israeli circles, and there are different opinions, and I feel that I myself may be not objective on that. If you can share what you think about dogs in army, maybe if it's possible.
Oh yeah, well, I grew up in a household that had nothing to discuss but the bravery of canines involved in bomb sniffing, detection, and rescue efforts in collapsed buildings and natural disasters. So, canines play a very important role in law enforcement and at wartime as well. So, you get different breeds. Every breed can be trained for a specific task. Some breeds can be taught how to sniff fresh food, for instance, being brought into airports by travelers to make sure that uh, a country can maintain its controls on the import of fresh fruits and vegetables to prevent any uh, transfer of pests or uh, unintended biological consequences that can affect the crop or can affect the population. You get dogs. You can train dogs to detect drugs and narcotics to prevent smuggling operations as well across borders and uh, in other places. Also, you can train dogs to rescue people trapped alive under the rubble of a collapsed structure, or to recover the dead bodies of people who didn't survive such collapse events. And also, you can train them to operate in active law enforcement and active war zones. Uh, in war zones, they can detect IEDs or improvised explosive devices when infantry go on patrols to secure roads or routes used by a deployed force. Usually, when they are trained in that role, they are trained not to bark when they detect an IED. They just sit uh, whenever they get a whiff of that scent. And it's for the operator to understand why their dog sat down and try to find the threat and then deal with it. They can also be used as attack dogs. For instance, you see in those videos, especially shout out to the United States, America, right? All the highway chases, and then a law enforcement officer releasing their canine in order to tackle a suspect that is running on foot. And uh, sometimes they are used to explore areas where humans deem it too dangerous for them to go in. That's probably one of the situations that's happening in Israel right now. So some of those canines are being used to explore the uh, sections of collapsed buildings and the underground tunnels before IDF soldiers go in. Usually, they wear specific vests. Some of them can be made of Kevlar. They can provide a measure of protection against bullets and against knife attacks, but most of the time, they cannot provide any protection against high caliber firearms and direct headshots, which has been the case during this war. The vests they wear are more or less just like the plate carriers that soldiers use. They are also a MOLLE system, which is the webbing system that the army has developed in order to attach equipment and pouches to vests. MOLLE, I think, is for a modular loading equipment or something like that. Modular lightweight loading equipment system. And you can have GoPro cameras also mounted on those vests with special mounts, and you can take videos of those confined places where the dogs can go, where humans can't, and analyze the situation and decide what to do with it. So, in my opinion, war dogs have always been used in war ever since World War One. Back then, they used to carry small medical supplies and letters between trenches. And now we're seeing them operating in the Gaza Strip to detect IEDs and save soldiers' lives, as well as explore the subterranean complexes and tunnels to relay images back to the IDF soldiers operating in the area to decide on what to do next. Iris, go ahead.
Yes, just to elaborate a little bit of what you said, absolutely. So there is this special unit that is called OCAT. It's called the Sting unit of the IDF. It's a very, very prestige kind of very special unit. The dogs are trained in a very special way, and they're very attached to the soldiers that they are usually like, they have a soldier that they work together with. Um, and yeah, they really, really do like very surgical kind of work. And the GoPro, I published yesterday the story that came out regarding the dog from this unit that came in and found the tunnel and went in with the GoPro camera. The stuff that they do with the dogs is absolutely amazing. And yeah, there's also very like heartwarming stories that like the dog and the soldiers that is with the dog were injured, and they were together in a hospital. That there was a whole story here, heartbreaking. Up and Over, I think, also saw that. But yeah, quite amazing unit, and these dogs are really lifesavers. Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
Thank you, Iris. Let's go to Up and Over.
Can't hear.
Hang on, Iris. Up and Over. Okay, I think there is an echo problem here. It could be something with his phone. Mic check, Iris?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think.
Yeah, okay. Up and Over needs to cycle.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, if you'd like to ask us a question or bring up any topic for discussion quickly, we have the next 14 minutes before we resume our scheduled programming and pivot back to Ukraine. And of course, slightly late, shame on me. Merry Christmas, everyone, to those celebrating. Please check out our MriyaReport Merry Christmas video and spread the love for Ukraine and the Ukrainian armed forces to help them continue the fight and win this fight and liberate their territories. So let's see, what else did we have in the news today? So apparently, the acting head of the General Intelligence Service here in Egypt, Major General Abbas Kamel, went all the way to the Rafah border crossing to use an actual landline that apparently connects to where Sinwar is, which is quite interesting. I mean, I read that story and I don't know if it's accurate or not, but isn't it? I mean, if he is using a fixed landline that is connected to one of the tunnel systems in a bunker where Yahya Sinwar is, wouldn't it be easy for any, SIGINT unit with decent capabilities to trace that fixed line? What do you think, Iris?
Oh my God, this is going to be really interesting. But I I don't know. I just think that the whole Sinwar thing at the moment, and like like they're telling us every day here, we're really close. We're really close to the heads of Hamas. We are, and I'm sure they are. That we're operating in the area that we think that we think they're there, but he's under the ground. Yeah, but this story of yours, I have to say, it's interesting. Um, I don't know. I just hope he doesn't run outside of Gaza through the tunnels. This is what worries me most. I hope the IDF are closing on areas that they know that he might, but he's deceiving. He has a lot of, he has like few, maybe quite a lot of hostages around him, and this is one of the things that I know that we know. So yeah.
So we've received a question from our listeners. It's actually up and over, but basically it's a comment regarding the proposed peace plan. So we know that the Jordanians and the Saudis and the Egyptians more or less want Salam Fayyad to form a new cabinet, and take Hamas out of the equation entirely, or at least uh, have them be represented symbolically. So the objection is here that why would the government of Egypt, for instance, ask for Hamas to be included in any future government? Well, now that this deal is not going through, and I don't think that it will go through. I mean, I hope it's revived in some form or another shape that allows for the release of the hostages. But if we examine that plan specifically, I think it was a very brilliant move. You're telling Hamas and PIJ, hey, knock it off. You need to stop. You need to release all the hostages. Hostilities will end. You will no longer rule the Gaza Strip. But hey, you can be represented in a future government. And of course, they said no. So this way, no one can make up any excuses for them. They were offered a truce. They were offered a second truce. They were offered a third comprehensive plan with very clear steps on the vision of the stages this needs to go through in order to secure and build a sustainable peace, with caveats, of course, and details that can be ironed later on, and things that can be tweaked and fixed or um, removed altogether or added out of thin air, if you can say so. But they just rejected. They rejected it downright. So no one can make up excuses for someone and say, hey, the Arabs aren't doing enough, the Egyptians aren't doing enough, the Saudis aren't doing enough, the Israelis aren't doing enough. Well, everyone's trying to please the fuck out of them. But they seem to be so stubborn, and they seem to be just throwing a tantrum because they're losing very badly in the Gaza Strip. Half of the Gaza Strip is out of their control, period. Almost anywhere between 5 to 8,000 Hamas fighters are dead. Period. Humanitarian situation worsening every day. Yes, and that's their own turf. And apparently, there was a piece of news being pushed out. I tried to verify it, but it was reported by Israeli sources, and rightfully so. And apparently, it's what's his name, Abu Marzouk, or someone else saying that the aid material going into the Gaza Strip should only go to the resistance fighters, and that once
Mhm.
their needs are secure and covered, then the rest, just the remaining of the aid material, can be given to the population, because the population has to give up everything, expensive and inexpensive, cheap and fancy, to support the quote unquote the resistance. And I don't
It's
understand.
insane.
It's like, how many days of how many truck aids of how many tons allowed into the Gaza Strip, and still they need more, and still more is being allowed in, and more is inspected, and more mechanisms in place than ever to allow for more aid than ever to go in, and yet still we get a statement like this today, if it were true. So I don't know what you think of that, Iris.
To be honest, I think that it's insane. And I just don't know how, the people in Gaza are not already like demonstrating everywhere out in the street against Hamas. They're so scared of them, and it's so upsetting. They're taking everything from the people, everything. When the trucks come in, you see like the heat. We got some footage here yesterday, that they're hitting them to make sure they don't jump on the trucks to take the stuff. And then the heads of Hamas, like the political side of things, are sitting there in Qatar with all their money. And then and the Palestinians in Gaza can't get access to any medicine, to any food, nothing. Why? Because they take it all. Resistance fighters, right? This is how it's so pathetic and ridiculous, and I don't understand how the Palestinian nation, the Palestinian people can't see that, and it's really really upsetting. Moving forward, also they always talk about the aid and the humanitarian aid, which if the humanitarian aid would go to where it needs to go to, then yeah, but it's not. And I wanted to give you something else that Dana Weiss from Channel 12 here interviewed the head of the Red Cross, the president of the Red Cross. So during the interview, she all the time said like, yeah, she doesn't want to say that Hamas doesn't let her go and see the hostages. She's not saying it ever. And Dana asked her, why are you not saying that Hamas is not letting you in? So she says, no, it's both sides. You have to come to some kind of agreement, and when you have an agreement, we'll be able to go and see the hostages. But then there are issues, and she said she's talking about conditions of prisoners here in Israeli prisons, the conditions of Palestinians. And this she can talk about, but the bias, and it's crazy. So just wanted to also put this point in regarding the Red Cross. It's very problematic. Our hostages are not getting any medications, no, hardly any food. There's a guy that showed us what they give them: quarter pita bread and a little bit of rice if it's on a good day. No medicine. There are people that are suffering from disease, from chronic diseases, from cancer, everything. Nothing. They get nothing. Nothing. So that's the condition. If they're alive still, who knows? So yeah.
Well, thank you for that, Iris. So the Hezbollah statement came out regarding the killing
Yeah.
of the IRGC Mosavi. Afternoon, blah blah blah. Zionist enemy committed a new crime, blah blah blah. Added to its records of crimes and attacks, such as the crime of assassinating the dear brother, Brigadier General Sayed Radi al-Mosawi, in Syria, who was working as a military advisor there, and consider this assassination a blatant and shameless attack and exceeding the limits. Exceeding the limits. So they are the ones who have been firing into Israeli territories. They are the ones who have been targeting Israeli infrastructure, military-wise, that is, across the borders, and attacking the border communities and causing the displacement of how many people were displaced from the north, Iris?
Around 40,000, something like that.
So probably creating an internally displaced refugee problem in the range of anyway. Let's put it even conservative estimates like 25,000 people or 30,000 people, or
Yeah.
even 50 actually. Somewhere between 25 and 50,000 people are displaced thanks to the actions of Hezbollah, and everyone talking to them and asking them to stop what they are doing and knock it off is an escalation. And of course, taking out generals who do nothing but command those proxies and coordinate their terrorist attacks and their operations and their logistics is always bad, right? Because they are very good people, and what they do is always very helpful to everyone around them. It's just laughable at this point.
It's pathetic. It's like it's almost like, it's just think about like, they're firing the rockets. They're like provoking the border, but then Israel is crossing the limits. Israel this, Israel that. Yeah, it's the same with Hamas. So let's see.
Yeah, well, I don't think they will do anything. The worst will happen.
No, I also don't. I also don't. No, just like, okay, we need to be really careful because we also thought that Hamas is like, is won't do anything, and the Qatari money that went in. So we're really careful. But I have a feeling with Hezbollah that there's something still there that they don't want to really escalate. But I don't know. I don't know, ma'am. I really don't.
Yeah, well, I don't think they'll do anything. The worst that will happen will be the uh, demonstrations that are ongoing right now in Tehran. Apparently, they are demonstrating in front of the Supreme National Security Council,
Mm-hmm.
calling for revenge. Of course, raising the flags of Hezbollah. That's why I'm mentioning this demonstration right now, because not only are they waving and raising Iranian flags and IRGC flags, but also they are waving and raising the yellow flags of Hezbollah, which is quite interesting here. So I don't think that they have options to retaliate against that. And if they do, they will try to keep it again under a certain threshold, maybe find a couple of targets uh, in the Red Sea or off the coast of India again. Well,
Yes.
here's another question before we hand over. Eris, in your opinion, where do you think they are getting intelligence on those vessels and their corporate structures how do you think they know about their, quote unquote, Israeli affiliation, whether they are owned or partially owned or invested in by an Israeli company or an Israeli businessman? How do you think, in your opinion, of course, without spilling too many beans, the how do you think they identify those targets and select those targets, and why do they do so?
Well, they have quite a good intelligence units, Hezbollah. They work with certain countries. I think they're working with Russia on some of the stuff, but I think they have their units of intelligence are very impressive, I would say. So there are also connections in the region from some countries that they work in cooperative, but it comes from the Iranians have also some kind of intelligence units that are working very, very strongly. We can see it, and we were getting some kind of informations because I was in intelligence, so I saw some kind of stuff that can be tracked in a certain way, which I'm not gonna, of course, talk about it, but they have very, very the technology regarding that is quite high, so they know how to get it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Iris, and thank you
Of
everyone for being
course.
with us the last hour. We apologize that the segment was a little bit quiet tonight, but then again, it's Christmas night and Christmas Day, so Merry Christmas to all of you again.
Is this Christmas? Is it Christmas evening or it's the end of Christmas
It's the end
this
of
evening?
Christmas Day. Officially, it's Tuesday, the
Ah, okay.
26th now.
Uh-huh. Okay, so then Christmas is gone in a few hours, yeah?
Did you get any gifts?
No, because I don't celebrate it, but I went to the US Embassy. I had like two kind of parties, but you can't party when this is going on. So I just went for a visit at the US Embassy. They had like nice little trees. And then I went to another gathering with Noa Tishby. She's in Israel at the moment. I don't know if you know who she is. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, but I love. If there would be any war, I would be in Europe in Christmas in Paris or in Italy or in Vienna. One of those. I love to be there in a Christmas, but unfortunately, I'm here, and it's okay. Next year, hopefully.
All right. Thank you for that, Iris. And that brings us to the end of this segment covering the Gaza-Israel situation in the Middle East. We will now be pivoting back to Ukraine. I believe we will have two more co-hosts coming up to carry the program going forward. I believe it will be Alan and Nancy. So as we wait for them, uh, if you would like to ask us a question or bring up a topic for discussion, feel free to send us a speaker request. MriyaReport has been running since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, bringing you news, information, insights, expert opinions, and Ukrainian voices to help you understand the situation in Ukraine, the nature of the conflict, how Russia invaded the land illegally, occupied it illegally, committed crimes against the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces, and how you can help. You can visit our website, MriyaReport.org. We apparently have an Instagram page now, so if you're into that, you can check us out on Instagram. See if you would like to follow us or check our work. And also, you can check our website to see if you would like to volunteer with us. Feel free to do so. And we help send non lethal aid to Ukraine, medical supplies, communication radios, drones. Other stuff that help the Ukrainian armed forces focus on the mission and conduct it successfully in order to liberate their occupied territories and reclaim their sovereignty. So there's that. And as we continue to wait, I see G Man is up. And we have Barney, who has been silent for 1 hour. And I believe that we will be joined by language learner maybe in an hour or so. I don't know. I need to check the schedule to see what's going to happen. So Actually, no, he'll be joining us in 2 more hours or 3 more hours, I guess.
Okay, I'm going to sleep. It's too late here.
All right, thank you so much, Iris. Good night.
Thank you.
Later.
Good night. Later. Bye.
Yehuda, 1, 2, 3. Do we have you? All right. Let me change the title here. As we wait for the next co-hosts, we can bring up some updates from Ukraine and see how Ukraine celebrated Christmas and whether Santa was a good boy and actually got them some stuff. Also, I cannot add any speakers, so if you send me a speaker request, I will cancel it and then I will send you an on-screen invite. So keep an eye on that. If you see the invite, please accept it. And after you click accept, you can click on the mic and that will elevate you to speakers. So welcome, Addie. Go ahead.
Hello, welcome, and Merry Christmas to everybody. I have a question, but I'm not sure if there's any kind of easy answer to it. I'm just wondering about the aid going into Gaza. If there's been any discussion or thoughts about alternative ways of delivering aid so that it actually reaches people, or alternatively, if there's been discussion of stopping aid until there's proof that it actually reaches people, as opposed to just going directly to Hamas and getting stolen.
Well, that's a good question actually. But yeah, there was a step taken. The UN Security Council resolution that the U.S. abstained from voting on. That resolution was by design aiming to create a certain uh, capability or a certain capacity to bypass Hamas altogether and to reduce the amount of time and the amount of effort required to inspect aid going into the Gaza Strip by installing a UN mechanism to inspect aid and to allow the continued flow of aid into the Gaza Strip. The problem with that is that this UN mechanism or this multinational mechanism requires boots on the ground. So what kind of troops will be sent into the Gaza Strip is the biggest question here. Will it be a UN mission? Will we send the Blue Berets in? Will you send a combined armed force in? Will you send the United States in or a NATO country in? All that is still very unclear, but we have the resolution in place right now. And that's the only thing that anyone can build on when it comes to providing more aid into the Gaza Strip and preventing the situation from further deteriorating. Other than that, we've got nothing else to do, to be quite honest. Back to you for a follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be my next question was if there had been any I mean, the UN, we all know, I think at this point has very problematic. If there's been any discussion of some kind of new international coalition of some kind, or even the IDF, like I mean, I can foresee many issues with that, but in terms of their ability to access people directly, that seems like it would be more effective than what's currently happening. But that just may be my naivete. I'm not sure.
No, you're not naive. The IDF can carry out that mission, but the problem is that it will stretch its resources. So the resources that are dedicated for uh, any types of operations required in the area of operational responsibility uh, will have to uh, focus on other missions as well. So that will put a little bit of pressure and strain over the current IDF resources available for operating in the Gaza Strip, and will redirect some of them to conduct humanitarian missions. So yeah, they can do that. Probably that will require mobilizing more troops. The other thing is that the southern sector of the Gaza Strip is still not fully under military control. So that's an active war zone where the IDF doesn't have full control. They are still cordoning it. They are still identifying targets there and engaging it. They still haven't fully controlled the terrain and neutralized the threat of attacks within that area. So that's what's preventing the IDF from carrying out that mission at the moment. You know, it's considered a hostile force, and the other force present in that area is considered a hostile force by them to them. So it's the belligerents basically. So once they start operating in a humanitarian capacity in that area that they haven't fully controlled and haven't fully neutralized, the enemy will present themselves and, you know, try to inflict as much casualties and damages on any targets of opportunity they find there. That's why you need a neutral third party to operate, whether it's the International Red Cross or the United Nations or another force that goes in. But also that means that they will be operating within a high risk environment anyway. And the responsibility for all this is squarely on Hamas. They have created this situation that keeps exploding basically and turning into something catastrophic, and they continue to perpetuate it for whatever delusions they have. And I see Nancy has joined us, but Mama Etch is also here. So if Mama Etch would like to go for some question or statement quickly before we
I
hand
follow
over,
All
go
right,
ahead.
this is a little
before?
bit sarcastic, but why don't they just like send aid in there, and when they come steal it, just blow them up? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well,
That's
it
terrible.
does.
I know, I'm joking.
Doesn't.
Sorry.
Wait,
I
wait,
know
wait.
it doesn't.
Before we talk about blowing people up,
Doesn't work like that.
I
Yeah.
know.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Can I ask you? I just am curious about this alternative third party, right? Because, and also curious when, in as much as the United States and other foreign powers are pressuring Israel to do one thing or another with ceasefire and everything else, why it seems a much more reasonable kind of pressure to expect them, despite the resources and the risk, to deliver aid, the IDF, I mean, to have that be the pressure rather than ceasefire or the UN and the Red Cross. We know there are known issues throughout history. It's not new either. So I just wonder. I don't hear anything about any discussion of even a potential, new coalition of some kind. And I acknowledge the risk, obviously, and the difficulty, but given the importance of it and the way that it's being leveraged against Israel, I agree with you that the responsibility is squarely on Hamas, but I'm not sure that the world sees it that way. And as we've all seen who are paying attention, perception matters a great deal. So the question then is there any real discussion of an independent kind of coalition in spite of the risk? And also, is there any known pressure or discussions with Israel to have the IDF consider this, despite the risk and the cost?
So my opinion is that there's a lot of double standards in this situation. For some reason, the IDF is held to a higher standard than Hamas and the other militant factions. I don't understand why people are pressuring the state of Israel and the IDF, but not pressuring the perpetrators of the October 7th attack and the people who continue to perpetuate this current situation. That doesn't make sense. However, uh, it doesn't work like this. I don't see international pressure on the IDF being exerted in order to convince the IDF to start a humanitarian mission in the Gaza Strip right now. And as for a third party shouldering that responsibility, well, that will also make them a target of opportunity for Hamas, not the IDF. Hamas might attack any neutral forces operating in the southern sector of the Gaza Strip and then try to blame it on the IDF and accuse the IDF of killing people who got into the Gaza Strip in order to help the Palestinians. So basically, it's a nightmare, and any third party force that might get selected to operate there will be facing a very tough security situation, and they will be risking their own lives in order to carry out that mission. And I wouldn't, it wouldn't be a stretch to imagine Hamas actually attacking them and trying to pin it on the Israelis. There are a lot of factors to consider here. Um, and it depends on the country of origin, the types of troops that will be fielded, their training, the languages they speak, their understanding of terrain, their relationships with the tribal communities in the southern sector of the Gaza Strip and the families there, etc., etc. So a lot of parameters to take into consideration, in my opinion, Addy. So I hope this answers your question. And I see Nancy's here. So I will be dropping, and I also see Ellen is here. So Nancy,
Hello, hello.
welcome, and Merry Christmas.
Sorry, thank you for that, and Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays to you as well, Em. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nancy. Nancy and Alan will be taking over, so thank you so much, everyone, for being with us the last hour or so, and we'll see you again soon. Have a good night.
Thank you, Em, and I think that Alan's probably going to make it into the co-host spot before me. Bear with us just a moment, and we will get things situated here. And I hope that everyone has had a good, relaxing Christmas. I know that there's been good news in Ukraine as far as fighter jets for Russia not successfully flying. Yay, that's always a good thing. And we spent a lot of time earlier today talking about different societal festivities. I know yesterday I spoke about President Zelensky's address to Ukraine, which was absolutely beautiful. If you haven't had a chance to see that, I strongly recommend it. I'll skim through the nest and see if it's still there. I think it would be one of the earlier tweets in the nest, and if not, I will add that as well. And Alan, how are you doing?
Very well, Nancy. And as always, you are 100% right. Alan will be co-host first, and sure enough, up I pop as co-host. I don't know if Yehuda is actually still with us. Yehuda, I think Yehuda must be returning Christmas gifts that people didn't want or something. Which is
that could be, yeah, that could be. So we'll take care of that in the background here in a moment, and I will be up at your side in just a minute.
And I'm looking forward to it, Nancy. You know, remarkably, this is how so many people spend the day after Christmas going to return gifts they don't want. In the old days, you would just put those gifts away in the bottom drawer of the most remote chest of drawers you could find in your house, and you would re-gift them a year later, either to the person who had had such bad taste that they gave them to you in the first place, or to someone you didn't particularly like. And these gifts could be sweaters that should never be worn in public, ties that could only be used being tied onto a car antenna, or books that you would never ever open and read. So tomorrow, here in the United States, the stores will be crowded with people returning unwanted Christmas gifts. Although I always recommend giving. A gift is a gift. You can give it with a great spirit of giving. And Nancy, I think I'm still correct in saying that we continue to raise money for our friend Scruff on the front lines. We continue to raise money for his reconnaissance drone unit, and so this is secure communications. It's long life batteries. It's spare parts for drones. It is electronic warfare equipment. All kinds of things that Scruff needs right on the front lines. If you haven't made a gift for Ukraine this holiday season, you still have time to do that today. So take a look up in the nest. I'll get it into first spot in the nest in just one moment, Nancy. But
Perfect. Yep. I was looking for it and I think it got moved further back. So if you're able to pop it up at the front of the row, that'll work out great. And yeah, I've I have to laugh at myself. While I don't have any gifts to return at the mall or anything like that, I have managed to schedule an appointment there for Wednesday after work and realize that yeah, that works really well for, trying to get all of those last flexible spending account dollars spent in the calendar year, but doesn't work so well for avoiding crowds. So I'm now regretting the fact that I waited this long. I tend to avoid shopping malls between, oh, let's see, just before Thanksgiving through Christmas and usually through New Year's. I make sure that I've gotten my gifts ahead of time. And of course, this year with fundraising for folks like Scruff, the best gift that I was giving was the gift of love to my family and the gift of having donated on their behalf to Ukrainian causes and Scruffs in particular at this moment in time. So I'm very happy to have done that. And that saved me a couple of trips to the mall as well.
I try to avoid the mall year round, but sometimes you have to go to the mall. Nancy, the gift of love is the gift of attention. And Ukraine needs our attention because I'll just give you one example. The Washington Post, like most news outlets, have tabs at the top of their homepage. These tabs help you follow the news that you're most interested in. And one of those tabs has always been the war in Ukraine. The Washington Post removed that tab. So now, if you want to see news in the Washington Post from Ukraine and about Ukraine, you have to search for it. There's no quick tap tab at the top of their homepage. So that is one way of pointing out attention to Ukraine has been dropping. It's been dropping in part because the media outlets we rely on uh, have they've grown what they've become impatient with the news from Ukraine, or they've become bored with the news from Ukraine, or they simply have moved it from the front burner to the back burner. And that's not where it belongs. Ukraine belongs front and center at all times, regardless of what is happening elsewhere in the world. And it demands of each and every one of us that we have the concentration to follow more than one story in the world today. We must follow many stories, and we cannot let any one of these news events drop from our awareness. Ukraine demands our awareness every single day. This is a message we should deliver to the Washington Post.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, Alan. And that tab was actually one of the um, reasons that I was continuing to subscribe to the Washington Post. And, as they had picked up the coverage on Ukraine, I wasn't always thrilled about that coverage, but there was information there. And with that tab now being gone, my next action next week is to call them up, find out why, and if it's gone for good, well, then I've got no reason to keep that subscription. So that's one of my small actions for the day, because, and to your point, it is so important for all of us to continue to make sure that Ukraine and its people and their fight are foremost in information, and that continues. There are just so many people who, don't have that awareness, and for us to continue to fight for them, to communicate to our friends, to our family, to our representatives in our halls of government, is so very important, to continue to bang that drum. And we had Sarah Ashton Cirillo up yesterday afternoon talking to us for a little while in breaks between activities, and provided us a quick update of the work that she and her commander had been doing in Washington, D.C. on communications, and also talking with media outlets about the war and about the impacts to Ukraine, and talking with representatives there as well. And what struck me the most was that she and her commander had lunch with a GOP member in the members' dining room, and had a very frank discussion about the genocide that is going on in Ukraine. And her commander and she provided some very specific details about things that have happened there, that that member was not aware of. And that included the video of the soldier who was castrated, some of the images from Venezia of the little girl who was killed with her mother just walking by a store in the summer, and what it made them realize, and he was almost in disbelief until he heard that detail and realized that this wasn't, members of the Ukrainian armed forces spreading propaganda themselves. They had specific evidence, they had prosecutions lined up, they have data collected. And of course, we here on MriyaReport have been sharing that information both in individual news items, and then on Friday nights reviewing very, very informative reports on understanding genocide in Ukraine. And I think what Sarah's reflection was that it's easier many times to focus on what the military needs are, because that's how you make this stop. But it's also still important to communicate the reason why it needs to stop, and that it isn't about land, it's about people. And I know that personally, for every time in the last few days that I have heard about a Russian fighter jet or bomber being blown out of the sky and no longer flying to terrorize Ukraine, my first thought is of the civilian lives that are saved by that happening. And that is clearly a key part of what we need to continue to speak out about here every day. That's why we're here 24/7, to spread that information and to make certain that the people who represent us hear it and understand it as well. And it gave me some additional tidbits of resolve, because I know that, yeah, our Congress, they're busy people, they've got a lot on their plates, yada yada yada, they can have excuses, and I may not be able to communicate everything that I want in a phone call that leaves a voice message on their phone, or an email that may be character limited. And if I use their websites online to send messages, I usually can't provide a link, for example, to the New Lines Institute Raoul Wallenberg report. But there is still a thing that is called the US mail, and the US mail will still deliver my letter physically with a printout of a report like that. And I'll be happy to highlight in that, before I send it, the exact areas that I highlighted and the notes that I put on the side of my PDF copy, so that I can point out, here's the stuff you guys need to pay attention to, and that is why we're here fighting for Ukraine. And that's what we're doing here tonight on Christmas, and what many of us were here yesterday on Christmas Eve doing, and what many of us will be here on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day doing. And yeah, on New Year's Day, there might be a football game in the background or something like that, but we are here. We will be here voicing our support for Ukraine. And I hope that everyone continues to join us in that mission, because of how important it is for the citizens of Ukraine, for the soldiers of Ukraine, and for the free world and democracy writ large.
Nancy, your point of what members of Congress don't know, what they don't know about the ongoing war and genocide in Ukraine. We cannot be assured that our members of Congress, who we elect, we cannot be assured that they know what we know. And what we know because we listen to MriyaReport, because we care so much about Ukraine, because in answer to the question, where can you find Ukraine? You find Ukraine in your heart. This is where we all hold Ukraine, in our hearts. And that's why each of us are called on to take one more step and be sure that those in Congress who make decisions on our behalf have all the information they need, all the information we have, that compels a decision, that compels helping Ukraine now until their victory. And one way we can do that is by sharing the film To the Zero Line. We happen to have that film's maker with us right now. Ben, go ahead, please.
Well, Alan, thanks a lot. That's very nice of you to say. And Nancy, I came on when you were talking specifically because you were saying the things you were saying. You know that this has been something I've been talking about, and we've been talking about on MriyaReport for a long time, which is the reason why the Ukrainians are fighting. And it's not only about a piece of land in Crimea or Donbass, and why they won't give up be satisfied with a truce, because they know that this has been going on for over 100 years. The Russians, from Holodomor, every so often they try to take another stab at the Ukrainian nation, and so about the congressperson that you mentioned. So I heard a little bit about this meeting yesterday, I think, on MriyaReport. Somebody mentioned something about it. And so I spoke to my brother today, and you've heard me speak about him. And if you haven't seen his book, it's one of his books. It's called Worse Than War. It's a survey of genocides or what he calls eliminationist attempts, and mostly successful through the 20th century. And he is really probably, one of the world experts in this whole topic. So I told him about this meeting that you were talking about. That I didn't really know that much about it, but I said that it seems that some of these Congress people don't know what's going on, and he writes about that. And we talked about it. He said that's really common, and because what happens even if they hear that there's an atrocity, usually it's talked about like rape or a war crime or a crime against humanity. And it's like, oh, it's terrible. They're doing crimes against humanity, or there was rape of women. It's like rogue. But and so they're looked at kind of as like individual events, or events that without putting all the like dots together. So you say, oh, there was a massacre in Bucha. Well, they're bad guys committed a massacre in Bucha. That's bad. And then when there's a ceasefire, it'll be all you won't have massacres in like Bucha anymore. And I think that that's what's missed. That traditionally, what he says is that's what happens, is that the narrative or basically the case is not made while it's happening, that all of these different events are connected, and that they have the same purpose, which is to ruin the nation, to wipe out the Ukrainian people. And I think that that's kind of our task in a way. Is one thing is to say, look, you do say, like, look at this mutilation, or look at this this event, but it's to link them all together, and then you have to add sort of like a historical aspect, that these guys are not going to stop at this. And which is important, because some people think that if Ukraine doesn't get the long-term weapons, they'll finally decide to the long-range weapons, that they'll finally decide to in the end make a peace agreement with Russia. But if you know what the Ukrainians know, if you understand the Ukrainian point of view, that Bucha isn't just a one-off, it's just not a one-off, and that they're not really going to allow themselves to become a long-term victim. That's sort of like where we need to go with some of this, I think, so that people understand that this is all connected. They're not individual events, and to call them war crimes is difficult, because war crimes is then you wait, and there'll be some trial at The Hague, and they'll take care of that. Well, then that's after everybody's dead. So I just wanted to lay that out. That's his knowledge and experience, and this is very common. And usually the West just watches it happen, and that's what we're trying not to do. So I just wanted to add that to what you were saying. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, and thank you, Ben. That's an excellent point, and I'm glad to hear his feedback to you on that as well, because I know that for some of us who were perhaps naive at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and were so horrified by what we read about and saw in Bucha and in Irpin, some people could perhaps still rationalize that, well, maybe it was a rogue military unit. Of course, the Ukrainians knew better, but for those of us who hadn't been paying attention, and I'm ashamed to admit that before the full-scale invasion, I was one of those. I was taking care of an elderly father, but whatever. That didn't matter. I was not paying attention, and I regret that. But then when you have Izium and the exact same conditions, and then you learn that every small town and village has systemic torture chambers, and that rape is typically happening in a set period of time after a Russian occupation of a Ukrainian location, and that You know, it's not military people with military secrets and soldiers who have maybe received some training to withstand torture. It's normal people. It's people like us. You know, it's the mayor of my community, you know, the city council person, the teachers. It's the people who organize civilized society within Ukraine that are being targeted. And that is, again, complete characteristic of genocide. And and that I think is the messaging that we've got to make certain gets across, as well as the fact that as long as this war continues, this is the war that Russia will continue to perpetrate. We see it every day in the eastern oblasts, and not just the ones that are Russia controlled or contested. You know, you see it throughout the Sumy region. You know, that it's not just long range artillery, it's mortars being fired constantly. This summer, they had called for, Ukraine had called for voluntary evacuation, and then I think it effectively became mandatory of all civilians within a certain range from the border, because the shelling was just continuous enough on civilian targets, and that that again, that life was virtually unsustainable in those areas, not in a combat zone. We're talking about civilians here. And I think that is, and the fact that it continues every single day is a key part of the message that sometimes it's easy to overlook. And we had good discussion yesterday as well too, in follow up, where, you know, for some of our folks on this space, and for many of the folks that we're going to interact with, for them to do their jobs and their tasks, even for those jobs and tasks that are directly helping Ukraine, they've got to compartmentalize some of that. But it's also our job to remind them that when you're doing your job, and fine, if you're sitting there in the halls of Congress stumping for money, if you're up there on the dais saying, here's what we need to do for Ukraine, fine, compartmentalize. But don't be compartmentalizing all the time, and pay attention and put yourself in those shoes. If something like that were happening in our town, in our county, in our region, what would our response be? And I think that's the part that it's easy to forget about sometimes, unfortunately. And I know that Tony, I don't see him in the space right now, but Tony Sam from Tony underscore SAMM from our Australian contingent has started a thread with specific stories about the children in particular who have been killed by Russia during this war with their indiscriminate bombing and their missiles and things like that. And that is, from time to time, the type of information that we've got to make sure gets under the nose of our representatives and our MPs and others, because those children, that future of humanity, is what Ukraine is fighting for. The weapons are only a tool to help expedite their success. And sorry, I will step off my soapbox for a moment.
No, Nancy. I love your soapbox. It should get higher and higher so you can reach more and more people. I want to thank all 255 listeners here at Maria Report tonight. It's Christmas Day, and to give some of your time and attention to MriyaReport and to the war in Ukraine is worth everything to all of us here. And so thank you very much. I hope you have this space on speaker so that with your families on Christmas Day, everyone can hear what we're speaking about, not just you. So I encourage you all, as you're gathered for the final hours of Christmas night here in North America, put your phone on speaker. Let everyone hear about what is happening in Ukraine and why it matters so much, and why almost every one of us here, more than 670 days ago, when we watched uh, the Russians amass forces on the border of Ukraine, we watched with disbelief. And it's taken so many of us, so many hundreds of days to overcome that disbelief, to accept and to uh, become enraged at what the Russians have done in Ukraine, literally to launch a war of genocide. We must never forget what Dr. Nick Ford reminds us of all the time. Putin's vision of Ukraine is a Ukraine without Ukrainians. This is what Russia is trying to accomplish. And Ben, while I have you here, I wonder, can you stay for 15 or 30 more minutes? I have so many filmmaking questions to ask you. Uh, Do you have that much time?
Alan, this is my home away from home, so I have as much time as you want to ask questions, and then some.
That's great. So we're going to make this into a Ukrainian home movie theater for a while tonight. First, I want to go to Marcus, who raised his hand. Marcus, go ahead. And Merry Christmas.
That's what I wanted to say. Merry Christmas, Alan, Ben, Yehuda, Marika, everybody in here that I haven't previously said Merry Christmas to today. I love you all. I hope you're all having a wonderful holidays, whether you celebrate Christmas or not.
Thank you, Marcus. My Merry Christmas wish today with the family was Merry Christmas. Ukraine must win. And I will say, I don't know about your Christmas meals today, Nancy, or yours, Marcus, or any holiday meals from Hanukkah to Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa, I think, is tomorrow. So many family meals where conversation can be strained and restrained have come down to conversations about war in our world, about what is happening in Ukraine, what is happening in the Middle East, what is happening all around the world. And I just want to say to my family who may be listening, or they may be baking the last pie of the day. We had really good discussions around the Christmas table today. And I cannot remember the last time when a Christmas meal focused on a discussion of war, because it's so contrary to the spirit of the day, but it's also so necessary. Um, I wonder if many of our listeners had such an unusual experience today on Christmas Day, if you celebrate Christmas in your home. But Ben, as long as I have you here, I have all these filmmaking questions about To the Zero Line, and I'll get a link to your movie Up in the Nest momentarily. But my very first question is, who is your music editor? my God, the soundtrack is spectacular from the beginning.
Well, thanks a lot. It was me. Well, I chose not all the pieces, but I chose most of the pieces, and then Tyler, the lead editor, Tyler, uh, he has a great. The reason I chose him to edit, I'll tell you what happened is that uh, I had before I got to Ukraine, because it took some time to figure out how I was going to go and organizing it. I started listening to music, thinking getting basically a playlist of what might be good music for the film. And one of the things I wanted to have is Ukrainian music in it, and also Western music, because I wanted people in the West to be able to enjoy it and identify with it. But I also did not want, but I also want to have a Ukrainian culture, and so I just listened to so I just listened to a lot of Ukrainian music, and with ideas, this is kind of slow, this is kind of fast, this is kind of whatever. I'm going to have this kind of scene maybe, and so I had a pretty good idea even before the film was made about what some of the music would be, and then as far as how it all fits together, had two editors. One of them is a guy I've worked with a long time, Alex Mandel, and then the other one, Tyler. And we had too much to work on. Alex and I had too much to work on, so I had to find I had to find more editing. And I had worked on a film before, and I'd worked on a film before with this group that is in New York, and they have offices in another place called PS260, and they have a number of editors. And so I was looking at all their cutting, and Tyler has done a lot of really great work, mostly in advertising, with like Nike commercials and things that are really, really well timed with music. And so we had a good team. We had a really good team. So we had, and then Tyler found some stuff on his own, because like he has a really good sense of music, and that's how we did it. Oh, and then finally, yeah, and that's pretty much how we did it. And then I needed, towards the end, I needed a few more pieces. I didn't know what. And here on MriyaReport, there was a guy. I don't know if you know him, John Stewart, who is a musician, and I noticed that he was one of the listeners. So I DM'd him, and I said, I need some music, and I know you guys' music. Can we talk? And they contributed three pieces to it, and that's purely because we met on MriyaReport. And the three they did, it was his band is called his band's called the Wedding Present. They're English, and then he said, some of our personnel have this other group called the Ukrainians, and they did, and so that came later in the project, and I was just lucky that I was on MriyaReport. It was just really, it just goes to show we have all kinds of people here, and John is not, I don't know why John is so interested in all of this exactly, and like he comes and listens to MriyaReport a lot, but that was just a very fortunate thing. We were in the same place at the same time.
I haven't seen John lately, but John is a frequent listener and a frequent speaker, and a damn good musician. He's played some music live for us here at MriyaReport before, and exactly as Ben is saying, you never know the connections that can be made here at MriyaReport. They've been made for hundreds of people. Hundreds of people who support Ukraine, who are fighting in Ukraine, who are elected officials in Ukraine, Ukrainians who have become refugees in the European Union or even in the United States and Canada. The connections we're able to make here at MriyaReport change lives. They change works like Ben's film To the Zero Line. So, Ben, have you considered releasing a 0-line soundtrack.
Well, I never thought I never thought of it. I don't know if anybody would be interested, because now people listen to, I guess you could create a playlist. I don't have the rights to do that, because I only have the rights to have them in the movie. I'd have to go back to these people and get the rights for it, and that's a whole nother discussion. Many of them donated the music. Some of them I had a license, but one guy said, okay, he said, all right, you guys can have it. You guys can use it with no license fee. But the record company said, we never do anything for free, so we're going to charge you this. And it wasn't a lot. And we got a lot of good deals from people because because it's for Ukraine. And so I'm just very grateful for that. But it would be a whole licensing thing. And right now I've got my hands full. So I don't know if I'll ever get around to that, Alan.
Well, I hope you do. I hope you at least find a way to get it up on Spotify or up on SoundCloud or something like that. But I know what you mean. I know your hands are full, but it would be a great soundtrack to have. I've listened to so much more music from Ukraine of all kinds. I'm not just talking about Carol of the Bells. I'm talking about great Ukrainian rock music and punk rock music and uh, just great Ukrainian music. The Ukrainian musicians I've been listening to have a way of mixing traditional Ukrainian sound with up to date Ukrainian music. They're just amazing. And Ben, look who just joined us. It's John Stewart.
Yeah, I see John. Hey, John.
Hey guys, it's pretty late here. I was just about to go to bed at the end of Christmas Day, but I thought I'd pop in and say hello and thank you, Ben, for asking us to be involved with the film. It's I've told the story before on another space. So apologies if anybody's heard this, but when I was at college, my favorite band was a band called The Wedding Present. Who anybody in America who are familiar with kind of British guitar music in the 90s may know. They were pretty big, and then in 2019 I was asked to join, so I jumped at that. And the original guitarist Peter Soloka is Ukrainian, and he had a spin-off band called the Ukrainians, and he's my guitar hero. So any excuse to talk to Peter is something I jump at. And I spent quite a lot of time working out all his part stuff because we toured the 30th anniversary of a couple of the big albums he made with the band, and then Ben emailed me, and everybody just jumped at it. It was pretty easy, I think, generally, as these things go. Peter and the Ukrainians are still going. In fact, I saw them play in my hometown just before Christmas, and Peter has the Ukraine shirt he was given in the 90s when he started the band, and he's wearing it and at every show until the war's won, and told a very kind of an impassioned story about it, which was kind of moving. But everybody involved, there was 4 writers for the Ukrainian songs, and they were all very happy to be involved. And then The Wedding Present did a charity recording on behalf of a Ukrainian release, and David the singer asked me to play on it, and I said, no, you need to get Peter, the original guitarist, back in for it. So it was the first time they'd played together in about 25 years, and he came down to Brighton, and we recorded that in a little studio down here. And that's the song that's in the film too. It's, if you haven't seen it, it's an incredible production. It's just an absolutely wonderful piece of work, incredibly moving, and I think deserves as wide as possible audience. So keen to do whatever I can to help that, and yeah, it's an astonishing achievement as a filmmaker from everybody involved. So just I felt privileged to have anything to do with it. It was a genuine honor, and thank you very much for inviting us. And yeah, more power to you, and I hope it gets the widest possible audience. It's just an astonishing achievement. So yeah, and Merry Christmas, everybody, and thanks for hosting.
Yeah, well,
John,
Merry Christmas, John.
Just let me say Merry Christmas back to you too. And you're my guitar hero for lots and lots of reasons. John, if you can DM me a link to that particular song you're talking about, or DM a whole Ukrainian playlist. We need more music in our lives and more music from Ukraine. But I also want to go back to Ben right now. Ben, please.
well, a few things. First of all, John, thanks a lot for all the nice things that you've said. And your music, without it sound like I'm just trying to be in love with what you've done for the film. It really those three pieces. There are three pieces that you've been involved with. They were just the right things in the right spot, and I wanted that driving piece that is Yarko's um, the what we call Yarko Road Trip #1, towards the beginning, where the machine, where the driver is driving, and then and you see the church in Lviv, and then it turns into the machine gun and the trenches, and it was just the right feeling, and I knew it when I saw you that we wanted that kind of feeling, but and then I think the piece he's talking about, Alan, is, tell me if I'm wrong, John, is the Ukrainian national anthem in dub. Is that the one you were thinking of?
No, there's another piece. It's got a Ukrainian title, and I can't remember what it's called. I'm just looking for it now, but it's the Ukrainian national anthem in dub is the one is that on the credits at the end?
Yeah, it's
that's
on the
gorgeous
credits.
as well. That's the
That's gorgeous,
Ukrainians,
and that one in particular, and without going too much into, like, I could go on way too long, or I think, but in that particular piece, the reason why that one is so great, and because the Ukrainians, they have this very masculine sound, and it's the car guys, it's the guys doing the village men are painting cars, and they're fixing up cars for the front, and we had filmed the two parts of the village. One was the men with the cars, and it's the same village with the women making the dumplings, and they're singing, and it's really feminine, because they've divided the work between men and women in the village. And so having that song that John's talking about, with that really, the Ukrainians, that really masculine sound, and we had the visual of these men, and and he talks about, like, they're lumberjacks, and they work on kilns, and roofs and solar panels. These are, like, really robust men. Without music, just really gave the spirit of that village, really, that I don't think I could have done it any other way, because we had another piece of music before that, which was a woman singing, which was kind of sweet, but it wasn't that feeling, of robustness that you have there. It was just a really the perfect piece, and I really feel. And I'll tell you something, John. John and his people had agreed to two pieces: the last piece and the other piece, Yarko. And I had in my mind for a while that I wanted that other piece too in it, but I didn't want to ask for too much, because it was like the wedding present was that first one, and Ukrainians was the last one. And I figured, once we get this squared away, I'm going to ask for this other one. And so so that was all done. And I asked so then I asked, and it was like within a second, yeah, sure, use it. It was like, wow, this is great.
They're interesting band. The Ukrainians, they Peter is his father was Ukrainian, and he grew up in Leeds. They're part of the sort of Ukrainian post-Soviet diaspora, and the wedding present they were big in the 90s. They were one of the sort of the biggest sort of probably dozen guitar indie bands in the world at one point, and because of that, the Ukrainians got a really big audience, particularly from British DJs like John Peel, and they were the first Eastern European artists to have a hit in the United Kingdom, and their album sleeve has a really interesting potted history of Ukraine on it. It's a one-page sleeve notes, and it tells you it's almost a masterpiece. It's so well written. A brief history of the backstory at the time between Ukraine and the Soviet Union and the Russian Empire, and yeah, and they've played all over the world. They played in Kyiv. They've played a lot of dates in Ukraine, as well as around Europe and the UK, and they're still playing now. But they were, one of the in British music that everyone knows. Certain bands from Sweden did well, and bands from other parts of Europe have done well, but they were the first artists from Eastern Europe. Interestingly, their music's not that popular in Ukraine because it's too punky, folk music, but with the kind of that sort of driving guitar. So the Ukrainian audiences, they get it, but they're not. It's not quite. It doesn't quite sound right to them. I think a lot of traditional Ukrainian audiences, anyway. But yeah, it's just a pleasure to be involved, and good luck with it, Ben. It's a tour de force as a filmmaker. It's a labor of love, and I would encourage anybody to watch it. It's just astonishing. It's such a moving piece of work. It's so artfully done that I think it's clearly something that wants to pay tribute to the people involved, and I think you achieved that quite masterfully.
Well, I appreciate it, and without sounding like I'm just trying to stroke your back, you deserve you're part of it too. Like Alan said, the soundtrack is really very. It's really a soundtrack that's really both enjoyable and meaningful. So you're just as much a part of it as everybody else who's been involved to make it what it is.
Hey,
So
John, if I search for the Ukrainians on SoundCloud, for example, which is where I listen to most of my music and find most of the Ukrainian music I want to listen to, are the Ukrainians on SoundCloud? Are there other Ukrainian bands that you would recommend to me and other listeners here to get familiar with?
Yeah, I think they're on Spotify, and they have a web page. I'll send you links to them now. I'll do that right now.
That's super. Thank you very much, John. And so, Ben, that was my first question, because the music got my attention from the very beginning of the film to the Zero Line. And then it held my attention all the way through the film. The music is so meaningful. And, the other thing you did with the soundtrack was music doesn't play in your film from beginning to end. There are pauses. I guess, there are what I would call these quiet spaces where there's no music. There is simply great filmmaking. Uh, how do you make that decision as a filmmaker and editor to drop the music out?
Well, yeah, it's a good question, and you noticed it, and and you noticed it, and sometimes we'd play it all the way through, and sometimes not. But the first time you see that happen, and we used it as a technique. You're 100% right. And the most obvious one to talk about is when the guys are painting the cars, and the music is like the music is going. It's really strong music, and then all of a sudden it stops. And when it stops, the sound that it stops for is the spray gun, the spraying of the paint. onto the when he's spraying, you know, the camo green onto the car, and you really get a sense by cutting the sound at that point, and then you just have the spray, you know, the sound of the gun, of the paint gun. It really drives home, you know, what he's doing, and you really feel like you're kind of there, and then we do that a number of times in a number of ways, because the film is about the people and what they do. And I didn't want to, you know, some of it's kind of music. We use all kinds of techniques with music, and some of it is like a music video, and some of it, you know, but in those particular places where we cut the sound, it was to emphasize the person or what was going on with the person, to really make you concentrate. So it's sort of like you walk into, like it's like walking out of a place where there's like a really noisy atmosphere, let's say, into a really quiet room, and you can hear somebody whisper. And that happens with Yarko Road Trip #1, when the driver is driving and and the music picks up, and you're looking around, and there are people, and you see, and it's always from kind of his perspective in the car. So you're seeing on the sidewalk past the church, somebody, you know, there's somebody walking, and there's somebody on a scooter, and on the other side there's a scooter, and there's guys, you know, with no shirts fixing a roof, and then all of a sudden, bang, it's off, and you're back in the car, listening to him without any music, and it emphasizes the person that way. And we end that music with such a loud twang. This is actually John's music, that particular piece, with such a loud twang kind of thing, that it's like, whoa, now I'm not like then you really focus. And there are other parts where we just run the music through the whole thing, like when the cross cutting between the shadows, music by the shadows, called Apache, that where Simon, the soldier, is injured, and the demonstration of the tourniquet by Shear, and that's intercut between the two. And for that, we ran the music all the way through, because it's kind of like heroic in a way, and I didn't want to make like kind of a really just dry demonstration of how you do a tourniquet. I wanted the audience to understand it, because later you see bloody Pete, you know, you see this guy with blood on him, and he has a tourniquet on, and we have this whole thing where the audience actually learns not only what it is, but what you know, basically they see it in action. And so there we ran it all the way through, because we wanted to connect the thing. And the other one is like the music through. So without going through every musical piece, yeah, a lot of times the music would just stop, and that makes you concentrate a lot on what is not just what somebody's saying, but like with the spray gun, that is like, oh, and you normally wouldn't do that, because we also have the spray gun with music, which when it was sort of lyrical, but then like in the end, it's like you really get, this is what it's like to be there, really, and he's spraying that. So that's the reason it creates kind of a focus for the audience.
Back to John, then to Marcus. John, please.
Yeah, I think one of the important things about it, I'm not sure if you've mentioned it already, it's a lack of narration in the film. So the people are telling their own stories very much, and the music helps that. And that's what I meant by it just being so artfully done. It's just very, 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 very carefully put together in a way that it's so powerful. And yeah, just that to have a film constructed in that way is it's a different watching experience to the normal kind of voiceover documentary, that's for sure. I dropped a couple of tunes to Nancy Allen. I can't message you directly for some reason. So yeah, but thanks again for hosting, everyone, and Merry Christmas and all the best for 2024 and Slava Ukraine.
Ron Slava.
And Merry Christmas, John. Thanks.
Thank you for coming up, John. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, John. Try to DM me. If you follow me, you should be able to DM me. I follow you. and really.
Yeah, for some reason I can't. I think it's a blue tick thing. I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, well, it probably is a blue tick thing. I've never been a blue tick, probably won't be a blue tick ever, and I generally don't like ticks at all. Marcus, go ahead.
Yeah, very cool to hear Jon Stewart. Big fan of the 9/11 first responder advocacy in your comedy, sir. I didn't know you did music. So Ben, I really enjoyed the movie, as I've told you before. It's definitely rewatchable, which is interesting. Not a lot of documentaries are rewatchable, but this one has lots of little things you pick up on a second pass, which is really cool. And again, I don't find a lot of documentaries are like that. But there's hidden technique and choices you make that I didn't notice until I kind of looked again, which is really cool. And same thing with the shots. There's lots of cool shots. Whoever was doing your drone work, if that was you, really great drone work. Some really cool shots where you kind of come from the ruin of this building and zoom out. It's great. Very cool stuff. I just wanted to tell people that if you like this movie, you should drop a review on IMDb. There's only like 5 or 6, and that's really too low. It's way too low. So yeah, I just want to suggest people drop a review on IMDb because it helps people, it helps get the word out, and helps the algorithm. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. Yeah, I don't want to always sound like I'm pitching, like asking people to do stuff for that, but you're right. The IMDb review actually is useful. And if you want to go over there, it's kind of a pain because they make you sign in, and there's a 600 character minimum, but it really helps. So if you want to help Ukraine to get the word out and help the film, you can cut and paste something that you've said already in a DM or something. If you've already written to me about it, it would be really helpful. And then I'll just mention about the drone work relative to the war. As you can imagine, all of Ukraine is a no-fly zone, and also around the border in Poland, it's a no-fly zone. On the Polish side, and so it's one thing to get it's one thing to be able to film with a drone, like just to be able to do the cinematography. It's another to get permission, and so ultimately you can if you know how to get it done, but it's not always easy. So most of like the difficult part was actually getting permission to be able to fly a drone in order to do some of those shots. One shot was really easy to do because that's the one that you see the drone flying off in what's the CNN report, and that was our drone, and it wasn't our drone, it was actually the 24th Brigade's drone. And it was the drone guys I was filming them that day, and they're not in this film, talking and that kind of thing, but they did drone work for us too. And then, I gave them an SD card and asked them, like, can you fly over that building and can you do a 360 kind of thing? And so they, and I'll tell you one thing about military guide drones, which Scruff evidently does cinematography for drones, but they're not, they don't, when you're used to flying a drone in the military, I found out, they have a job to do. So basically their drone flying is not very good for cinema. I mean, yeah, you can drop a bomb on somebody, but like to really do those kind of sweeping shots, because they like to zoom. I mean, when you're a military drone guy, you're just racing somewhere, hovering, turning around quick, looking around, sort of like like an animated character, and you really can't use that footage in a film, like unless if you want to have like something cinematic. So you have to like go through it a few times with the guys and try to get them to calm down. It's like, calm down. You have to go really slow, which is not in their nature at this point. So yeah, so the drone stuff was real interesting part of getting the job done. Thanks
So
for bringing it up, Marcus.
Yeah, no problem.
I was just going to say, Ben, Scruff actually made, he was a drone, he used drones for camera work, making music videos before he became a reconnaissance drone soldier on the front lines in Ukraine. So Scruff actually has a great sense of what is cinematic when he's flying a drone. I have a lot more filmmaking questions for you, Ben. But first, Lie Sniper. Lie Sniper.
Yeah, thank you, John. Also, from my side, kudos for your great work. It's you're doing an amazing job. Thank you for that. And I think it's important work what you're doing. But basically, I just raised my hand because of these messaging problems. Just a public service announcement, also for other listeners, that you might want to check your messaging preferences. If you go to messages and on top right you have a cogwheel, and there you can decide who is able to message you. And Elon Musk, like whatever, half a year ago, he decided that it's only allowed for you're only allowed to take message requests from verified accounts, these blue check marked. But if you might want to change this preference again so that you can receive a message request from everyone, just please, to improve the flow of communication, and you might want to check this setting in your account. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lie Sniper. And I can confirm that as well, that at the time, even if you had your settings established to allow anyone to message you, when Elon and X had made that change, they defaulted it and overrode what you had. So they defaulted it to accept from blue check verified only, unless you go into those settings and reset it to your own personal preference.
So, Ben, next filmmaking question for you. As a director producer of this film, do you set your camera operators free to capture footage that strikes them as interesting, as compelling, as something that would go into the film, or do you direct them all the time?
It depends. I set them free to do what I tell them to do. Well, it's not quite like that, but yeah. Well, it's a few things. First, I mean, we had a lot of people filming over time because we filmed in a number of different places, like New York, Poland, and in this, like in Lviv and in front. And it ended up being different people, sometimes the same people in various places. And I was lucky. I won't go too much into it because like there's only so much time, and I don't know how in depth. But the answer is that I have a pretty strong visual style that I wanted to get across in different scenes, and so we would talk a lot about it. And often we did, unlike a lot of documentaries, like John points out, it doesn't necessarily look like a regular documentary. We did a lot of preparation, not just, we did location scouting, of course, but, and it depends on the situation, but watching other films, talking about films, storyboards, some, like the one that one example is the church, that church sequence, that was over to get all that footage. It was all the footage inside that church in that particular sequence was done over about 12 hours. It was like 6 services. Like this, it was a 7 o'clock service, 9 o'clock, 11, 1, and 3 o'clock service. And we had that whole thing choreographed, like what we would film at each service, because the early services were the 7 o'clock. The congregation is sparse, so we knew we could be on the floor. But by the 11 o'clock service, it's packed, and that's when we filmed on the altar. And so a sequence like that took weeks to prepare. I mean, really weeks to prepare, and uh, and then uh, and then in that particular sequence, there were certain things that we knew absolutely where the camera would be, and we had, and that was our most unusual time. We had 5 cameras, and one guy was that guy who was carrying the intentions, the gentleman in the gray coat, in the brownish gray coat. Um, we had just one guy with a camera with a Ronin with a gimbal, just following him, doing his job was intentions, and he knew that that's the footage we wanted, and so wherever he went, that's where it went. So in that particular instance, and then we had both going on. We had very strong, like choreographed camera work, and at the same time we had very, pretty much ad hoc, literally just following people around doing what they were doing. So it really all depends. And then there were some. I'll tell you, Alan, what we tried to do. We tried getting GoPro footage. When it came to fighting, and for like months, we had these GoPros that we were giving to soldiers before we really knew that it wasn't going to work 100%. And like they would come back with footage, like this is like fighting footage, but it was never really what we wanted. It's sort of like a lot of the stuff you see on Twitter, but that's not I'm not making a Twitter kind of like post, and it just sending people off in the wild. It just didn't work for us 100%. We got some of it, yeah, but overall, you really need to work it, and which is why we went ultimately one of the reasons to Bakhmut, because we couldn't phone it in. We had to actually go out there and do it like a real film shoot.
So, Ben, did you have any camera operators or members of the crew who declined going to places like Bakhmut?
Yeah, well, I've told that story a few times in the spaces. There's actually 2 stories I'll just tell you really briefly. One of them is that we had been filming not at the front for a long time, and then we knew that we were going to go to the front. Yarko, who's the producer, and we knew that we were going to go to like where we were going, but we didn't really tell anybody because until we needed to tell people, because for security reasons. It's not like the kind of thing you want a lot of people to know where you're going exactly. And we had to tell some of the people on the crew that they weren't going to go. And that was, so for a few of them, it's like, oh, great, I'm not going. Thank God. I don't want to go to that place. So I'm so glad they didn't ask me. And there were others that were really insulted that they weren't asked to go. And then when we went, this story's been told a few times by me now. One of our camera guys, the one guy, I won't say, he was immediately there's just like artillery shells going in and out all the time. And from the very first instant when we went down this hill and you saw tanks on the side hiding in the trees, and I'm thinking like, how are we going to film this? But he was just freaking out, and he ended up not being able to work at all, basically. And then we got hit, and then we got hit, one night, the building we were in, by a rocket, and that's when I lost them. I didn't lose. They decided that they weren't going to stay, and they went back to the city, and that was my camera crew gone. And I don't blame them. I mean, one of them said, "Look, I'm not here to play roulette or the lottery." He said, "I'm not here to play the lottery," and they just got out. So that's, and then so you just never know. And then the sound guy, Sergey, who went, it was actually kind of funny. We weren't going to take a sound guy, which was stupid. And because we wanted to keep the crew a little smaller going out to the front, and we were already taking all this equipment, a number of people. So we thought we could do sound ourselves on camera, and we get to Bucha actually that day that you see that we're driving around Bucha, and it's in the film. And I realized, this is a really bad idea. The sound is just not going to be the quality that I want. We need to get a guy with a professional sound rig, professional sound guy. So we ended up staying a few days in Kyiv looking for a sound guy, because our sound guy that we usually use, he's not coming. He just doesn't want to go to the front. And so we found this guy who was recommended, and Yarko did not tell him where we were going. He said we wanted to hire somebody to do sound for us. And I said, does he know where we're going? He said, no. I said, you have to tell him first where we're going. He said, let's find out if he's any good, and then ask him if he wants to go. I said, it doesn't work that way. You have to. It doesn't work that way. We have to tell him up front, because it might just not be worth it. Because anybody that works with us, I wanted to do it. I wanted for him to do a test to see if he could work with us, and we were going to drive around Kyiv and do a recording, and for him to record with camera, and because you just don't want to have a guy working if you just know if he's any good. And so we tell him when we pick him up at this coffee place that we're going, basically we're going to Bakhmut, and do you want to come? Would you come? And he said, well, I know this. I have a friend who might want to come, who might want to do it. And he said, all right, if you want, do you want to call your friend? He said, but I'll test, I'll do the test. So we were driving around, and I think he saw that we're really professional and we're really good at what we do that day. And by the end of the day, when he said, okay, I'm coming, I'll see you tomorrow. And the odd thing is, and so he came with us. And the odd thing is that when the camera guys, after we got hit by the rocket, the camera guys took off, and I thought Sergei was going to take off too. And Sergei stayed through the whole thing. And that was really amazing. That was one of the biggest surprises to me. He really loved it. So to answer your question along is that, Alan, we got everything. I mean, there's, every single person had their own way of thinking about it or dealing with it before, during, and after. You really have no idea who's going to be able to do what.
I have to say, Ben, the sound editing, and people need to understand that sound editing is more than a music soundtrack. Sound editing on the film To the Zero Line really is spectacular. Sound recording doesn't happen by itself. It, as Ben was just speaking about, requires a lot of preparation. Sound people or sound men, guys with the microphones, they are a special breed. And then when it comes to editing a film, editing that soundtrack, laying it down, those editors are a special breed too.
Yeah, Tyler is very good at that. The main editor, but there's a woman, Nicole Pettigrew, that I've worked with before, who was the sound engineer and the mixer, and she's really great. She's also a musician, which I think it gives her a little bit of an advantage. And one thing I'll just mention about filming in war. Sergei did a great job when that when that gun fires, you hear like the whoosh, and that's the actual sound. We didn't lay that in, and he was really proud of himself. He said, "You know what I'm going to do when this goes off? Because when it goes off, it's really loud. It's bang. But if he increased the gain. If anybody's into sound, so he had to keep the gain down when the thing went bang, but right after the bang, in order to get that sound of the the artillery round flying, he had to increase the gain as it's flying. So in like bang, then he turns the dial. And that's why if you really listen to it, it's a great effect. And it's the actual, that was recorded live. We didn't lay that in. Sergei really had a sense of how to film, just lucky, that we found him in a combat area, because he's thinking about how am I going to actually capture the feeling of the sound. It's not just capturing dialogue; it's the feeling of the sound. Um, and then one more thing about sound, it's like when we like the Camonet ladies. That's a very interesting scene, the way it's recorded. But I wanted the sound of the I wanted it to feel like the camo ladies were sitting, like you're there with the camo ladies and what it's like to experience their work, which is they sit there all day weaving the nets. And so we recorded a lot of them, of just the sound of the fabric being pulled through the nets, so that you can, like, because that's what they experience, and that's what I wanted the audience to experience, and that gives you the feeling of how quiet it is, and they're speaking really quietly. And if you want to think about it, it's really an interview in a way, but you don't feel that it's an interview. It's not like they're talking to you, they're talking between them, but they're telling you really what it, the methodology. So that's another, there is Alan, there is a lot of sound work in it. And in order to, so that you could really have a great experience.
You want to find a good sound guy, talk to a sound guy who has radio experience, because on radio, you have to create a picture with sound. It's all you have. And you want that sound to be as if it's the ears of the person in the situation itself. And that also is an aspect of the intimacy of this film. Ben has talked about his quest to make this film intimate, which is something, Ben, that you achieved. And it is a vision that you had for this film that you brought to light in full.
Yeah, because from the very start, I wanted people. I have a goal for this film besides just making a film, and beside making a film, I want to make an interesting film, and all of the things that you do when you want to just make a nice film. But I also have I also want to help Ukraine, and to help Ukraine, different people can do different things and to help Ukraine. And my idea was that I wanted people in the United States and UK and in Europe and outside Ukraine to be able to identify with the people inside. And for them, because I was thinking about the Afghan war and how difficult it was for people, even though there were UK soldiers and US soldiers there, but it always felt like a different kind of place. You knew that it was more like our guys are there fighting, and these are kind of like people with towels on their head, and what the hell kind of thing, and why are we really there? And I felt that in order to give people, and for people to get behind and understand sort of the genocidal aspect of it, which I go into it later in the writing that I did, which I knew from the start, was that I needed to make a film that anybody, just a regular person on the street in the United States or in the UK could say, hey, you know what? I understand. Like, they're just like me. And I get it. It's like, I know what it's like, someone giving birth, or mourning somebody, or eating. These are just very common to all human beings. So that was to make it very intimate and personal. I think most people probably, I don't even know because I haven't spoken to a lot of people about this aspect of it. it's like you can identify, and people say they cry because they're crying because it means something to them. They're crying because they can empathize with the people. And that's why I did it, because in order for people like, the people in the Senate or wherever it is, I don't know if they cry. I know a bunch of them, but I don't know when they cry or why they cry. But and that really is a way for us to be able to understand better what's at stake in Ukraine, and that's that. And so and that's why there's also no voiceover. I didn't want to have this idea that anything is being explained. I wanted someone watching it to experience it, and when you experience the grieving of there are a few grieving scenes in it of a woman like crying over a grave. There's nothing to explain it. You understand it.
Well,
So that
it goes to the heart of storytelling, Ben. Don't tell me, show me. And I think this is one of the strengths of the film, To the Zero Line. It shows you and allows you, as Ben is just saying, to be in the film as if you are going through the very same events. And because of the intimacy of the film and the invitation, so to speak, although it's a terrible invitation when you stop and think about it, to be in the event, of course, that's going to affect you to the depth of your soul. If you don't cry, if you don't have a box of tissues handy when you watch this film, I don't know what to say to you. I really don't. But it is one of the achievements of this film. So, Ben, a few more filmmaking questions for you.
sure.
First, no story tells itself. I don't care what any filmmaker or writer tells you. No story tells itself. Stories need to be crafted. And one of the most trying things to do is to discover how to begin a story. And Ben, you began To the Zero Line with these superimposed images, what in advertising we used to call bypacking. Uh, and it is so effective. When and how did that opening occur to you?
Well, I'll tell you that occurred to me. Actually, I had a different opening in mind because I didn't know what I was doing when I. But once the film, the first uh, the first part of the film that I knew that I was going to film was the doctor picking up the medicine in New York. So I thought that was going to be the beginning of the film because I just didn't know anything else at the time. That was like the only thing I had, and that sort of like that through that story line. And as I was, and so, but then I started like storyboarding stuff and trying to figure stuff out. And I'll tell you, the beginning of it was really easy for me, and it was because it's an allusion to the beginning of Apocalypse Now, and which is a surrealistic, which is a surrealistic scene that sets you in Vietnam, and it does two things. I mean, and it has a helicopter in it, which is really quite amazing. The way they pull it off, and then it ends up with Willard, the the protagonist, if that's what you want to call him in that story, um, in in a hotel room in Saigon. And but it's very surrealistic and it's based on music and it really sets the tone for everything that's going to follow, or some of what's going to follow. And so I realized, look, I love that scene in Apocalypse Now. I'll do it. I'll do something that is an allusion to it. Of course, I can't. make Apocalypse Now, and I wouldn't want to mimic anything. But that's where the inspiration came from, Alan, because I realized in war also, war is kind of like this dreamy, weird kind of feeling, that where things are mixed up. And I wanted to, and so thematically, so I had this idea, okay, I wanted it to be like to grab you, with spectacle and mystery in a way. But also there were two things going on at the beginning of the war. One was what was going on with the civilians and what was going on with the mobilization of the people who became soldiers. And those happened simultaneously, right at the beginning of the war. And so I wanted to show how those were overlapping at the beginning. And it's there are a lot of layers to this scene. So I began with that guy walking over getting steady on the board, because it's spectacle. As I've mentioned before somewhere, Shakespeare knew how to start a story. It was either with spectacle or mystery. And I thought, have the early frames that being that spectacle, and then thematically, in that there's a lot of layers in this one particular sequence, and then thematically, him walking on the board is like one person, and the vulnerability of one person, and then it brings in every other kind of person, children, military, men, women, the doll. And it's sort of like, it's basically a whole community if you think about it. And then finally, there's one more, there's probably a couple other elements, but one thing that I'll just mention here is that there's a theme in the film of traversing space. And you'll find, I'm not afraid to have long sequences. We do a lot of fast cutting too, but watch a person walk a long distance, because that's what really war is and life is that you're going from one place to another. And so all through this film, you have people walking distances or traveling distances. And that's really that's just this sort of like, existential concept. And so that man walking on a board across the Irpin Bridge, the Irpin River there, is symbolizes basically what life is about. And then later in the film, we don't explain it, but that bridge, when it says caution, 0 line ahead, that's the Irpin Bridge again. That was like much later, like almost a year later, when they were rebuilding it. And that part of the bridge is now where you saw that board and those people. That's kind of, and if you go back to the film, that's there, and it's kind of like a memorial. It's like a little shrine that they're I don't know how long they're going to keep it that way. And that board is still there. And it was kind of weird walking on those boards, and very same boards in the film that I've been working on for so long. And that these people were on. And now, because Ukraine took it back, took back this area and it was safe, there was just normal traffic. They were building it. And it was kind of like really nice to be in a place that had been, that Ukraine had now have again. And like being in Bucha, same thing. It was like be in that whole area. It was wow, this, it's so peaceful. It's not really peaceful, but I mean, you saw it was like destroyed. But knowing the terrible things that happened just like weeks before, basically, and driving around and people trying to like have some sort of normal life again, which is the time we got there. And we got there because we were filming the Banksy stuff going around there. And Banksy, that's a whole nother thing about the Banksy stuff. But that's a long answer for you about that first sequence, Alan.
Well, it reminds me of one of the great war correspondents of World War II, A.J. Liebling, who was a New Yorker writer, his trilogy about World War II, because he was also a boxing reporter. He covered heavyweight and lightweight boxing. And he entitled his trilogy "The World Knocked Down," "The World on One Knee," "The World Gets Up." This is exactly what we see at the beginning of the film To the Zero Line. This one man with shopping bags crossing the bridge in Irpin, overflowing with water, and and he does drop to his knees. He does get up, and he does carry on. This is exactly the image of Ukraine as a nation, as a nation, as a people united in their own defense that we all have to acknowledge and get together with. Um, a few more filmmaking questions, Ben, and I apologize to our listeners. Uh, they're going up and down here, but I encourage all of you, please go to the first tweet in the nest and devote some of your holiday time between now and New Year's to watching this film, To the Zero Line, and understand what the zero line is. Chuck Ferrer talks about it on Tuesday and Thursday nights here at MriyaReport. It is the line of contact. It is the line of defense that Ukraine engages in every single day. Uh, it is the line that thousands of Ukrainian citizens walk every day in their cities. In Kherson, for example, a city which is shelled continuously by the Russians, or in Sumy Oblast, or Kharkiv Oblast, or in Kharkiv City. More than 100 Ukrainian towns and villages and cities on the front line, near the front line, are shelled every single day. Chuck and I always focus on the Ukrainian civilians who face death every single day because they are within reach of Russian weapons. But think about Ukraine as a nation. Ukraine knocked down. Ukraine on one knee. Ukraine gets up, because this is the sequence that we're watching. Another filmmaking question, Ben. There's a lot of serendipity in filmmaking. At what points in the film did you look at footage, at rushes on the night or the next day, and say, "Wow, I can't believe we have this"?
Yeah, it happened sometimes. Sometimes, like I'd watch something, I'd watch something on my laptop because that's what you do these days, and I think, wow, this is totally amazing. But sometimes it was like, oh my God, we didn't. How are we gonna? How are we gonna edit this into what we need? It's like, oh God, we didn't get the coverage. Um, so it can go both ways, Alan, in this kind of environment. Because remember, I'm trying to do more than just get something. I also wanted to be the way to tell the story and visually interesting and the right angles and all that. And could we cut it together? And so it went both ways. But one thing for sure, um, because this is like because this is not this is a nonfiction work and we're in the field. A lot of times we sometimes we could go back and reshoot or get more footage or like figure out how to put something together, and a lot of times we couldn't. So we really had to try to get things when we could, and because there may be no going back, which is sometimes why. And so it went both ways, and it is really hard work. I have to tell you, to get the footage you need at the quality and the interesting ways that we wanted to do. When you may not be able to do pickups. And we did pickups. Pickups is when after you shoot something, then you can go back and get the footage that you need. And sometimes we would do pickups, or sometimes we would go and actually film something entirely again if it wasn't, if it really was wrong or we didn't have it right. So everything was possible. And but the thing about filming in a wartime place, which I found out sometimes, I found out the hard way a couple times, is generally speaking, when you can get it, because it may not be possible a little bit late, like the next day kind of thing. And at the beginning, there was a woman that I really wanted to film. I met her, and she said something that was so quotable, and I didn't want to fake it. And she's a young woman at like 20, a college student, and she said, and we were just talking. I was giving her a ride, and she said, "Everything I used to think was important is not important anymore, and the things I didn't even know about are important to me now." And uh, and I really wanted to have her say that on camera, and I could never find her again. And I tried to, I had like a number, but people change their phones and whatever, and I could never find her again. And I didn't feel right, like having somebody like say it and kind of fake it, because when people say things in this film, it's really them. It's really the real thing. We didn't pretend anything. And I just never had that line in the film. But that really sums up a lot, because you never really think about it. It was a very insightful moment that I just couldn't record. And so that's when and there was a couple of other situations where I realized, if we don't get it now, we're never going to, we might not have a second chance.
That is also a lot like life. There are moments that occur in a lifetime when almost always it's someone you love, almost always it's someone you love who you are going to lose. And these are moments that stay with you always, as long as you breathe. But when you're a filmmaker and these moments occur, it is a loss to the work you are creating. And I know about that, Ben. I know about lost recordings. I know about recordings I have in my head, but I don't have on tape for various reasons. Um, so some more filmmaking questions. How did you find the key characters who are on camera? And I'm talking about the nurse who demonstrates the tourniquet, for example, Simon, the injured infantryman who stayed at the recruiting office until he was accepted as a soldier in the Ukrainian army. The driver of the van delivering humanitarian supplies. I'm just going to talk about those three. How did you find them? How did you convince them to be on camera?
Well, you're asking me about, okay, so I'll speak generally and then specifically. Generally, after we start, at first I didn't know anybody in Ukraine, basically, except one group, and that was very helpful to me. But at some point, one person led to another person. And I don't need to go through the chain, but we started getting a reputation for being like good, like professional, interested in the people. They knew that I mentioned this before, like in one of the soldiers said, the press officer of the 24th Brigade, he said, everybody comes here to film combat, and you came here to film us. And it really became clear to people that we weren't there to make a news story. I'm considered a journalist in Ukraine, because either you're a journalist or you're a soldier or you're a volunteer or you're a civilian. And so what happened was that it really became clear to people that we were making a film to help Ukraine, uh, to help Ukraine in a way that people outside Ukraine could understand what was happening inside. So it became easy, really, at some point, it really became easy because one person would tell another person, hey, there are these, and because people are doing different jobs and doing different things. And they say, I know this guy who's doing painting cars. And because it's like that personal connection. And it's like, yeah, and guy came to me and said, like, do you want to film car painting? And all right, let's do car painting. And so people were waiting for us at some point, because we were really, I was there a long time, months and months, and the word was getting out in some ways that this film was a really serious film about Ukraine, and that they wanted to help Ukraine, and they thought we were helping Ukraine. So that made it easier. That's different from like just a regular news crew going around getting a story. We were part of the cause in a way. And so in those particular cases, they were early on in the project. Sheer, demonstrates the tourniquet, she's part of a group called One Heart, which is actually how I got into the country. Because One Heart, I've mentioned this before in MriyaReport space. It's an interesting story. After 2014, in 2014, Russia just walked into Ukraine, and there was very little military resistance in a way, and they got what they wanted. And the government of Ukraine decided that they didn't want that to happen again. They needed to bulk up. And but to do that, they needed to be able to get youth or young people to join the military and also become capable of joining the military. And so some of the people in the government went to Israel, because Israel has these programs for young people, like high school kids. It's sort of like a pre-military training. And one of the groups, they call Machanes, and one of the groups is this group in Israel called One Heart. And so the government in Ukraine recruited the Erez Eshel, who runs One Heart, to start the same kind of program in Ukraine to prepare young people for, to prepare the country. So they've been working, I think, since 2016, One Heart Ukraine, in Ukraine. And that was my connection in. And so Sheer works with One Heart. And so Sheer is one of the leaders of One Heart. And I was in with that group, which gave me the entree into a number of things to start. And that was a really great connection because they were trusted by Ukrainians, by the Ukrainian government. And I came under their auspices. I won't go into the whole, like how that happened. That's a whole nother story. But that was how Sheer came in. And then the soldier who was injured, it's kind of interesting. Valeria, who does the BBC report, she was our fixer in Lviv also, and I filmed her because it's I filmed her as part of the film, not just as a fixer. And she worked in this bar. She was the manager of the bar, and at that point I had never met a soldier except these three guys who I took a picture with, who wanted to take a picture with me. And I said to her, I want to film some soldiers. At the beginning, it's like, I want to do this, I want to do that. And I said, I need to film some soldiers, and so, well, I know this one, he comes into our bar, he's a Siman, and he's wounded. I said, well, that sounds interesting. So I met Siman in the bar, in a different bar. And and we talked a while. We talked like we had coffee and we talked a long time. And he is a really interesting, engaging guy. And I thought, this is going to be great. So we agreed to film the next day or 2 days later, I forget what. And so then we filmed him, and he came the next day or whenever it was, and he's just a great guy and very interesting. And then after we finished, Valeria told me that he didn't want to come that day, that he decided that he wasn't going to do it. It's like, oh hell. And she didn't want to tell me, but he just like got cold feet, and she had to like beg him to go on camera for it. And he ended up doing it. She says, like, it's for Ukraine, and it's like whatever she said, I don't even know. And so in that case, he would, and we've become really friendly since then. And there's like a strong, a really nice, strong feeling. And then Yarko, the driver, he's actually the producer of the film. He wasn't the producer to start with. He picked me up because he was with One Heart, the Israeli group way back when, and he was helping out because at that point they were getting people out of Ukraine. They were rescuing people from the east. This was at the very beginning of the war, and he was like one of the drivers, logistics guys, and so he just came to pick me up at the I don't exactly remember where I met Yarko the first time, and he drove me a couple places, and I realized, this guy's pretty smart. He's pretty good, and he's like, he can talk. And so we became a team, and he ended up being the producer of the film. And that's, and that's how that is unique to the whole film of the Yarko story.
So Ben, if you were to go back to Ukraine tomorrow, what is the sequel to the Zero Line that you would make?
Well, we're working on that already, Alan. We had so much footage. Right now in the film, this film is about the people, the people in the peril. And we filmed much more than this, maybe 3-4 times what you see in the film. Not just 3-4 times, 3-4 times numbers of situations and numbers of people, and so we have a tremendous amount of footage of so at the front. And all we have here at the front is Christmas, but Christmas and a few other scenes. But we also have tank, the tank company, just pretty much every combat arm of the brigade, in some kind of interesting way and in depth, as well as a lot of other stuff. So the next one is we're working on it now, and it's a lot different from this one. I'm not making the same movie twice, and the focus is different. The focus is on the guy, on the soldiering and the fighting. This film has very little fighting in it because I wanted to make a film about. I made this film about the people in the peril. The next one is about the fighting and why they're fighting, which is still the peril, but because and it goes much more into the what we're calling the genocide thing and the fighting thing and the history of the fighting. It's an entirely different film, but they're companions. One is the whole country, and then the other one's pretty much just the front.
So Ben, would you consider drilling down and making a film about returning Ukrainian children, for example?
Yeah, that's part of the next one, I hope, because I really don't go too much into that whole subject of in this one, and because you can only cover so much, in a film, and this is already 2.5 hours, and we do have, and so the answer is yeah, Alan, and how to do it, in the next one is a real challenge because men, it's men and women, they fight, but they fight for a reason. So the reason is, let's say, the kids, and how to make all that work together is really part of the challenge of the next one. But I want to go much more into that, and in a very different way from this film. So, and I agree with, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, that those things need to be told. But I'm not going to do. I don't do it like as a frontline report. You know, it's. I'm not going to. I guess you know this kind of style I'm interested in when it comes to this war. I've done other stuff where there are narrators and voiceover and that kind of thing, and there is some voiceover in the next one because some of it needs it.
Well, you know, that is a decision every filmmaker making a documentary has to make for him or herself. Where is narration needed? I did notice that on a few scenes, Ben, uh, you are heard. Uh, did this present an editing problem for you? Either your reaction to an answer is heard, or there's a very short sound clip of your acknowledgement of an answer. Did you try to cut that out of this entire film?
Two things. One is thank you for that cringe moment, Alan. There are a couple answers to that. I would prefer we had to take more of that stuff out because unfortunately I like to laugh, as you can tell, and I laugh too soon sometimes, and that's not a good thing. I try not to, but what the hell. And the answer to that is that we were in a rush to get this out for Christmas this year, and because in part because of I wanted, if anybody in Congress gets to see this or during this discussion, you know, if people go online, I wanted it to come out during this period where the funding hadn't yet been decided. And so for that reason, there's some things that we just didn't finish in post-production. And that's one of them. You know, maybe there'll be a couple of me chuckling, and there are only a few, but yeah, you picked up on them. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm a
that's
little
okay.
embarrassed.
I'm just like you, Ben. Uh, you know, on camera, and if I'm in your position, I laugh too soon as well. And I only know I'm doing it when the director looks at me with a look that can kill, and it has killed me before. But I want to tell listeners this is a Christmas film. To the Zero Line is the best Christmas film you can watch this season. It's the best Christmas film you can show to your family. But be careful. If you have young children, be careful. Either watch the film before you view it with your family and with your children, and make a decision yourself about how, as a family, you will watch this film. But To the Zero Line is a Christmas film. It is a gift to watch this film, a gift to understand what Ukraine is going through, a gift to you to encourage your own action, to encourage your own support of Maria Report and of the folks on the front line like Scruff that we're raising money for. So take a look at the second tweet in the nest. If you haven't made a Christmas gift to Ukraine, make it tonight. Here in North America, it's still Christmas Day. Between today and New Year's Eve, it's still a season of giving hope and gifts. Consider a gift to Maria Report so you can help friends like Scruff on the front line in Ukraine get everything they need while funding for Ukraine is in doubt. Our support of Ukraine is never in doubt. Take a look at that second tweet. Follow the links. Make as generous a donation as you can possibly make. And if you're unconvinced, watch the film To the Zero Line. That's the first tweet in the nest. Ben, another question for you. Had you ever made a documentary film in a war zone before?
No, I've never been. I've never been in a war zone before. So the answer is no, emphatically no. And I've not been in the military. And I did not expect to. I did not expect to go into where the bullets were flying. Or the in this war, if you're not in, it's not just the bullets. It's the artillery that is really the problem, or one of the big problems. So the answer is no. But and then I didn't think that I would, even when I started the film, do it. I thought we could get away with the GoPros, and so we friends of friends and people we know are soldiers, and so we sent GoPros out there, out there, and said, like, film stuff, and they would send the SD card back, and we give them another one, and that didn't work out. And then I've had a lot of cooperation. The Armed Forces of Ukraine has been really great with me, and I'm really, really grateful for the help they've given. I mean, they let us they gave me credentials, which not everybody can get, and we spent a lot of time wherever I wanted to go. Basically, I could go and film, and so I was talking to I don't want to say what he's doing, but one of the head guys in media for the armed forces who's in Kyiv. And I told him that I really needed good fighting footage and and good soldier footage, and I just wasn't getting it. And I asked him if he had anything, and they have archives. They actually keep archives of a lot of stuff that you never see on you never see, but they have their own reasons why they have video archives, and so they have a lot of archives and that they keep. And he said, well, we have all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I wanted also a helicopter because of that first scene, and we couldn't get a helicopter. But they shoot low resolution, much lower resolution normally, because it's too much bandwidth. They're fighting a war. They're not making cinema. So it's too, and so I said, well, I want 4K. We're shooting in 6K, but I want 4K, ultimately 4K. So we don't have 4K. I said, all right, then I guess there's only one way to do it. I've got to go out there myself. And to me, it was, at that point, I was so into the project. It just seemed like the right thing to do. And I knew I knew where I was going. But I've told this story before. I didn't know exactly where I was going. And basically I knew what unit we would go to because of Simon's unit, or Simon's brigade, because that's where our connection was. And I basically, I was told, they don't know where they're going to be in any particular point, because brigades move around. So I was told, just like a couple weeks before, tell me you're coming and I'll tell you where to go. And all we got were, latitude and longitude on my phone, and he said, and a time to meet them. And it turned out to be, the Bakhmut district. So that's how I got there. It was, and then I turned to Yarko, and I gave him, like the next morning or something, I showed him the coordinates, and I said, I said, and I asked him, I was like, do you really want to do this? And he said, yeah, I want to do it. He was in, and that's how we got there.
So Ben, at what times in the filming were you scared? Were you scared for your life? Were you physically scared and thinking this might be the last film I ever make?
Well, you could be in Kiev and it's the last film you ever make, because the missiles do hit in all kinds of places, and it crosses your mind if you're a normal person. It's, you can't. There's a real war happening there. There was one night in Kiev that I was thinking that, because there was like a siren. It was like midnight or 1 a.m. or something like that. And you figure if you're in Kiev, you're in a pretty, actually there's like a few stories there, but you figure, the chances of you getting hit are pretty, like, just mathematically, it's a big city, so you're going to be all right. So I just went outside and I sort of watched the sky, and there were like these searchlights on the sky a little bit, and then there was a missile that got exploded sort of like right near me above, kind of thing. It was like this big flashlight, which was kind of cool. And that was like one of those times, like, yeah, this is like this is like a bad thing that's around here, kind of thing. I was more concerned about but when it came to like a real, like, direct danger, there were a few, and I think that you get used to the booming. I mean, because at that point they had a lot of artillery shells, I guess, both sides, and it's really constant at the front, and it just never really stopped. But you have this sense, if it's outgoing, it's okay. It's a different sound from incoming, and if it's incoming, it's like, that's incoming. But there was this one time in Chesav Yar, which is now there's a lot of fighting, that the shelling was coming closer and closer to us, and now we're with some soldiers. We're looking for a place to these guys that we wanted to film, an infantry unit, and they're on the phone, and it's like and a radio trying to find out where we're going to go, and the shelling kept, like, it's like walking closer to us, and you just think, it's kind of like really close, and you don't want it to be any closer than it is, and it's just a matter of luck. And I'm thinking, and I'm saying, like, I am scared a little bit, and but you can't really show it because that doesn't help. And I said, like, we don't have to interview him today. We can come back tomorrow. And these guys, they were like, no, 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 we think we know where he is. And like, but and they're like, they're trying to find him. And then like a few minutes later, it's like, no, it's really okay. We can come back tomorrow. And it's like, we found them, and we get in the car, and we get in the vehicle, and we start going. And then like, and there was like this one that came pretty close, and the car shook. And then we were just driving fast. And that was the only time that I thought this could really be an unlucky moment. But you can let your mind think any moment's going to be an unlucky moment.
Ben, you had never shot a film in a war zone before. What do you understand about war today that you didn't understand when you started to make this film?
Well, having been sort of a student of war and a student of war films, I can say that it's not like what any of that I knew before, kind of thing. And in this way, because I realized that, and I've said this before, so if people have heard it, I apologize. But one of war films in general, in my estimation, are somebody is making a film about that is based on other war films that they've seen before, but it's not really like what it's like. And there are exceptions, of course. And the one I like to point out is Restrepo, which really gives you a feeling of being there. So the answer, the thing that really struck me is how much downtime guys have, and you're waiting around a lot, and like nothing's happening. But something's going to happen, and that's why that's why you're there. And so there's this kind of like a rhythm to a lot of things that you don't get in war films, because in war films it's like usually very linear kind of problem. It's like whatever it is that's going on, there's a beginning, middle, and end, and that's what the camera and the story follows. But there's sort of, but when you're in that kind of environment, and I've spoken to soldiers since, and talked to them about it, is that you spend, and Furious George, we talked about that. I think he called it like just hanging out time, and that was a real surprise to me. It made perfect sense, like people playing on video games or just talking or eating, and then like something has to happen, and it's like really intense. And so that was one of the biggest surprises to me, sort of like the rhythm of life, that of living in that kind of world. It's not anything that I expected, really, and I wanted to portray that in some way, and we filmed a lot of that. But the only in this one, the only place you get it is when the guys are smoking the cigarettes and kind of laughing, in the artillery piece and on the artillery piece, and like he's just sitting on top having a smoke. And you would probably never see that in, I mean, 99% of war films, or just the guys inside just like hanging out, and they make a joke that, and they're kind of just relaxing sort of thing. There is a lot of that, and that was probably the biggest surprise to me.
Ben, this is something my father described to me, and his friends described to me who fought in World War II. It is this waiting. I'd have to say it's waiting for terror. It's waiting for. It's waiting for the events of the day that can end your life, and your life can end in any number of ways, which they all became familiar with because they saw their friends killed in battle by a sniper, or on a mine, or all by bad luck. All by bad luck. There's so much randomness in a war zone. Good luck and bad luck. A bullet that is stopped by, these days, it can be stopped by an iPhone held in your pocket. So another question for you, Ben. Would you ever seek to make a film that takes you into Russia? This could be a film about returning Ukrainian children. And I say this acknowledging that journalists are in prison in Russia, including the Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. Would you ever try to enter Russia to make a film?
Well, considering how much of MriyaReport is recorded, I doubt that will ever happen.
If you went into Russia to make a film, what would the film be about?
Oh, with the whole Russian thing. No, I mean, if it's an interesting, I'd have to really think about that, Alan. If it was a friendly country and I would be invited in, or I could get credentialed and it would be like perfectly safe. If it were like a different regime and I wanted to tell a story, let's just assume all of that is possible. I'd put it in the context of the. I think it's important, like what we were saying at the very, very beginning of when you and Nancy became the hosts tonight, is that to have a bigger picture. And so the problem with children deportation and adoption, and is one of the mechanisms of an eliminationist campaign. And I'd want to put it to show sort of like the mechanism of the whole, like all of the techniques of ruining a nation that are being attempted now, like the destruction of art and the stealing of children, the what they're doing with children, the whole thing, and Massacre and Bucha and so forth. So my interest is to show it as a phenomenon, and then because Ukraine will win this war, somehow or other bring it into like the result that occurred, which we don't know, and also sort of like what the ramifications are. I'm less interested in the perpetrators, probably, but it might be interesting because that's what my brother works on. It's kind of interesting. My brother is well known for studying the perpetrators of these things, and and maybe because of that, and I mean, we understand it, collectively, our family. I'm more interested in telling the stories of the people who, not just the survivors, but the rescuers. And it's the rescue, now that I'm thinking about how I'm just talking out loud, it's the people how I started this one, the people who come to the rescue, yes, it would be about the children, but also about the woman who was on MriyaReport, what she does and what those efforts are, but not in a standard journalistic way. It would have to be something more interesting.
Another question for you, Ben. Given your brother's scholarship, the author of Hitler's Willing Executioners, we are really facing a question today after 670 days of genocidal war inflicted on Ukraine by Russia. And this was a question that followed the conclusion of World War II. Were there good Germans? Today, are there good Russians? What is your take on that?
Yeah, well, at Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Memorial in Israel, they have a whole section for for righteous Christians, and of course there were people who stood up, and like one of the famous ones, Steven Spielberg made a film about him, Schindler's List, and and I put on our website of this film the guy who the mayor of Chernivtsi, Traian Popovici, who saved people. So yeah, there were a number of people who stood up, but they took a big risk, and not everybody's willing to take that risk. And so that's why I think in our case here, and so even, but let's not think that these were anomalies, and it was a national project of Germany to exterminate the Jews and the Gypsies, and there was a plan for a lot of other groups too, and gay people, and that's where the pink triangle comes from. If the gay people who are not Jewish had to wear the pink triangle, and so there were people who stood up, but it was a national project of Germany, which is why it could occur, and just ordinary people who from all walks of life, not just quote Nazis. We're part of it, and this is really what's going on with Russia, which is, people. I object to people. I don't want to say object, but to say this is Putin's war is not quite right, because these, someone is raping, there is a man who is a Russian who is raping a woman somewhere in the Donbass. And it's not Putin who's doing that rape. It's that one man. And he has a commander who sanctioned it. And there's a general staff that sanctions that. And then ultimately you can say, yeah, Putin's in that chain, but this is not Putin's war. This is a national project of the Russian people. And the same goes for any of these mechanisms of genocide, whether, the deportation of children. Someone has to pick that child up. It's not Putin that picks that child up. Someone has to put that child into a vehicle. Someone is adopting that child. And when you think of it in those terms, that's a lot of people. And it's a good part of society that is engaged in this. And unfortunately, the people who stand up in Russia, they get put in prison, or in the case, if in some of them end up being killed. So if you try to speak up against it, so that's so yeah, there is a difference between the Holocaust and the Holocaust is unique in terms of these kinds of campaigns, because the goal was to kill every single Jew on earth. And the goal for the Russians is not to kill every single Ukrainian. It's to destroy the Ukrainian nation by all these different mechanisms, so that they end up and ruining their identity, and they end up becoming, Russian in one way or another, with the language and so forth, killing enough of them, deporting others, wrecking the next generation. But it's the same, that's why, in Ukraine, when you talk to people in Ukraine, and when you're with people in Ukraine, they really hate Russians. They don't say, I hate Putin. They don't like, Putin is just, but it's like, I hate Russians. And there was even a guy, it was like, I felt kind of bad for this guy, but I didn't even know. He was at the Polish border, and at the beginning, when the refugees were coming, there were these guys who said that they were Russian, but on the side of Ukraine. Like, they weren't in Russia, but they were Russian, ethnic Russians who were, and they had this little badge or something that said I'm a Russian for Ukraine or something like that. And all the Ukrainians hated that guy because they didn't trust, because he was Russian, and they didn't want his help. They didn't want him around because they didn't trust any Russian at that point. And at this point, the animosity is so great because is that, and justifiably, it's going to take a while for there to be a bridge between that the Ukrainians are willing to cross, because they see it as a national project. They see it as not just Putin. It's all of these people who are coming at them.
And all of these people are Russian. The Russians are committing these war crimes. It's the Russian nation that is committing genocide. I had an interesting conversation with Colonel John Spencer on the space the other night, and I guess it's because of my naivete that I find it so difficult to believe in humanity that that humanity shows to one another, and it's naivete. And John, when I said, the crimes committed by Hamas in Israel seem to have been fueled by drugs he gave me a cautionary note. He said, no, it's not drugs, it's training, and it's brainwashing. That, and I don't want to believe this, Ben, but people can be brainwashed in order to commit war crimes of the most atrocious kind. The most atrocious kind, as we saw in Israel on October 7. And and this again challenges my disbelief, just as my disbelief was challenged when Russia amassed its forces on the border of Ukraine. Every day I said, I can't believe that this is going to happen. And then it happened. And after Russia invaded Ukraine, it just became worse and worse and worse. And there were war crimes. It became very clear that Russia was waging a genocidal war against Ukraine. But I'm a naive man, and I wish not to believe in man's inhumanity against man. But we live in this world today. It's getting worse and worse every single day we open the newspaper. Every single day. I wish, Ben, that some night both you and your brother could be here together.
Yeah, we might be able to arrange that. That would be that's a nice invitation, Alan. We might be able to arrange that. He, as far as as far as your own awakening in a way, really, when you look back in time, this has gone on many times in many places. But in the U.S. and U.K., we've had since World War II, except for wars in the Middle East, whatever. But that haven't really affected us so much, and we've been living in good times. And it's easy it's easy to you know have your belief that the world's the world's better than it is. But the other thing, though, Alan, and I don't need it. This is just philosophical on my part. But in a way, what's happened in the last year or 2 years is that we really know the masks have been taken off, and it is really us versus them. I hate to put it that way, but it's the good and the evil. And the good people need to come together like they come together here in MriyaReport, which is really amazing. And, and there are a lot of people who want to stand up for what is, good and right, just that simple term. And the lines are clear now, and we just have to do better for ourselves, which is what we're trying to get Congress to do in the U.S. To stand up. They haven't really figured it out 100%. Not all of them. Some of them are great. So yeah, that's it, Alan. It's good. We know what team we're on.
We do know what team we're on, and I hope that very soon we're going to show Ben's film on Capitol Hill in Congress. We're going to go to work on that next week. Right now, I'm going to go to Marcus and to G-Man. Marcus.
Woo! Okay, so I have a question about the last thing you were just talking about, and it's there's one willing executioner that I want to point out that really bothers me a lot, and that's the ones that aren't actually executing one, but create the information space necessary for that to be possible not to get stopped. So we're talking about the willing influencers and even the keyboard warriors that talk about willfully lie about Ukraine, willfully perpetuate stereotypes and lies that create the space. For example, saying, "Oh well, Ukraine committed genocide in Donetsk," and lies like that. There's a reasonable expectation that at this stage people would take the time to look this up and see that it's a lie. And at this point, it's willful, and it creates the information space necessary for people to resist helping Ukraine in Congress. It's even if it's like a guy like David Sachs, who's clearly not a good faith actor, and he says just blatant lies constantly that are propagandistic, right? And seems to revel in it. These people commit tiny little acts of evil that together as a whole are necessary for people to act out and do evil things without being stopped. And it's disheartening to me to see how many people are willing to be that person, but we do need to continue to point at that and say, no, this isn't right.
Yeah, I agree with you, Marcus. Well, it's well known that now that one of the domains of war is the information domain, the information space. So these people, I don't know, if these people are what I don't even care what their motivation is. They're bad people. They're bad actors, and they're very good at it. Especially on TikTok, it's just madness over there, and it's effective for lots of reasons. So yeah, I agree with you, and I think our side could do a better job. I think our side has to do a better job, and we just have to see it as an info war.
100%, man.
Thank you, Marcus. I want to draw everyone's attention to the first tweet in the nest. There are only 194 of us here on MriyaReport tonight. But to all 194 listeners, I thank you. I applaud you. Do something special tonight. Follow the links of the first tweet in the nest and make a generous donation to help our friend Scruff on the front lines in Ukraine. He's in a reconnaissance drone unit, and he needs everything, just as Ukraine needs everything. So while the United States is in doubt, even while the EU is in doubt about how to continue to supply Ukraine with everything Ukraine needs to defend itself, you can make a decision tonight to give Ukraine what you're able to give Scruff what you're able to give, and help tonight. In the last few hours of Christmas Day, make a gift that will save lives. Make a gift that will make a difference to Ukrainian soldiers on the front line. Make a gift through MriyaReport to our friend Scruff.
Hey, Alan, we've also made a very slight adjustment to our mantra as far as the kind of funds that we do want and the kind that we don't. We don't want your lunch money. We don't want you to skip dinner because you donated. Cover your critical essentials. But for a while, we'd been saying we don't want your rent money, and then realized unless you're a landlord and that's rental income, in which case send it over, please.
Actually, Nancy, at this time of year, I would say we do want your lunch money because after January 1st, everyone's going to be trying to lose weight. So lose weight this week by giving us your lunch money. Who needs lunch? You don't need lunch.
I know I could skip lunch for sure.
Well, there you go. Nancy is skipping lunch in order to give to Ukraine. And I encourage each and every one of our listeners to do the same. Go to the first tweet in the nest, follow the link, make a generous donation. I gave my brunch money and my lunch money because who needs brunch and lunch? That's 10 pounds right there. Skip it. Just skip it and give the money you save to Ukraine. Give the money you save to our friend Scruff in a reconnaissance drone unit on the front line. You can do it tonight. It's Christmas night still here in North America. Make a gift that is, and I'm not even a believer. Make a gift that's blessed. Put the star up in the sky with the generosity you can show tonight. G-Man, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Alan. And thanks, Ben, for being here. And I actually was sleeping, and but I was awakened, and I thought, I'll go downstairs and read euphemism for go downstairs and listen to Maria report, and try and read in between. Yeah. So eliminationism. We've mentioned that you and I have been conversing by DM, and it's a term I never heard before, and just from brief research, it was coined by your brother in his book. I do. And sorry. So why do you think that? Yeah, it was Hitler's willing executioners, of course. Sorry. And in the documentary, which he made, Worse Than War, which I've popped a link into the nest for anybody that wants to follow me down another rabbit hole. But I think it's a worthwhile journey. We were I was Christmas Day passed here in the UK, but I was at my brother-in-law's, brother and sister-in-law's with other family, and as often in our societies, we had so much that I could probably skip lunch for a week, and it wouldn't make any difference. Well, except in my pocketbook, perhaps. But why is it you think, Ben, that society hasn't tackled the problems of eliminationism? Is it? I mean, we haven't tackled the problems of genocide because nobody wants to act against the genocide when it's happening. I mean,
Right. Well,
yeah. Sorry.
well,
I'll leave it there.
Danny uses the term eliminationism because it's a better term than genocide. Genocide, people have 10 points, whatever it might be. But the whole concept of eliminationism, and people have written about that since he started writing about it, about the difference, is that you want to basically the basic concept is that you want to destroy another nation. You want to eliminate this group in one way or another. And then they're just basically different mechanisms, a number of mechanisms that you can do to do it. You don't have to kill everybody. That was, Hitler's idea. But you can, in other eliminationist campaigns, it could be raping the women and stealing the children so that there's no there's no generation after that. Or just driving people off the land, depopulating a part of an area, and then populating it with your people, whoever they might be. So they're just different mechanisms, but the concept is you want to get rid of them, and you want to get rid of them where they are as a nation. Maybe not the bodies, but their identity, and that's what Russia's trying to do with Ukraine over a period of time, one way or another, is to wipe out the Ukrainian nation. And that's why these definitions of genocide become like very lawyerly, without really it's like, they have a checklist, 10 points of this or 8 points of that or whatever it might be. But it's the concept, it's the concept that's important. And then, these are the then everything else is a mechanism to achieve that goal. So that's why he calls it eliminationism. And many people do now. Quite a number of people do, though genocide is just a term that's more often used. But he's quoted in the Oxford English Dictionary with the word eliminationism. It goes back and forth in the OED. So, but then as far as and I'm not the expert on it, but I guess I know something because I've been around him for a long time, and this is what we talk about and all of that stuff. But as far as how the mechanism happens, and what you're asking is, it takes two components, and all these campaigns are pretty much the same. They follow the same mechanism, which is there has to be like some deep animosity of one group to another that is not all of a sudden. Usually is, it's simmering, and it usually is that there's a feeling of a threat of one group or another. But then but it's there, but what it takes is a leader to unleash it. So in the case of the Holocaust, there was all this anti-Semitism, but it was there for generations. But it wasn't until the leader came around that said, okay, he's going to focus it, and then they made it into a national campaign. So what really happens here with Russia is that many Russians really don't like Ukrainians, and there's been this fight for years, decades, about it. And then what it takes is, a leader like Putin. You didn't have this happen during the Glasnost years, but the feeling towards Ukrainians were the same over all of this time, which, every once in a while, like from Holodomor on. So then what it takes is the leader basically to focus it and unleash it. And so this campaign is pretty much if you understand the mechanism of eliminationism, then you understand this war, what's behind it. And because it's the same as all the, it's basically it's just the normal pattern, which is what got me into this in the first place, because I knew it from the start, from basically February 27th, which direction this was going in. So that's my answer to, I don't know if I answered your question, but that's an answer.
So to our listeners, I want to recommend everyone to read the book Hitler's Willing Executioners. It's written by Daniel Goldhagen. It was published, I think it was published 20 years ago.
1996, I think.
1996, okay. It is a work, it's a thoughtful work of scholarship that will help everyone understand, actually, through the scholarship of a historian, what Russia is doing in Ukraine today. It will help everyone understand that. It's Hitler's Willing Executioners, written by Daniel Goldhagen. His brother happens to be Ben Goldhagen, who is with us tonight.
I met that guy.
I want to alert people, Marcus, that in 3 or 4 minutes, Language Learner will be with us to provide a battlefield update. So please do retweet this space. Let's watch what is happening on the Ukrainian battlefield tonight. It's more than just the Ukrainians shooting down 5, yes, 5 Russian fighter jets and bombers over Ukrainian airspace. It's about a lot more than that. G-Man, go ahead. And then Language Learner will be with us. We'll post his interactive map so we can follow his battlefield update in just a few minutes' time. G-Man.
Yeah, thanks for that, Alan. I was about to buy the book, and so and now I have to. So that's okay. It's no problem. Yeah, so very briefly, then while I think about eliminationism, and I think about the Ukrainian history, more recent history within the last 100 years, there are a number of events that happened there that were certainly genocidal and certainly eliminationism. So the Crimean Tatar deportations in 1944 would follow into it. Obviously, the Holodomor does, and also the expulsions of the kulaks before that. So Russia has been trying to eliminate Ukraine as an idea, I think, for hundreds of years. So it is a Russian problem. It is a Russia problem, not just a Putin problem. But yeah, Putin is the leader who is challenging, channeling all of this hate into, and directing the agents of a state to try and accomplish that goal, which was what we fight against. So thank you. Thanks for coming on, Ben, and we'll chat again. Thanks.
Well, thanks, G-Man. And you're right. The attempts to ruin the Ukrainian nation were happening before Putin. And finally, I'll say this, and the time is up. And then back to the regularly scheduled booms. That the Ukrainian people, the people in Ukraine, they are well aware of this, and what they want other people outside Ukraine to understand what they already know and what they've been subjected to for all this time. So that, and at that, I think I've had, you've given me a long platform away from your usual boom time. So I appreciate it, Alan and Nancy.
Well, Ben, we really appreciate it. First of all, you've allowed me to ask all these filmmaking questions, which I love to ask. And I cannot wait to hear more about the sequel of your film, To the Zero Line. That there are so many directions you can go. I know the direction you choose to go will be the right one. It's another film I will watch and alert other people that this is a film they need to watch. To all of our listeners here tonight, and I know this is Christmas Day. There are only a few of us here. I call us the faithful remnant. All of you, please do watch Ben's film, To the Zero Line. There's a link to it in the third tweet of the nest. Show it to your family, show it to your friends. Be careful about showing it to your children. But do please watch this film. Let it inspire your commitment to supporting Ukraine. Please, please.
And just a couple of things. Ben, number one, I very much appreciate all of the time you've spent here with us tonight. And I am sure that Alan still has plenty of questions tucked away in his mind. So be ready anytime. I am sure he would love to dig deeper as well. And it was very fascinating to hear wonderful questions. I know we had heard about the film and the people in the film, but it was also wonderful to hear about the making of it and the music composition and how everything was pulled together. So that was awesome there. And Alan, I would correct you. I wouldn't say that we are the faithful remnants. I think we are the faithful fabric. And those who aren't able to be here today are more of the remnants. So this is the core group and the fabric of the group. So appreciate everyone who's here and keep on. We'll have a battlefield update here shortly from Language Learner. And I know everyone's looking forward to that as well. But Ben, we also absolutely would love to, as Alan noted, have both you and your brother on the space. I know that our Understanding Genocide in Ukraine segments on Friday nights are at a extremely inconvenient time for you guys. However, we will happily adjust that and have a special edition anytime that you guys would love to come up and talk to us.
All right, I'll take that. That's a very gracious invitation, and I'll tell them about it. We'll see if we can set something up.
And remember, one of our wonderful regular speakers in that section is Gina Christian, who is a journalist. So I know she will have many questions, and she has spent much time devoted to this topic, and her focus on it was a key part of why Prince and I started those sessions as well. So I think it would be a delightful session to have her up here asking questions. And I know we would have many questions from the audience, and it would be an absolute delight to have you both because of the deep perspectives you both provide and the complementary perspectives that we know you would provide.
Sure, and well, thanks a lot, and thanks, Alan. It's a pleasure. Anytime you want me up for 15 minutes, I'm here.
Those 15 minutes always become 60 minutes, and that's what I love about talking to you, Ben. 15 minutes, 60 minutes, 90 minutes, they go by in a flash. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and now I'm looking forward to hearing what Language Learner has to tell us.
Well, I hope everyone's having a Merry Christmas, for starters. I'm trying to run the map off of a tablet this time, so let me know if that's working. The link to it should be up in the nest. That code is A4GFP, A Alpha 4, G Golf, F Foxtrot, P Papa. And otherwise, I hope everyone is doing well and staying warm.
I think we're staying warm. Language. For one thing, here in the Northeast, it's unusually warm for Christmas Day. So no fires in the fireplace. We don't need them. Instead, we're practically wearing shorts out there on Christmas Day. This is unheard of. Language, let's get going with the battlefield update. And everyone, first tweet in the nest, follow along with the interactive map. This is the best way for you to follow what Language is about to bring us here in tonight's battlefield update. Language, go ahead. So Language, I'm going to interrupt you here, and you haven't even started to speak. Language Learner How many languages do you know? Because I do my best to learn new languages and I'm terrible at it.
I'm far from fluent, to put it mildly, but I've got a smattering in English, quite a decent bit of Spanish, some Arabic, and now Russian, Ukrainian, and then I know a tiny bit of Japanese and even less Mandarin. And I think that's about it.
I think that's pretty good. You seem to speak English pretty fluently, language.
Well, I've been practicing.
Okay, let's get going with the battlefield update tonight.
Okay, this is the military update for December 22nd through December 25th, 2023, day 667 through 660 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We'll start in Western Ukraine and proceed clockwise, ending with some general statements. In Belarus and on the Western border, Lukashenko visited Putin in St. Petersburg today, where he reiterated support for the Russian war, made a bunch of bellicose statements. Otherwise, situation normal, no change. On the Polish border, currently there are 3 checkpoints blocked, down 1, which was recently unblocked. Approximately 4,100 trucks are currently waiting on the border, and there's an estimated capacity of 1,200 to 1,400 trucks per day. Currently, it's been restricted to less than 150 per day. Moving towards Kyiv in western Ukraine, there have continued to be drone strike attempts over the weekend, although by and large, all of them have been successfully intercepted. Ukraine has submitted a draft bill to amend its mobilization requirements. Among other things, it calls for lowering the mobilization age from 27 to 25, sending digital summons rather than physical ones, applying punitive financial measures, restricting driver's licenses, credit agreements, and pension payments to those who are mobilized and fail to show up, and introducing basic military training for up to 3 months for citizens aged 18 to 25 in school, along with the opportunity for people who don't want to do that to serve in another sort of civil service opportunity. This comes on the heels of Zelensky stating he had received a proposal for calling up between 450,000 to 500,000 additional troops, and stated there were some concerns on how that could be possibly executed. The new Ukraine Minister of Defense, Umerov, is saying that there is currently a defensive plan being implemented on the front line, taking into account the slowdown of Western and United States military aid. He also reiterated that there's active work to speed up the domestic production of Ukrainian drone and artillery production for 2024. Per the Ukrainian GUR military intelligence, Russia has already commenced its efforts to attack Ukrainian energy grids, but has thus far been markedly less successful than last year's strikes. This is likely due to a combination of better Ukrainian air defense, better reinforcement of existing energy infrastructure, as well as issues on the Russian side with targeting that are no longer quite as much of a surprise. And Ukraine held Christmas celebrations today, December 25th, after changing over from the former Orthodox January 7th date. The police presence was heavily increased around the country as curfew was in force. Moving east towards Sumy, Chernihiv, and Kharkiv briefly, Russia continues shelling heavily along the border areas, especially north of Kharkiv, and people have been completely evacuated from 19 settlements along the border in the Sumy region. Moving east towards the Kupiansk region, if we can get this to zoom in correctly. Russia has shelled Kupiansk heavily over the weekend and has continued striking towards the village of Sinkivka, just to the northeast, as Russia attempts to push down towards Kupiansk, the supply lines emanating from it, and the Oskil River in general. We haven't seen major success here on the Russian side, although they have closed the distance and we've seen more infantry battles in this region, even with Russia in times having an advantage in armored vehicles due to better equipped anti-armor defenses by the Ukrainians, namely things like the Enlaw and Javelin launchers. The Russians have still been pushed back. Otherwise, along the eastern Kharkiv-Luhansk border front, things remain broadly steady. Down towards Crimea, we've seen Russia starts to engage in offensive operations again, particularly from the northwest, as they try and push towards the Zarubets River Valley and the villages along it. Specifically, they're trying to push towards the village of Terny, which lies just along the main road, as they try and reestablish a defensive position there. And at this moment, Russian forces are about 5 to 6 kilometers away from the Riverside Highway. These lines have been broadly frozen for many, many months now, going on a year, and it remains to be seen if Russia will have success in breaking through the trench lines. Moving further south, down towards Bakhmut, Russia continues to push from the northwest of Bakhmut as they attempt towards Chasiv Yar. Ukraine managed to stage a successful counteroffensive here, pushing back along the central line towards Bakhmut near the village of Kromov. This is where we are seeing the main thrust of the Russian assault, and at least at this point, it appears to be blunted, and Russia is now trying to explore alternate methods to push towards their ultimate goal, which would be the village of Chasiv Yar. Further south of Bakhmut, Russian forces have continued attempts to dislodge Ukrainian troops in the hills west of Klishivka, but have made 0 successful gains in the last week. Moving down towards Avdiivka, where the fighting continues to be heavy. Russia continues efforts to push the Avdiivka direction, where 40 assaults were repelled in the last 24 hours. No reported assaults have been successful near Avdiivka in the last 72 hours, although it appears Russia is pushing further to the northwest along the rail line towards the village of Novobakhmutivka as they again try and expand the front line so they can later try and find a location that they can pierce through. We've seen this before, most notably around Izum and during the battles north of Sloviansk, where when Russian forces were unable to break through on the main line, they expanded the front line, tried to break through at another location. If that doesn't work, they continue expansion. We've seen that here, where the initial assaults toward Avdiivka didn't work, so they moved towards Stepov. That hasn't been wildly successful for them, so they're moving further down the line as well. However, every time you do that, you're not getting a miraculous new amount of troops, so you have to spread them out more thinly over a wider area, which is ultimately what led to the inability of Russian forces to progress south from Izum, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're running into a similar issue here. Russian airstrikes in Avdiivka continue to target the industrial district to the northwest, as well as the city center. Approximately 1,200 people still remain in Avdiivka. And it's been made public now, but 2 former U.S. Marines who served in the Avdiivka direction were killed in action this month, including Graham Dale, an Irish-born immigrant to the U.S., killed in close combat when repelling a Russian assault. He was actually the author of a book from his time in Iraq called The Green Marine, An Irishman's War in Iraq. The other man that I knew, Ethan Hurtwood, 21 years old, was a combat medic who reportedly managed to take out 12 Russian soldiers assaulting his position before being shot while leaving his bunker to retrieve an injured soldier, whereupon he performed medical care until he expired. At this point, approximately 45 Americans have died in combat in Ukraine. Moving towards Donetsk, Luhansk region, Russia is massively attacking near the village of Novomykhailivka to the south of Marinka with heavy combined arms and substantial rocket strikes over the past several days. Russia also targeted a coal plant in Donetsk, forcing its shutdown and injuring 5 plant workers. Ukraine continues to fight for a toehold in the remaining suburban street, singular, outside of Marinka. And there have been noted issues with rats and mice on the front lines, allegedly leading to widespread hantavirus. The specific type symptomology appears to be hemorrhagic fever due to apparent renal failure, as well as bleeding from orifices. We've seen a number of videos of poor sanitary practices and, frankly, alarming amounts of rats in the trenches. And while unfortunately it's not confined just to the Russian side, we have continued to see that their sanitary practices are pretty abhorrent, and living in and among all of these rats is not good for one's health. Moving to Zaporizhia in the southern oblast, Russia is currently offering money for false testimony in the occupied regions for propaganda purposes. This comes as they're trying to make real aggressive efforts to force passportization, saying that come the new year, people will not be able to receive medical treatment, drive vehicles, or participate in most civic affairs unless they have a Russian passport. Otherwise, the situation around the front lines remains broadly positional with no major change, as Russian drone strikes continue aplenty and propagate behind the front lines. Moving further west towards Kherson, The Russian 810th Marines officially came out and said that they were using drone-dropped CS gas, K-51 grenades to flush out Ukrainian troops in the beachhead at Krinky, a violation of a number of international statutes, as despite being less lethal, big air quotes there, using chemical weaponry in war is generally considered a big no-no. It's something that's been going on for some time, but this is the first time, to my knowledge, that Russian forces have officially come out and confirmed it. Russian troops appear to have retaken parts of the southwest side of Krinky with some success, as they've restarted using this in order to flush people out of confined structures. Reminder, as we're right on the banks of a river here, it's not very easy to dig trench lines, which means people are more focused in where they can hide from artillery and the ever-persistent threat of drones and glide bombs. So unfortunately, if you have gas, it's going to make it easier to flush those areas out. Ukraine apparently shot down at least 4 Russian fighter bomber Su-34 jets near Krinky over the weekend, leading to a slowdown in Russian aerial operations, with unconfirmed reports of an additional Su-30 and Su-34 being shot down over the Black Sea and in the Zaporizhian region, closer to Mariupol, respectively. Russia heavily shelled Kherson City on Christmas Eve, targeting the urban center. They damaged gas lines extensively, causing a major fire as well as a hospital. 3 people were killed, with several others injured. Russia also targeted a Red Cross warehouse, setting it up in flames. Across the river near Novokhovka, Russian soldiers executed an 8-year-old in front of his mother after he was accused of taking photos of Russian military equipment. The exact reason for why they're dragging 8-year-olds out of their houses and shooting them in the middle of the street remains to be seen, but it's been hypothesized that this is trying to make some sort of statement to the locals who still remain in the city. Ukrainian drone strikes and airstrikes continue deeper behind the river, stretching as far as to the south side of Oleshki Sands, apparently targeting Russian air defense activities. We've seen JDAMs used here, as well as other Western munitions. Moving to Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea, Russian UAVs Odessa despite interception. The Ukrainian intelligence services of the SBU state that they are actively using 2 drones in the Black Sea, the Mamai and the Sea Baby. The Mamai speedboat variant can reportedly attain 110 kilometers an hour, or about 60 miles an hour, and would thus be among the fastest boats currently in the Black Sea, while the Sea Baby variant can carry approximately 850 kilos of explosives and was reportedly utilized in the most recent attack on the Kerch Bridge. Currently, there are no Russian missile-capable ships deployed in the Black Sea or the Sea of Azov. However, there appears to have been a missile attack on Russian ships in Yevpatoria in the last several hours, with large secondary explosions. Per local partisans, initial reports are that it was a ship carrying Iranian-supplied ammunition. Other sources allege it is a Rapucha-class landing ship, which would be the 3rd one destroyed or damaged by Ukraine so far, as reports still continue to come out. At this time, the harbor master says that the fire is under control, but from at least initial photos and videos, it appears anything but. Coincidentally, just near Yevpatoria, Ukraine guerrillas discovered a new command post for Russian soldiers in the region, and the second one they found in the last week. In Russia, Anton Krasovsky, the former head of Russia Today's Russian-speaking publication, was reportedly poisoned and is in hospital. And Putin opponent Alexei Navalny was found in a prison in far north Russia after he'd been missing for about 2 weeks before his lawyers contacted him. He's located somewhat deep within the Arctic Circle. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated some 760 troops for a total of 353,950 in total, 31 armored vehicles, 19 tanks, 2 air defense systems, 35 artillery systems, 2 of which were rocket artillery, 2 airplanes, 53 cars or trucks, and 32 UAVs. Over the last week, Ukraine eliminated some 7,120 soldiers, 119 tanks, 119 armored vehicles, 177 pieces of artillery, 2 air defense systems, 256 cars or trucks, and 126 UAVs. Overseas, the London mayor, Sadiq Khan, said that he would be in favor of sending otherwise scrapped 4-wheel drive cars to Ukraine. Iceland is joining the IT coalition, as well as others, providing medical supplies, supporting NATO efforts with some 350 million euros. Latvia has sent some 1 million euros worth of cars confiscated from drunk drivers, with another 162,000 euros worth of vehicles, about 30 to 40 or so, on their way. The United States passed its NDAA, although it did not directly allocate any additional funding for Ukraine at this time, aside from U.S. contracted obligations, operations, and goods that are currently ongoing. Some 300 million has been allocated for 2024 and 2025 under the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. Again, we encourage you to call your representatives so that the full allocation of spending can be passed. With that, it's a bit of a short one for Christmas. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you, language learner. Let's go to Marcus, then to Lisa. Marcus.
Yeah, thanks for visiting us today on the holiday language. I really appreciate your hard work, and your presentation's excellent as always. I was wondering, can you clarify, you'd mentioned there was shelling along the front. Now, can you clarify whether this is shelling of civilians or shelling of military? Thank you.
It's usually both. I mean, Ukrainian trenches are frequently shelled in the lead up to Russian assaults, but it also doesn't stop Russian forces from shelling the general vicinity of villages that they're in, regardless of whether there's a civilian population or not. So you're frequently seeing civilian casualties intermixed with military ones, especially because civilians frequently don't have other areas they can go that are more reinforced than, say, their already damaged house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And on to Lisa, please.
Thank you, language learner, for an excellent report. I wanted to ask you about that ship. They say the fire was put out, but other people say they aren't. Now, in an article that I saw, it said, did it say any air support planes were used? Are you there?
Yeah, I hadn't seen anything about air support planes being used. I hadn't seen anything.
Okay.
The speculation was that missiles of some kind had struck the ship. The exact specifics of what that ship is, what it was carrying, still remain to be confirmed. We'll probably know more in a couple of hours. Right now, the allegation is that it was transporting Iranian-produced ammunition. Some local partisans have said it was another shipment of Shahid drones. That all remains to be seen. We don't have any confirmation on that as of yet.
Yeah, and I hope it follows the Moskva. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And just real quick there, Lisa, I think we've had somebody in the background who in the last few minutes saw on Telegram that the commander of the Air Force of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Lieutenant General Mykola Oleschuk, has said that it was the large landing ship Novocherkassk. So that would be a landing ship class. I don't have any additional details though.
Thank you, Nancy.
And this is different than the nuclear powered shipping vessel from yesterday, or was
Yes.
that
That's something separate. That was in Far East Russia, as I understand it, and to my knowledge, that was a cabin fire that was contained. Which, like it or hate it, it's probably a good thing if we don't have nuclear vessels suddenly, having catastrophic failures next to any inhabited area, regardless of what country that is. But that one, it would seem to have been a small fire aboard that was put out.
So let's go to Furious Shovel Girl next.
Hey, language. Hey, guys. I had a question, language. I don't know if you've seen it. There is I saw this posted by the Kharkiv Human Rights Protection Group. That the Torai Defense Forces, led by Alexander Stupin, noted that there are cases of mass surrender by Russian soldiers that is becoming more frequent. And one of the reasons is that the Russian commanders are mean to them. But I was wondering if you had heard any confirmation about that. I imagine having hantavirus in addition to like really shitty conditions would not make for happy soldiers. Not that I care, but if I'm hearing about, mass surrender, that's good.
I haven't seen anything, public, at least about Russian troops surrendering in any quantities otherwise than usual. As far as the, hantavirus itself, Gore kind of threw out like 3 different symptoms for 3 different variants, so it's not super clear which one is the leading factor here, although broadly speaking, given the epidemiology of what kind of infections you see in Europe versus, say, Florida, it's believed to be the hemorrhagic one, also based on the symptoms they're talking about, which could be very scary. Generally, if you see people who are bleeding out of, say, their ears or eyeballs, that's going to frighten you. And it's going to cause you to panic a little bit more. It just remains to be seen how extensive that is and what efforts Russia's going to take, although their public health capabilities are pretty minimal at the front line, and I suspect that they're going to be Johnny-come-lately towards whatever sort of resolution they're aiming for here.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but I put up a post about a neat mousetrap. I shared it with Andrew Perpetua, but I've been trying to like put the word out to the troops, and I should probably send that to you. Some of them were already doing it, which I was really excited about, but it's not exactly humane, but it's not toxic either, and it's just like a 5-gallon bucket and some peanut butter. So if any of y'all have seen the videos of the mice just pouring over things, it gives me the creeps. It was good to see you. Thanks, Language.
Thank you, and I can speak from personal experience that those sort of bucket traps work a lot better than the mouse traps. We had a pretty significant issue over the summer with mice in the place we were living in Donetsk, and despite getting, frankly, an alarming amount of mouse traps, they didn't care. They just ate the butter or cheese right off of them and went on their merry way, or they'd trigger them and get away. But the boat or the 5-gallon bucket with water in it, that works pretty well.
Yeah, and I would say that while some people might go, oh, it's not the most humane, when it comes to rendering a mouse combat ineffective or a Ukrainian soldier combat ineffective, those are the hard choices that they have to make. And I know all of us vote for the mouse, and so I vote for the soldier against the mouse. And hopefully many of those traps are highly effective for them, as well as the combat cats that we see a lot of.
And you can eat mice too. You just should probably cook them first.
Let's just say no mice were injured in the making of this film. Language, what do you make of the Ukrainian success in taking down Russian fighter bombers and fighter jets in southern Ukraine and over the Black Sea? How does this complicate Russia's assault on Ukraine?
So it's been one of the major areas of disparity in that Russia does have the increased volume of airstrikes and certainly lately the increased volume of glide bombs, which have rendered Ukraine efforts more stagnant in the south. It appears that Ukraine moved some sort of Western air defense system up. Alternatively, they played fast and loose with one of their own S-300 variants. I won't pretend to know the exact ones. There's people on this app who are much more knowledgeable about the specifics than I. But it looks like they moved something up and were able to take down at least 3, possibly as many as 5. Right now we have 3 confirmed even by the Russians, and then they're still hedging their bets on the last 2, with one being over the Black Sea, an Su-30, and then another Su-34 fighter bomber closer, about halfway between the front line and Mykolaiv, and Mariupol, which, if true, means that Ukraine has some pretty extended reach or Russia has some pretty massive issues. I believe they also may have had a plane crash much further south into Russia proper, though that's believed to be operator error on their end. We have seen something of a reduction in Russian sorties over the past few days as a result of this, and they've taken to making a bunch of statements about F-16s being present, how they destroyed them all. Neither of those statements are true. The Russians also made some pretty ludicrous claims about Ukraine essentially strapping a Patriot to a train and driving it up and down the front line. That's also fairly unlikely. But whatever the case, it seems that Ukraine is spending much more of its effort striking these Russian fighter bombers, which if all 5 have been destroyed, we're looking at a price tag somewhere north of, $250 million in just a couple days. Not to mention the crews, which Russia has in short supply.
And you're also talking about Ukrainian civilians who are increasingly protected from these Russian assaults, especially in Kherson, in Odessa, in Mykolaiv, etc. So, language, F-16s in theater or not?
They're not in theater yet at this point.
Okay, I'll take your word for that. Marcus, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the bucket trap works really great if you can put antifreeze in it so that the bodies don't decay as quickly, and also so that'll help the smell, but also you don't want the water to freeze. So using antifreeze in the bucket trap is great in this weather. And the other thing I was going to say is there was chatter from the Ukrainian side, just hints that it was not an American weapon or European weapon that knocked these planes down, but rather an Ukrainian designed weapon. So take that for what it's worth. I don't know if they're just playing games with the Russians, but it wouldn't be the first time they surprised people with the weapon, and that would still count for the Franken Sam, I think. So, anyways.
So, what Ukrainian weapon would that be, Marcus, or language?
I suspect it would be some variant of an S-300 they already possessed. Technically, the strikes that they did, absent the one in Mariupol, would be capable of that. The one that was in Mariupol didn't actually happen in Mariupol, the place it's alleged to have gone down, and that one is still more up in the air because there's no photos, no videos, no reports of an explosion. It's all very general at this point, compared to the others. Obviously, the one over the Black Sea is also more difficult to confirm, but the that one was about midway, and so would be something on more of the extreme edge of the known S-300 systems. But the ones that were closer towards Kherson or Krinky, if Ukraine pushed the air defense systems up further, they would be very capable of doing some work there. And then additionally, they were saying that Russia was surprised by this, as Russia apparently threw a bunch of drones, recon drones, to try and seek out exactly what shot their planes down.
Yeah, that would be my assumption as well. It would be that, or maybe the Franken Sam system they kept talking about, which is kind of different missiles stuck onto a SAM system. But I think the language is right. That it would make a lot of sense because now you have Patriots you can task to cities, and maybe you can move some of your homegrown stuff out towards the line.
So, language. Speaking about Krinky and the south bank of the Dnipro for a moment, we know that Russian forces outnumber Ukrainian forces on the south bank of the Dnipro by a huge magnitude, and we've seen reports of Ukrainians saying that fighting on the south bank of the Dnipro is something of a suicide mission. Yet, Ukrainian forces are holding back tens of thousands of Russian troops here. What do you expect to develop on the south bank of the Dnipro?
So the situation there is very challenging. We've talked about it a bit before. The already existing challenges of going up against a superior numerical force are exacerbated by the fact that you're in a marshy area where you can't really dig defenses the same way. The fact that Russia is concentrating a lot of its air power, especially glide bombs there, more so than perhaps even the Ukrainians had originally anticipated, because Russia was not using as many glide bombs prior to this, and then suddenly went all out because they had a smaller area. And even though their glide bombs are not as accurate, if they saturate it, then you can take out half of a village pretty quickly. And then the fact that there's difficulties with supply both to and from the riverbank has made that even though Ukrainian forces have the advantage by some reports in FPV drones, they're still in a pretty challenging situation. And people I know who have been there have been feeling pretty hard and pretty rough about that. I've talked to guys when they've gotten back, and very intermittently via third parties, to people who are there, and the mood is grim, to put it politely, because it is a very challenging circumstance, and the morale aspect of having the river at your back is something that weighs on people's minds.
So, on the front line, are you suggesting there is a morale problem on the south bank of the Dnipro for Ukrainian forces?
I would say that at least the general reports I've heard from people there, nobody seems to be excited about it. Not that anybody's really excited to be in a trench, but there's a sense that we're fighting the hardest fight here, and that the odds are against us, and don't get wounded because you might not live long enough to get back across the river. That's at least the aspect that I've been most familiar with there, has major sticking point for troops, that they are more resource constrained, and that translates towards people who are wounded evacuated in a timely fashion. Plus, Russia has very extensively shelled anytime they think something's going across the river. They have plenty of drones up of their own, and so we've seen them using entire MLRS barrages for a single speedboat, which further limits the ability of Ukraine to go back and forth. And that causes severe concern if you think that, something that might wound me and in a trench in Zaporizhia cause me to be out of action for a few weeks, or at worst lose part of my leg, could just outright kill me here before I get back across the river. That's going to cause people some concern.
And what about so-called mass surrenders of Russian troops on the line of contact? Have you seen evidence of that? Can you corroborate it?
I've seen some videos of Russian troops motioning to drones and whatnot, asking for clemency, but I haven't seen any other indications of an unusual rise in Russian surrenders above the regular. It's also to be noted that nobody really takes prisoners during a trench assault unless you're at the very end. Just based on the way those fights go, you don't really have the time. And also, while I'm sure I'm going to have a bunch of people here getting all loud and upset, there's a lot of blind firing that happens in a trench. And you guys can argue amongst yourself whether that's entirely kosher or not. But it's very hard to negotiate for surrender when an AK pokes around the corner and points at you and starts spraying. Sometimes at the very end of trenches, guys surrender, especially if there's an FPV drone and the attacking force recognizes what's going on, but that's fairly uncommon. Outside of that, it's usually pretty difficult to cross the no man's land between trenches and surrender, not the least because Russian forces are known to fire on their own troops if they attempt it. So I haven't seen any indications of a major change, at least in the last couple of days, in the ratio of numbers. It seems to be the same steady amount that we've seen in the past.
To Marcus, Lisa, and then Dryfly. Marcus.
Yeah. So I was wondering, near the start of the assault on the East Bank, like East Bank on the left bank, I remember hearing that the electronics warfare on the Ukrainian side was fairly impressive, anecdotally at least. So I'm wondering, has that tapered off? And because obviously this stuff will go back and forth. And then the other question is, if the the small ground the lobbed bombs, whatever the hell they're called on the Russian side, if those are neutralized because they're knocking down aircraft and they're not willing to go on bombing runs, does it make for a better chance of this river cross, the bridgehead, to be expanded, or they're still going to struggle because of the sheer quantity of drones? Thanks.
So we've seen more Ukrainian drones in this area than Russian drones. That could be as an effect of simply more electronic warfare. It could be that Ukraine is just simply got better air defenses, that they've targeted more Russian air defenses in the region. There's a variety of factors, but we really haven't seen the same level of Russian drone strikes here as we have on pretty much every other aspect. And the Russians themselves have complained about pretty aggressive drone attacks towards their own forces. And there's some pretty recent footage of everything from BTRs to Russian medevacs just being targeted pretty extensively. Russia seems to be striking from further away with long-range rocket artillery, as well as in the Ukrainian-occupied section of Krinky, the sort of 2 or 3 blocks closest to the river. Russia will just choose like a square block and just drop 4 or 5 of these heavy bombs on it, and then try and move on to the next one. The idea that if they saturate it enough, eventually they'll get somebody. And then we see Ukrainian artillery shooting across. We see Russian artillery shooting across the river, but that's usually more par for the course than anything else. Though we have seen some evidence of Ukrainian electronic warfare taking out Russian recon drones over the river, specifically over the river that is most likely to be used by Ukrainian forces for evacuations and other supplies.
So something else would have to change in addition to having the aircraft kind of neutralized.
I think it's a good first step. I don't think the aircraft are neutralized just yet, although hopefully we'll see a reduction in their bombing rates. It's attrition. The statement I've heard most from the people in and around Krinky is not that they have any real hope of pushing through and taking the whole village or anything like that, but the idea is that they can force Russia to come to them and sort of be, not maybe wrong word, sacrificial lamb, but they can be the target while all the drones and artillery and everything else destroys them. And at some point when the Russian forces are attrited enough, it either forces Russia to pull troops away from other areas on the front line, or it allows Ukraine to expand the beachhead. But getting rid of the cluster bombs or the glide bombs would be a major first step, because that has proven to be a significant impediment in the past.
Yeah, it seems like the kill ratio is really in Ukraine's favor in this front, even if obviously psychologically it's a difficult place.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Russians don't seem to be having much luck. We're seeing strikes several miles past the actual, front line here. So it remains to be seen how long Russia can keep it up. It's also a fact of, while Russia has a considerable number of vehicles, they don't have a teleportation machine, so everyone that's destroyed has to be replaced from somewhere, and that takes time and effort.
All right. And I have lost my co-host. It looks like Alan had an unscheduled disassembly. So Lisa and Dryfly, I'm going to ask for you to be on the honor system as far as who is next.
I think I was. Was I, Dryfly?
You were.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Dryfly's a gentleman.
I know he is. A true gentleman. But language learner, I wanted to, you said there is like a massive amount of Russians on the other side of the bridgehead. But do you suppose in those massive numbers, it's made to look like it's huge and overwhelming, but from what I've read, they're sending in people in there that have never even fired rifles, haven't had any training, and they're just using them, as meat. Do you think that could be something that's going on to try to overwhelm the Ukrainians, and that would bring their morale down?
I think the morale is more specific to the situation they're in, and just, we're talking about an area that's probably less than less than a mile wide, if that, less than 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers wide by, I don't even know, a couple 100 feet. So it's pretty challenging just in and of itself. We have seen that Russia is broadly using less experienced troops. They've taken significant losses from their initial trained inventory of soldiers, which means they're relying more on their artillery, even more than they were before, as well as other troops. We've seen attacks where the Russians are pretty firmly routed, even when they have an advantage in vehicles. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the same thing that down in the south, where we've seen that a lot of Russian forces here are under-equipped, like the 810th, who have been devastated numerous times. However, I think it's just knowing the fact that you're facing, because no matter what, I would be surprised if we're dealing with more than a battalion of Ukrainian forces on the South Bank, and honestly, I'd be even surprised if we're dealing with more than a couple hundred Ukrainian soldiers here. So if we're talking about potentially several thousand Russian forces, 2,000-3,000 troops surrounding them, actively engaging in combat intermittently, it's going to make things feel pretty challenging.
Right. And I read an article, like you said, the number difference, and also when Alan said it was like a suicide mission, basically, and then when they try to get their people back, and I honestly cried my heart out, because there was no way for them to retrieve the Ukrainian bodies, their fellow men, and that's one thing. They go to all means to bring their people home so that they can have the proper burials and that. I mean, they care so much about each other, and I cried, and so I can understand how hard that would hit them. But they keep, they seem to be keeping it together, but it's hard, and I've heard that it's been really, really, really rough.
Well, the issue is also that it can be very challenging to retrieve bodies even on land. I know at least in a couple cases I saw drone footage of. Obviously, I wasn't there, but the Russians will mine Ukrainian corpses. They'll usually strip them for gear and then put a mine under him. The idea being that you go to get your buddy, and then it triggers the mine and blows both you and him up. And at that point, there's ways to defuse the mine, but they're pretty labor and time intensive, and it can also very well be a trap. So that one I'd say is harder when you can see it, but you can't do anything about it, and you have to look at it for a couple days. That's usually pretty challenging as well, and that's just been a reality for some time. The Russians took to mining corpses, and I'd say sometime in the summer, if not before. So it's unfortunately all too real. There's a lot of empty coffins, so to speak.
Thank you, and I'll drop down so other people can go up.
Dryfly, go ahead.
So I'm going to go follow up more on that Krinky front. So we've talked that there's a lot of people there on the Russian side. Do you have any feel for the depth of their defense? And the reason I ask that is that when the crossings first occurred, there was a lot of scuttlebutt that at first it was that they were preparing for a breachhead to be able to cross. And then it was, they're just trying to tie up Russian troops, so they pull from the other front. I've held all along that that's not it at all. I've thought that this is very, very much more like what the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong did in the Mekong, where they just made it a holy hellhole for the U.S. to try to deal with. It became such a problem. I mean, it's something that we never solved in the entire Vietnam War, from the earliest days of the Marines landing to the final days of the helicopters taking off from Saigon. they never pacified the Mekong Delta. It was always a thorn in the side of both the U.S. and the ARVN, even though the numbers there weren't great. I mean, the Vietnamese or the Viet Cong and the NVA never sent huge numbers in there, but they were always effective. They were always a pain in the ass, and they always had to be worried about. And a lot of Americans died. I mean, I personally know people who died in the Mekong. And so I've always thought that this was just an absolute pain point that was just begging to be pricked. What are your thoughts about it? Do you see the depth that the Russians are taking it seriously, or are they just kind of going through the motions? I mean, do they have a real depth of defense there? And I will listen.
So it appears that the Russians are somewhere between the first lines of defense, which broadly got wiped out when the dam broke, and their second lines of defense. So they do have additional defensive lines that they can retreat back to, but currently where they are seems to be more improvised than anything else.
Can I follow up on that? How serious do you see their defense? Because that to me tells me a lot about how they view it, what they think of their position there. Are they worried about it? Are they not worried about it? I mean, we worried a lot about the Mekong because of the proximity to Saigon. It was only about 50 miles from there to Saigon. It was like the Parrot's Beak. Those are the two biggest pain points the U.S. had in Vietnam, by far. I mean, and they were really significant, and they never pacified in the entire time we were there, even though we did pacify many other parts of the country. I'm looking at that as they're trying to really make the Russians worry. And for them, they don't have a capital nearby. But my God, it isn't that far from there to the crossings into Crimea. So they have to be worried about the possibility that this thing could get away from them. Am I crazy about that? And I'll listen.
I think it would take a decent bit more committed Ukrainian forces to pose a significant threat down towards southern Kherson, although Russia also can't afford to just let these troops malinger on the south bank because there's political implications of that. So I think they're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here, and that's why they've been using such overwhelming airstrikes to try and dislodge them.
Well, that was why we worked so hard to try to get them out of the Mekong, and why they never left, is because it was politically very damaging to the U.S. For the U.S. to make the claim during 68, 69, 70 that the war was going smashingly well and that we were going to be able to leave with honor, at the same time that rockets were flying out of the Mekong into Saigon was just a constant problem. And they really didn't have they never had a lot of people there. Meaning the Viet Cong and the NVA, they did not have huge forces, but those forces made a very, very large impact on the war. And I just see it being very, very similar in that respect. There's not a huge number of Ukrainians there, but my God, they're making a stink, and they're making a lot of problems for the officer, the staff of the Russians. And there is a real risk that if they ignore it, it could get much worse. It could get much, much worse. And I'll listen.
Yeah, I'm far from a military historian, so I think I have a lot to learn about Vietnam and what actually happened there beyond my, high school history classes. But I can certainly see the parallels based on what you're saying.
All right, Christopher.
Hey, language. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever it may be for you. Happy Festivus and Merry Christmas. I know you don't like to make this about language learner, but I got to ask my questions that I generally come up to ask. I'm curious to see how your training and refit for yourself is going, and what you see for yourself coming up in January into the new year. Just a little language on language update, if you could, please. I understand if you don't, but if you could, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure. So my original hope was to be fully recertified by the end of this month. Christmas and me going skiing kind of put a dampener on that, because the program I'm with needs a final interview before they essentially let you start roaming free. And that's fair, but they're all booked until the beginning of January. So I'm in a holding pattern on that, although I'm probably going to get my wilderness medicine cert recertified in the next week or so as a Christmas present to myself. I have a little bit of experience with that. Then once my major certification is done, there's a bunch of IBSC exams that I can essentially challenge for some tactical responder certifications, among others. Beyond that, there's some TCCC more advanced certifications I'd like to get. And then ideally, I could get my formal instructor certification in those, but that might be a little while yet because those classes are offered fairly infrequently. And I would like to find a way to manage that time while also managing any activities I want to do overseas. So beyond that, just, trying to find a way to make a little money to pay for all the certifications and whatnot, and then just honestly stack as many of them as I can and set the stage for future advancement if and when I desire to move on to the next level, critical care, flight medicine, stuff like that. Although there's a few more specific medical practices that I'm not familiar with that I would like to be. Things like essentially live donor blood transfusion, something that has been around for some time, and given what we're seeing in Ukraine is probably broadly more applicable than all of the infrastructure you need for a general blood transfusion. You have to do it in a specific way or you'll kill people. So you can't just start jamming needles into people's arms and going, it's blood, feel better. So I would like to, that one I would probably have to book a special session. There's some former SOF medic training groups who are really the only people that train it. Otherwise, you're talking about critical care paramedicine in certain counties based on their protocols, or outright, physician's assistant level training. But now you're also getting into a realm of austere medicine that's not usually practiced. So I need to seek some of those places out. There's a few in South Carolina and a couple in Texas that offer it. And but those are usually like you pay them $1,000 or so for a 2-day session where they go over like 1 or 2 specific skills. So that's something that I'd like to shoot for, because while rapid blood tests are available in Ukraine, all the infrastructure that's required for storing blood and transfusing it is less common. And it's a lot easier to say, hey, here's a live donor bag. Everybody's had their blood type checked 2 or 3 times, so we know what it is. We're not just guessing. We all know who here has perhaps bloodborne pathogens, and so we shouldn't be using their blood. And as a consequence, the dedicated medic for the squad can be trained that, okay, if we're sitting here in the trench for 6 hours, we can go grab Igor over there because he's O negative and, hasn't slept with any farm animals lately. And as a consequence, we can pull a pint out of him or something. That would be, from my vantage point, probably the maximum ability that somebody's going to be able to do in a trench, and even that is pushing it. So that's more of a pet project of mine than anything else. I helped Rebecca get some supplies for it, and we were going to start doing some tests in it, but I got called away because I'm O negative and, to my knowledge, haven't slept with any farm animals. So as a consequence, my blood should be relatively clean for transfusion. Or at least, Miller Keystone and all the other blood banks that keep calling me seem to think so.
So,
you're you wait a second. I'm just gonna finish and then I'll drop off. You're amazing, Language. I am so proud of you, man. That is so awesome. Keep going, man. You ever know, if you ever need anything, you can always reach out to anybody in the co-host court and DMs, and we'll do our best to try to help them we can. But man, Slava Ukraini, you are amazing. Thank you so much.
Helrom Slava. Language, if you slept with a farm animal, what farm animal would you sleep with?
My lawyer has advised me not to answer that question.
Okay. Well, you have a very good lawyer then. Never ever answer chickens or sheep. I'm not sure what other farm animals
Unless
there
you're
are.
Tim Senate.
Well, there you go, Prince.
Yeah, but Language, it sounds like it's going to be important for you to at least maintain your certification as a professional pincushion if you're O negative.
Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot, and there's been issues in Ukraine, and some I think are overstated. There are a number of medical professionals, including fresh medical professionals in Ukraine, who may or may not have the clinical expertise that they represent their expertise as. And as a consequence, they can become very, very vocal about their, disagreements, which can sometimes be very good for raising public pressure, but it can also frustrate physicians, for instance, if you show up and you start telling them how to do their jobs. And that's led to some frustrations with blood banking and access to whole blood supplies in Ukraine. So finding a way to, I mean, it's not a simplified process, don't get me wrong. You know, it's a lot easier to basically have the blood matching and whatnot is being performed. So functionally, the best way to give blood is in a sterile environment where things are being monitored, where you have things to ensure it's at adequate temperature, that you have the necessary interventions available if certain secondary conditions arise, because you don't just give somebody blood and walk away. There's a whole host of things you have to do, and monitoring things that, frankly, people are going to make mistakes. Somebody's going to say, AB positive, you know, they're the universal donor, and they're going to shove it in somebody, and they're going to realize fairly shortly that that was a bad idea. So, you know, we're moving into the area where you really have to know what you're doing if you want to follow the guiding principle of doing no harm, which means that it's not someplace you can play as fast and loose with. Unfortunately, it's also not been an activity that Ukrainian medics were trained to for the past ever, up until the middle of this year, and rarely at that. So it's also a matter of, you're going to be performing that training, you really have to be able to verbalize how you're going to do it and that it's in line with currently accepted Western medical practices, because at some point or another, you're going to be standing in front of somebody with, you know, decades of more medical knowledge than you, and they're going to check and make sure that you're not teaching the troops to kill each other. I mean, that was true when we were just doing basic non-internal interventions for troops. They were sending medics and whatnot out to check and make sure we weren't full of shit. So the second you start dealing with things like that, it becomes even more important. However, I think just from a logistical standpoint, it's going to be more effective. There are a few other things that I was trying to pioneer, and unfortunately kind of fell to the wayside in my absence. Things like getting more effective early usage of intravenous medications, because currently it can take several hours. While I'm not anticipating that most soldiers will carry bags of fluids or keeping them properly warmed in a trench, having a soldier at least being able to attempt 2 or 3 times to shove an IV in somebody's arm before, and a little bit of saline so it doesn't clot up. And that way, by the time you're thrown into whatever misbegotten vehicle is being used for casualty evacuation, the person there doesn't have to try and stick a landing with a, 18 gauge while you're bouncing up and down on, poor Donetsk roads. They can just say, oh, he's already an isotonic, hypertonic solution for a TBI, whatever. And it becomes, you're going to get much faster interventions than waiting until you're in an ambulance or in a stabilization point several hours later. Again, this is higher order stuff. So it's like anything else, the basics do save the most people's lives. I'm not saying that those are not important, but being able to say, okay, we've resolved the base issues here, let's move on to making it so instead of having a 10% remaining mortality rate, let's get that down to 8% or 7%. You have to constantly be looking at how you can push the envelope. But it's important to be knowledgeable front and back and being able to answer questions on the spot rather than just quoting out of a textbook. And a lot of that necessitates practice. So while I'm fairly proficient with IVs and I can throw them in a lot of places, I would still like to, have the state of Colorado give me the stamp mark on that as well. And so there's certain exams for that, certain things for ventilators, more pre-hospital trauma life support activities that I would like to just be able to wave around and say, look, I am up to date and current with the latest protocols.
Yeah, exactly. And even here in the United States, in non-combat situations, there's, a lot of that question of how far do you take medicine? And, nowadays we take for granted that an EMT, emergency medical technician, has certain responsibilities. A paramedic can do other responsibilities, and a nurse and then a physician can do others. However, that still has been an evolution over time, even in US traditional medical circles, let alone when you get into, combat medicine in a country like Ukraine. So I completely respect exactly what you're saying, and they're probably a distance away from when the medics and the hospital nurses and physicians will debate on who dropped a line more effectively, and whether, hey, that line is still there a day and a half later because the medic did it right the first time on the field.
And something we were seeing is that these people are by necessity going to get a lot of practice. It's actually fairly cheap, at least for some European analogs, to get IV practice arms. And a hope of mine that I was trying to get instituted that unfortunately, again, sort of would need to be reconstituted upon my return was saying, okay, we've done the traditional CLS curriculum. Here's an element that's you technically be upskilling following current curriculum, but under certain auspices, i.e. the U.S. Army Rangers, application of this training level, you would be expected to know this. And that's why we feel confident in spending a day and a half just practicing IV sticks, not fluids themselves, not saying, okay, you guys are going to now additionally be responsible for the whole host of things that come with pushing IV medication, but simply you're finding a vein, you're dropping a line before somebody's going into shock, you're flushing it with a saline lock, and then you're sealing it and taping it and sending somebody on their way. Because we were finding that when soldiers were properly treated with the basics, and I would argue IV access is a fairly basic procedure, their survivability goes way up, because now the physician doesn't have to go scouting around for all these things in the middle of everything else. They go, okay, these 3 things have been taken care of. Let me reassess. They're fine. Okay, you're getting XYZ medications and you're on your way. And it just helps keep the process moving, improve survivability, et cetera, et cetera. But again, these are secondary things. So in the meantime, it's a matter of, frankly, taking as many courses as I can, as well as finding the funds to do so with. Because medical courses, you might imagine, are a little more expensive in America than they are in, say, a war zone. However, they don't really give internationally recognized. Most of what I learned and did in Ukraine, the certificates I have from there don't qualify for my recertification continuing credits, unfortunately.
Yeah, Colorado's a little bit sticky about that, I'm sure. Tony, hello, go ahead.
Sorry, sticky buttons. I just heard sheep, and I just wanted to get up to make sure that you weren't casting dispersions about Australian and our New Zealand brothers in consideration. We've got the best sheep in the world. It's not true. It's not true, language. Language, thanks for your service. I just wanted to highlight the tourniquet thing, only because I think I've experienced it, and I just want to share with everyone, if you can concur. I think I've experienced it on Thursday when I got my knee replaced, because I have a big red mark up around the top of my thigh, and it's had to have been a tourniquet because it's got the mark of like a red like a little belt. And I'm experiencing so much pain because of that. Is this what is this pain? I'm not asking you as to give me some advice. I'm just, is this pain what the guys experience from, the trenches, whether it be around their arm or their leg? Is this what they experienced after a tourniquet's been put on?
How many times did you twist the handle? The windlass, technically.
I don't know. I was knocked out. I was in hospital, but I'm just figuring it was a tourniquet.
Yeah.
Well,
Tony,
hopefully. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, just sort of give maybe language a little bit of help here. I can tell you, Tony, when I've had my knee replaced, I experienced the same kind of pain. The pain on my thigh was, for a day or so, it felt worse than the pain from the knee replacement. Extremely painful. And so they knock you out and then they put this tourniquet on you, and I don't know exactly how tight they make it, but it is painful for several days.
So I missed the fact that it was a knee replacement. Actually, orthopedic surgeons believe it or not, have some of the most published literature on tourniquets outside of pre-hospital providers because they are so often used in orthopedic operations. I would imagine, don't quote me on this, that given if you're dealing with, a total knee replacement or something like that, you would probably want to see, some hemostasis. But outside of knowing the exact procedure, couldn't tell you what kind of tourniquet it was. There's others they can use, more hospital grade ones. But yeah, it's hurt. It's sore. It hurts. I don't know how long your procedure was, but you're causing a decent amount of damage. You're also, frankly, if they're on for long enough, you can cause some nerve pain. So a tourniquet when on tightly is fairly debilitating, especially if it's higher towards your groin or your armpit. I'd say the legs hurt more than the arms, though.
Yeah, well, mine's up really close to the groin. I've got that red mark, so it definitely was a tourniquet. And I'm just expressing it too, because probably I'm the only one who's not got out of a trench and come on MriyaReport to explain how it feels. I'm telling you, people, those poor guys, if they're getting tourniquets put on them, the tourniquet hurts just as much as the wound does, more than likely. Is that correct? Would that be a fair assessment, Language?
They hurt quite a bit. The after effects of it, I mean, I've never had one on for longer than, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. And that left me sore for a little bit. If it's going to be on for multiple successive hours, you're probably going to end up with some nerve damage or, nerve pain at the very least, in addition to everything else.
Yeah, well, I understand my operation went for just over 2 hours, so it probably did cause that damage. But anyway, a plug for proper tourniquets for Beck and the rest of the mob here, that too. So thanks, Language. Thanks, Prince.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Tony.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Knee replacements are fun. You getting around on your own now, Tony?
Yeah, I gave up the crutches before just to walk to the bathroom, just gingerly. But yeah, I was still swollen. I can't bend it. They want you to bend it. They want you to get it even and stuff like that. But I've had three knee reconstructions in the past. Never had a tourniquet then, and was up walking the next day. But yeah, hopefully it'll get better, and I promised Nell that I would drive one of the trucks if she got the ULEZ 4x4 vehicles donated from the Mayor of London. So she's kept me to that promise. So once I get better, I may do a trip to Italy, drop off the kids, and go drive a truck of 4x4s to Ukraine. Do my bit.
Very good. Yeah, no, you'll do great. It'd take a week or two, but you'll be great after the knee replacement. Never, best thing I've ever done in my life. I need the other one done. So anyway, sorry, got a distraction there.
Yeah, it makes you feel.
Makes you feel.
Yeah, it makes you feel a bit when you're in theatre. And I remember when I was in emergency in pain back in July, I could only think about that guy that jumped out of that personnel carrier and jumped out onto the mine, and his leg got half blown off. I couldn't help think about the pain that he must have gone through, but he was conscious enough to quickly grab his tourniquet, I remember, and start whacking it on. But that was horrific, and I can only think about what these guys are going through, and that's what we're here for, to make this stop sooner than what it goes on, and get the mine clearers and all that other stuff. So yeah, think about the boys, people.
Yep, absolutely. Think about the boys. So, Will, how are you this evening?
Well, it's only morning here. Well, your evening, of course. That's right. Actually, early evening for you. So you got a lot of Christmas left, a lot of Christmas cheer left. Here in Australia, of course, it is Boxing Day, and for international sports fans, I'll just tell you, Australia is 2 for 113 at the MCG on the Boxing Day test first day, and Labuschagne and Smith, the Twitch brothers, are occupying the crease. and they're 41 overs in. Looks like they might lose a bit of the day to weather, but I obviously have a screen on in the background, and I'll possibly keep you updated during the day.
What did you just
And
say?
I
He's
know,
talking
right? It
about
sounded
cricket.
exactly like English.
It has nothing to do with sheep, Marcus. It's Boxing Day. It's about cricket. That's all. No sheep. So get that out of your head.
All right. So, Will, since we have language here, do you have any questions for language?
Language. I do kind of have a question. I mean, it's kind of a strategic one, but I've noticed that they're now trying to set themselves up in Sinkivka to do the same sort of attack, hold, and grind out and destroy a village to take over land. But up until today, we had 3 whole days of no attacks in Lyman, Kremina, or Bilahorivka in particular. But today, it's all back on in Bilahorivka. I know it's Christmas, and they probably just slowed down due to that. But it doesn't necessarily look like Russia has all the forces it needs in order to keep up attacks everywhere, if that in fact is their approach. But it kind of does seem that they want to keep up, looking like they're victorious everywhere. And I'm just wondering if you read anything into the days we've had now, a few days of no attacks in Bilahorivka up until today, and also in Vuhledar down the Shakhtarsk area. You read it. I missed the whole earlier summary, so if you covered any of that, I apologize.
So broadly, I think Russia is having issues with getting enough equipped manpower and supplies to the front to make a breakthrough, because fighting through minefields and artillery is hard. They've had some successes towards Sinkivka, while it hasn't necessarily translated towards actually taking ground. They've been able to get closer and closer to the Ukrainian forces every time, and they've been, basically just throwing themselves through minefields to do so. So it's definitely an area to pay attention to. It's cause for a little bit of concern, but at this point, even just Ukrainian infantry armed with, I believe it was javelins and laws and the like, were able to repel the Russian armor. So this comes down to the fact that the infantry doesn't really want to sprint across a defensive area if they can help it. And if you take out the vehicles, then they don't want to do that. So, for the cost of, couple $100,000, you can, and advantageous positions, you can wipe out an armored wave. Then you don't have to deal with the infantry right up in your face. So as long as that continues, I won't say there's nothing to worry about, but there's less to worry about, at least in some of these zones that they're throwing all of these infantry assaults into. The places where it is all infantry, they're basically just dying. It's not working out great for them.
Thank you. Marcus.
Yeah, I was hoping to get Language's opinion on. So I'd read that the strategy going forward may or may not be very much focused on maximizing the attrition ratio and killing as many Russians as possible, up to and including retreating and sacrificing land for that, because they're very conscious of the irreplaceability of the soldiers, and that trading some land is not a bad thing if you can kill many, many Russians. So I was wondering what he thought about that strategy, if he felt like people on the ground would find that to be an acceptable strategy, like the soldiers. Thanks.
Which strategy? I'm sorry, I might have missed that.
Trading land for attrition, more attrition of the Russians. So retreating instead of staying in a situation where you might only have like a 2-to-1 or even 1-to-1 rate of attrition between the two forces.
I think a lot of Ukrainian soldiers would be okay with that if they knew they were coming back to defensive lines that were established. So that way they didn't feel like they had to rebuild everything, as it were. But it all depends on the area. I mean, when we're talking about these, fields that have been fought over for months and months now, I don't think anybody's going to have any particular personal attachment to one versus the other, especially if they're inflicting outsized losses on the Russians by falling back a field or something like that.
Okay, so them inflicting outsized losses is motivating in and of itself for these guys.
I would say so. I mean, as much as it can be. At some point, you become numb to that too.
Okay, you guys, I think I have to break up a cat fight outside. So, Will, can you take it for a moment?
Literally?
Yep.
Literally.
The fun stuff we get up to here. So language. We know from this morning, and I apologize again if you already talked about this in detail, but the Rapucha class vessel that was lost at Theodosia port, knowing what the internals of that vessel's like, clearly that wasn't because it's not really a fighting ship. That wasn't a magazine of its ammunition going up, but it was definitely a store of ammunition of some sort, because it looked exactly like a secondary magazine explosion on a that we've seen from vessels historically, warships. Knowing that that's either a lot of ammunition or Shahed drones or something with high explosive in it, is that sort of loss going to cause a little blip in supply of anything anywhere, or is that sort of the load that thing can carry in ammunition not going to make a difference in the overall scheme of things?
I'm not enough of an expert to say whether it will. I mean, it'll make some impact. I want to say they can carry somewhere close to like 500 tons worth of cargo. I don't know what that translates to. Otherwise, I think they do have some guns on them. They have some cannons on the top deck, but
yeah, they have little ones.
Yeah, I wouldn't pretend to know how much ammo they have or anything like that. So the allegations, which remain to be seen, are that it was carrying ammo from Iran. Some had suggested it was Shahed drones, in which case it was essentially carrying a bunch of artillery shells very tightly packed together per volume. That could certainly lead to it. Could just be conventional ammunition. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find out in the coming hours, though, as the sun starts to rise.
Yes, thanks very much. Hey, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, it's really more of a comment that you would think a blast wave of that magnitude, seeing some of the videos that we looked at, and the magnitude of the explosion, is that you wonder if there was residual damage that's going to need to be dealt with by the Russians at the port, at the facility, right? The blast wave alone potentially could have damaged port infrastructure in that area. And then you have the matter of the ship being sunk in place. If the initial report announcement is correct, then you have the issue of that wreckage taking that spot and I saw the satellite imagery, and there's multiple docks or slips, or however you phrase it, in that port area. But it'd be interesting with the satellite imaging, with the light of day. Are they going to have problems with capacity and throughput, and the port being closed for maybe some time, having to deal with the aftermath of what's happened?
Yeah, those are all really good points, Brian. Secondary damage will definitely be a problem there, and some infrastructure. I totally agree with that. Language?
It all remains to be seen. I may have missed the video. I saw the couple pictures of the ship on fire. I might have missed the video of it actually exploding with the blast wave. So
I'll
when
send it to
daylight
you,
comes,
language. I'll send it to
okay, yeah. When daylight comes, we'll understand a little bit more about it. It's possible, depending. It's all going to come down to what proximity it was, especially to say the port itself or what have you, or the harbor or what was on it. There could have been a secondary explosion that, say, detonated fuel supplies or vehicles. We'll probably know more when the sun comes up, and when I suspect everybody with access to a satellite starts taking pictures.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, huge. It's like if Mocker sleeps like crazy. She sleeps so solid you cannot wake her up. Calling her. I would seriously consider calling her if I thought I would be able to wake her up, because this one is just that worthy. Don't you think, Will?
Well, I wouldn't call and wake her up, of course. It's, well,
I would. That would be
that's
fun.
crazy. That is crazy talk. She'll find out about it soon enough, but she's going to be very impressed with it. Just popped up into the nest. Probably, I think the best comprehensive coverage of this so far is Special Kirsten Cat, who has all the videos and stills that have come out so far. It looks like all the best of them, and actually a series of explosions. Right, there's the whatever struck it initially, AGM 158C. No, it wasn't that. But whatever struck it initially would have caused an explosion that then transferred into a secondary explosion of the main. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb here and say main ammunition storage that it was moving, and then a series of following smaller explosions after that. So it looks very characteristic of a secondaries explosion in a warship that has a large magazine of its own ammo, or I suggest in this case, and language is a similar thing, that it was carrying ammunition for the front.
The good news is that they won't have to worry about being cold. They'll be able to have a source of heat, for the port staff. So they'll be able to probably walk around in shorts for a few hours here while this thing gets settled down. So good source of warmth for the homies there.
So I just saw the secondary explosion, and that would do ridiculous damage to the infrastructure around that vessel, right? Like, it's not hardened, right? It's a port. So an explosion of that magnitude would cause extreme damage to the buildings around it, right? Whether or not
all the power, all the comms, all that sort of stuff would have been knocked out. Yeah.
Everything, and severe injuries to staff. Like, human beings with that amount of that concussion blast wave will just pulp you, right? So it's none. That's a big one.
Yeah,
indeed. But I don't think I'd wake mockers up for it.
We'll ask her
You
tomorrow
have no
morning.
sense of adventure.
What do you think, language? Could you roast marshmallows in that?
Very briefly.
Instant roasting from a mile away.
And
they
so,
might
but
not
I'll-
taste
I'll-
good afterward, though.
Feasibly, there may be shrapnel wounds.
Yeah, no, those that sort of fire would definitely change the flavor of whatever you were cooking. So on a broader note here, I'll note that this is the third or fourth Rapucha class. Gonna have to get my chart out and find out which one to X off here. But these ships were found, were thought to have been, not that worthwhile at the beginning of the war, because they're not great at moving logistics. They don't do landings like this with roll-on, roll-off landings with armor and things like that. They didn't expect to do that much of it, so we were thinking, these wouldn't be great targets. But it seems to me that as the Kerch Bridge regularly gets shut down and has had significant outages, and they have also had some interdiction of their rail supplies from Rostov-on-Don into the front and from the south, Crimea, when they do get stuff across up into the front, that they have started to rely on these LSTs to take material in and out of, say, Berdyansk and in and out of Sevastopol, and or Fedosia now in this case. And I suggest to you that the Fedosia transfer might be, for instance, we know that when the Black Sea Fleet has largely evacuated Sevastopol Harbor, but they are going back and forth there some. But what they're not doing is they're not moving the large vessels in that hold calibers, or the large. And remember, their biggest ammo stock was in Sevastopol Harbor. So they're probably moving ammunition out of Sevastopol Harbor for a long time by rail down to Fedosia, and then putting it on roll off type vessels, baby, and moving it across, because there's limited capacity on the Kerch Bridge. I don't think they're moving rail across it at all now, and I suspect they're using these LSTs more for like transfer shuttles than we would have expected. Host connection issues, it says here, but interested to get your take on what this means Black Sea fleet wise, or anything that you want to talk about in that area. Language, logistics.
I think we've already seen that they've pulled most of their ships home from being out in the sea and whatnot, for a variety of reasons. I imagine this is only going to redouble those efforts. It also speaks to the fact that Ukraine still has the ability to strike, ships further afield. I want to say there was only 4 Rapucha class in the Black Sea. I was reading something before, people said that more could be brought in via the Caspian in some way, but I don't know enough to have an opinion on that. If so, I believe this would be the 3rd destroyed. I'd have to check on that. I don't think it's the number 4, but it would limit their ability for the mass movement of goods outside of roll-on, roll-off vessels, which we haven't seen as many of, at least in terms of the ability to, pull up to one of the Russia's military ports, load a bunch of stuff, and then ship it over to Crimea. I think we've seen a lot of it being done via their Navy, and the more of these cargo vessels that are taken offline, pull up to one of the Russia's military ports, load a bunch of stuff, and then ship it over to Crimea. I think we've seen a lot of it being done via their Navy, and the more of these cargo vessels that are taken offline